What's the crack? It's your boy Terry Yak back at it again for a bit of film room, folks. Hope he's been well. Hope he's enjoyed the weekend. But also, it's Easter, so we got to play this clip as well. This one is an absolute banger, folks.
Why is it that in the Old Testament there's no mentioning of a son?
Who told you there's no mentioning? Want me to give you a mention? I can give it to you. Here, Proverbs 30, verses 3 and 4. Hold on, my friend.
You're telling me the son is mentioned.
Yes.
The son.
I'm about to read it if you let me.
Yes. It's mentioned in the Old Testament?
Yes. Proverbs 30, verses 3 and 4. You ready so I can read it?
But don't play no games.
I gave you the verses. Proverbs chapter 30, verses 3 and 4. What games? Let me read it. I'll give you the link to the Hebrew. Here.
Wait for
I
it.
neither learn wisdom, nor have knowledge of the Kadoshim. Kadoshim is plural of Kadosh, holy ones. I don't have knowledge of the holy ones, meaning these holy ones are beyond my ability to understand. Now watch this. Who has ascended?
Who has gone up to heaven and come down?
Yes.
Whose hands have gathered up the wind?
Go ahead.
Who has wrapped up the waters in a cloak?
Keep going.
Who has established all the ends of the earth? What is his name? And what is the name of his son?
Boom, baby. Or as Bricky would say, boom. The boys are back in town, boys. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into it.
Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. We're going to just jump right in. Sorry for the delay there. Sorry we're about 7-8 minutes late. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
First person. Hi, everyone. My name is Rena. I am 25. I am from Phoenix, Arizona. And my occupation, I am a mechanic. I am a fabricator. I'm a business owner, anything and everything, cars, mechanical, building things from scratch. Love it. And I'm dabbling in business now. I'll be buying my first pre-existing business here soon. So.
Oh, one request. I totally forgot. Can I have you pop
sorry.
the sunglasses off?
Not the Gucci shades.
Yeah, Tiffany, can you snap those? Just hand them behind you
Oh,
for
my
me.
bad.
Sorry about that. I totally slipped my mind.
Sorry.
All right. So, and you're a mechanic.
Yes. Oh, in education. Sorry, I missed that one. I graduated from a school called UTI. That's a really unfortunate acronym. I'm like in a room full of women. And you're like, oh, you have a UTI. No, I don't have a UTI. I guess I have a UTI because I have the degree from there. But so I have an Associates of Arts in Mechanical for Auto and Diesel Technology from the school called UTI. So that would be me.
All right. Cool. And how long have you been doing work on cars?
I'd say a little over 5.5 years now, and then I'd say about 4 years professionally. So I used to be a dealership technician, and I was working on your cars, and you bring them to the dealership. I started off doing oil changes, and then I just progressively just learned more and more, and I got certified, and realized, wow, they're like taking a lot of the money that I could be making. So then I just kind of opened up my own thing, and yeah, that's where I'm at now.
Okay. All right. What about you?
My name is Maya. I'm 22. I'm from California, and I am a line cook and receptionist, and I have no college education.
All right. And you said you're from where again?
California, Eureka, California.
Eureka, got
Yeah.
it. What about you?
Hi, my name is Raven. I don't reveal my age on social medias due to privacy reasons because of what I do.
What, can you explain that though?
Yes, I do Findom.
Okay, but because of what you do, so you don't reveal your age because you do Findom.
Yeah, just for privacy reasons.
Okay. But what are the concerns?
I just don't like for subs to know too much about my personal life. That's pretty much it. Yeah.
Basically, she's underage. That's what that's saying.
I mean, I'm over 18, so.
Are you
You're good.
younger than 30?
Yes.
Okay. Sometimes it's hard to tell, you know. So.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. What about you? Oh, did you finish your intro?
No, I did not.
Okay, continue. Please.
So I did some college, but then
And what I mean by that is like she might be over 18 now, but when she started, she was underage. That's why she won't reveal her age.
my college shut down suddenly. So
Okay. And where are you from?
Los Angeles.
Okay. All right. What were you studying when you were in college?
Musical theater.
All right. What about you?
My name's Grace. I am originally from Northern California, currently living in San Diego County. I'm 44, and I have a cosmetology license. And I've tried to get a degree a few times, but my ex-husband was in the Marine Corps, so following him around kind of hampered that.
Okay. What about you?
My name is Mariana. I am 25 years old. I'm from Oregon, and I'm a certified stoner. I have no college education, got my GED, so I'm just learning about cannabis right now.
Yes.
I'm Annie. I'm 35. I'm from Pennsylvania, near the Philadelphia area. I'm a full-time social media influencer, content creator, and I have a background in real estate, photography, and graphic design.
You said 35 and 25 for you? Okay. You're a professional smoker, or what was it?
Certified stoner. I made it a job.
Okay. Switch the camera angles, please. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I create content regarding it and want to help people understand what it is because I feel like there's a lot of stigma around it.
Okay. All right. How long have you been smoking?
7 years.
Are you currently?
Rocked right now?
Yeah.
No.
Minoring in pre-law with Liberty University, and I am a faith-based, anti-feminist, conservative content creator, and I am from Michigan.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat your age for me? I might have missed it.
33.
33. Okay. Thank you. All right. What about you?
Hi, my name's Lexi. I'm 30 from New York. I am a full-time live streamer. I wouldn't say content creator. I kind of do see my Instagram. It's very empty. I am only live streaming right now currently on this app called Favorited, but I do have plans of getting my real estate license and a few other fun projects. And I originally went to school at Iona for criminal justice and psychology. And then, I did graduate school at John Jay for my master's in forensic mental health counseling.
Gotcha. When did you get your master's degree?
So I technically didn't finish it.
Okay, you went there for your master's. Okay.
I needed to take maybe 2 or 3 classes, including an externship, and kind of realized a few years into working in the psychology field that it was a lot more than I could emotionally handle. So I chose
Holy
to take a step
fuck.
back and focus on being an entrepreneur.
Give me one of those panels.
So you were last in school when?
Oh my god.
3.5 years ago, 4.
Okay, got it. Rachel, what about you?
I'm Rachel Wilson. I'm 45 years old. I am the wife of the handsomest debater on the internet. I'm also a mom of 5, homeschooling advocate, debater myself, and best-selling author. I have a PhD from debateuniversity.com. Go there, get the verbal judo 1 and 2. And I think that's it.
Did you say where you're from?
I'm originally from Michigan, now living in Texas.
All right.
Texas.
Welcome, everybody. We're going to
Hell
go around
yeah,
the table once
brother.
more. What's everyone's relationship status? If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's the longest relationship you've ever been in?
Okay, well, I am currently taken, very happily taken, over 2 years now with my best friend, and he is my longest relationship. So,
All right. For how long?
for over 2 years now?
2 years. Okay, got it.
I'm single. I've never been in a relationship, and I don't plan to have had like situationships and stuff like that. But
Sorry, you said you don't plan to be in a relationship?
no, I'd have no desire to like ever get married or
Speed it
be
up, speed
in
it
a
up.
long-term commitment with
Sick
someone
and
else.
tired of these goofy
Okay,
bitches.
what's the longest period of time you have seen somebody?
Like 8 months, 6 months, 8 months.
Was it exclusive, monogamous?
It was exclusive for me, but not for him. He was seeing other people.
All right, so longest
we were never-
situation, 8 months, but never like official, never boyfriend, girlfriend. Did you say I love you to him?
No.
Have you said I love you to anybody?
Other than like family and friends.
Yeah,
no.
just like in a romantic
no.
sense. Okay, so why is it that you don't want to ever be in a relationship?
I just see all my friends' relationships and everyone around me, and I feel like a lot of the times, if people aren't mature enough to have an actual like good relationship, and it turns into almost like a controlled dynamic of like, I don't want you hanging out with these people, like where are you right now, and like texting all day long, and I am just independent, and I don't ever want to have to be attached to someone like that, and I don't like being held accountable for my actions, and that's kind of what a relationship is. Most mature guys get that down.
Can you repeat that part?
The last one. I don't like being accountable for my actions and being in a
What are
relationship.
some actions that you've
I just,
taken that you don't want to be accountable for?
I'm just thinking like I go out like almost every weekend, multiple times a week, and like I just do stuff a lot of people in a relationship with. I feel like I don't want you doing that anymore. Like why are you?
Like what?
I don't know. Mostly just going out, and I don't like
Like partying,
Yeah,
drinking,
partying, going,
drugs?
not drugs, but partying, drinking, like going to clubs, stuff like that. And I feel like a lot of times men especially will get jealous if their girlfriend likes to go to clubs and stuff because they feel like they're only going there to hang out with other guys or get hung by other guys. And I feel like it would take a very specific person to not get jealous.
So, in the calculus of what matters most to you, the trade-off of even if you did have to sacrifice those things, it wouldn't be worthy enough of sacrificing your desires to do those things than to have like a long-term, loving, committed
I've
relationship.
never craved that. Like, of course, I crave like love and affection, but I feel like I get enough like love from my friends. I've never wanted like a deeper connection on a romantic level.
Okay, what's your orientation?
I'm straight.
Okay, have you ever dated women?
I've never dated a woman.
Okay, so no desire.
No desire to date a woman. Never dated a woman. I don't find women attractive.
Do you want kids?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Well, you're still young. You're 22. So.
I grew up like when I was homeschooled through high school, and I worked at a horse farm, and I dealt with a lot of kids and a lot of kids that had special needs, a lot of really little kids, and it's just a lot. Like kids are a lot. And they're a lifelong commitment. It's not just raising them until they're 18. You have to raise them until you die, and that's just like not something I want to do. I have a dog that I love so dearly, and that is my child.
Do you suspect your kids are going to be I shouldn't say retarded, but
that is a concern.
well, not just a concern, but you have like a, is there a,
Well, no, it's
something
not
in the
that. It's
family?
like, I look at like my whole entire family, like everyone, my grandpa was an alcoholic, my mom's an alcoholic. I'm not an alcoholic, but I do like to go out and I like to drink and stuff. So I'm just looking at like, especially where my brother is now too and stuff like that. And I also just don't like the way our world is going, like politically, climately, all that stuff. And I would never want to bring a child into this.
yeah,
She's like,
Rachel, do you, she said a few different things there. Do you want anything there that you have any thoughts on, Rachel?
Yeah, I mean, if you think things are bad now, then you don't know history. We are living in, it seems like things are really bad, and it's not that we don't have problems, but like historically, your ancestors went through much worse things for you to end up being.
Yeah, like imagine like you're in Europe, whatever the fuck it was, like the 1000s or whatever fucking year it was, and the Black Plague breaks out. You know what I'm saying? We all had to wear masks for the flu, right? But like the Black fucking Plague, okay? They were still having kids. So what the fuck is your excuse, bitch?
Here, and after all of think of what it takes for you to ever be born, how many people have to survive and procreate over the generations for you to be born, and you're just like, nah, bro, I just want to party. Like, screw that.
Well, I mean,
Genetics are ending here. Sorry, ancestors. Like, I'm out because I want to go to the bar. Don't you think that's extremely selfish and short-sighted and like really, really lazy and taking the easy way out?
It's not even that though. It's more so like kids are like, I wouldn't even be able to like hang out with friends or something. Like having a baby is like a full-time commitment. Like when they're first born, unless you have the money to have a nanny or something like that, you have to be there all of the time and going back to work and stuff. And considering I would never want to have a partner, I wouldn't have anyone else to rely on. And assuming if I had a kid, I'd get married.
This is a deep question to get into this early in the podcast, but like, what's the point of life to you?
I think having fun and making people laugh and that you already have in your life, I think that's
having
more
fun and making people laugh. Good job.
That's my goal.
Excellent. Okay.
Make us laugh right now.
Say something funny.
Oh, I don't have any jokes. They concoct in my mind and then they go away. I'll think of something, and if I have something funny to say, I'll make sure it comes out.
Although I wonder if that question is unfair, because if a woman sat here and said, well, my life goal is to get pregnant, should I ask her if she'd like to get pregnant right now? I don't know, maybe. Let me rethink that, I guess.
She said the purpose of life is procreation. You could be like, hey.
Exactly.
I just think the purpose of life is to like enjoy your best life and live like in the day, in the moment, in the present.
So no meaning. No meaning.
No, I don't think there's any God. I don't think that there's any full like meaning to life. I think humans' entire like goal, they're always just searching for a purpose, searching for like some greater meaning or some reason to be alive. But in reality, I don't think there really is one. I think just our
life is meaningless, right? That's basically what she's saying here. But the easy counter to this is that statement meaningless? And then all of a sudden they have to prove that that's a meaningful statement while trying to say that life is meaningless. You know what I'm saying? It's quite hilarious once you break it down and you see Dewey. You know what I mean?
Our own mortality scares us so much that we are trying to find a reason to be alive and a reason
This is all
to be doing what we're
postmodern
doing. I
script,
think
by
that's
the
also
way.
like that's why a lot of people commit suicide and stuff like that. It's
Postmodernist
because they feel like they don't have a reason to their life.
Well, all I can say is you're a little sponge and you've soaked up the antinatalist, nihilistic propaganda like crazy. And it seems cool at 22. You will not think it's cool at 42. It won't be cool at 42.
I've never even been to a church or opened a Bible, never read a Bible, anything like that. Like I was raised very like extremely atheist, and
Didn't you just say though that like your mom and your grandpa and the people that raised you are like kind of toxic, kind of not doing great? So why would you want to do what they're doing?
Because, well, my grandpa's dead, and I feel like I disassociated from my mom's half of the family, like, relatively young in life, and I feel like I've just since then been going on and trying to, like, do my own thing and be my own independent person. And even when I was, like, living at home and stuff, I was basically raising myself, took the bus everywhere to work. I had my own online school that I was doing. I wasn't, like, actually homeschooled. It was, like, an online program thing.
Yeah.
So
it sounds like a lot of people failed you really badly. I can relate. Same. I had a very similar childhood. And you're trying to avoid pain. That's what it sounds like to me. But we can see as we go forward and talk.
Sure.
But this is the question I always want to pose to these cunts is, right? If you think that life is so bad because there's suffering, there's pain, there's misery, all this kind of shit, why not then just rebel against that rather than rebelling against God? See what I'm saying? Like the anti-natalists are like, why would you dare bring a life into this world because it's so bad and all this kind of shit? Because like we want to rebel against the bad. Food for thought. Food for thought.
Relationship status?
First of all, I agree with a lot of what she just said.
Who?
What's your name?
Maya.
Maya.
Okay. Because
Oh, for
she
fuck's sake.
and she,
Oh.
so
Oh.
it was a bit vague.
No hard feelings
okay.
at all. But Maya, I agree with a lot of what you
Okay.
just said.
So you don't
and-
want kids?
No, it's not that I don't want kids. I just agree with the point that I feel like, in my experience, I feel like we make ourselves as humans kind of miserable.
Yeah, William's got a point. We
By
gotta-
just searching
Come
for
on.
a meaning in life, and I feel like time just passes us by. We're just looking for a meaning every day, and sometimes it's good to just stop in the now and just breathe and enjoy the moments.
What?
I also think it's super respectable, like your independence and everything, and I think you're really smart. But yeah.
Oh,
Anyway.
All right. Okay.
Hi.
Can I have you scoot your microphone back like 2 inches that way? Relationship status for you?
I am single. I've been single for about a year.
All right. What's the longest relationship you've ever been in?
3 years.
3 years. Okay. Orientation?
I exclusively date women.
Exclusively date women?
Yes.
So are you bisexual or lesbian?
I'm lesbian. I just don't label it, but yeah.
You have dated men though?
In the past, yes.
previously?
Yes,
When's the
a
last
little
time you dated a man?
In high school,
When did you graduate
This
from high school?
cunt is a
you're trying to get me.
misandrist.
I see what you're trying to do, Brian.
I don't know.
You're trying to
She
get me.
hates men.
Let's say about 4 years ago. Yeah, about.
All right. She's 23. We figured it out. Okay. The last time you dated a man was 4 years ago. And you've been single for 1 year. Any women in the picture currently?
No.
Okay. The relationship that ended a year ago was with a woman.
Yes,
Is that
it was.
correct? Okay. Would you date a trans woman?
I would. It just depends on the woman. It just depends. I would like. It depends on how
nice.
far along in the transition she is as well.
Okay. So bottom surgery?
Yes.
Okay. What about no bottom surgery, but fully transitioned otherwise?
Probably not to date. That's not my preference.
Okay. Would you date a trans man?
No.
Before surgery, so there's still a vagina?
No.
Interesting. Okay. Okay. And trying to think. Single for 1 year. All right. What about you?
My last relationship ended September last year. It was with my daughter's dad. We were engaged. We were together since 2020. And then before that, my longest relationship was with my ex-husband. That was from 2004 to 2018.
So 14 years?
Yeah, almost 15
And then
years.
you've been single for about
6 months.
6 months? Okay. And you've been married one time?
Yes.
And then you were engaged?
I was engaged.
To one other
Yes.
person, the most recent guy?
Yeah.
So you're single?
Yes.
Okay. You have how many kids?
2.
You have one from
My
the
son
first
is
marriage?
19 from my ex-husband, and then my daughter is going to be 4 in May.
Maybe 4. Okay.
Yeah.
And you said you're 44.
Yes.
Okay. So you got pregnant at 39, 40?
Yeah, I turned 25 when I was pregnant with my son. I was 39, turned 40 when I was pregnant with my daughter.
Gotcha.
And children are like the greatest blessing. Like I've learned so much from them, and they brought so much joy into my life. Like your dog.
Yeah.
Like
They don't know
a
what
little
they
child
don't
can look back at you and like, I love you, mommy, or
My
like,
dog looks at me like he's a
People think babysitting is like having your own child. They are nothing alike. People will take care of someone else's kids and be like, oh my God, this is awful and it's so much work. There's something magical that happens when it's your child that is just not even comparable to babysitting or working with other people's kids. So.
yeah. I've had friends that
Divide.
I hate everybody's kids, but I love mine. So
I think some people choose pets as children because it allows them to not be held accountable for that being, unlike a child.
See, I think that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm worried that if I raised a kid, like just thinking of the way I kind of like grew up, I wouldn't want to be like hypocritical about certain things, and I don't know, I don't trust myself to raise a kid.
Yeah, but what's cool about it? So like, yeah, my mom was a raging alcoholic, pretty awful. Had a really bad childhood. It was really, really rough. And my family life was a disaster. And what I did was grew up, had my own kids, and created that intact, healthy, happy family.
You broke the cycle.
That I never had.
Yeah, good for you.
And really like leaned into motherhood and gave it everything I had. And there's no way to put it into words for other people to understand if they're stuck in that mindset of like, baby bad, I don't want to fail. You sound scared to fail.
and
You
I
sound
also-
scared to fail and like you're avoiding, risking pain.
Your whole entire body
God.
after giving birth. I mean, like your fucking coochie and like
can bounce
your
back,
stomach,
though.
like all of it.
Ma'am.
Like that just sounds terrible.
No, everything
like
is
hell.
everything is intact. It's made to do that. I've done it 5 times. There's nothing, nothing catastrophically blew open and didn't come back to like that's.
It's not the outcome for everyone though. 'cause
No,
everyone's
but
body's
most
different,
of
you
the
know?
time it's fine. Most of the time it's fine.
And you don't even remember the pain.
It's not a
and
risk
you're
I'm willing to take.
22, like
Bricky. Come now, Bricky. when your child were born and you were looking down at your kids, come now, you're telling me that there was hatred flowing through your veins? Or was that pure divine love? Come now, Bricky. Tell the truth and shame the devil, Bricky.
I wouldn't make that a final decision, like, 5 years, 10 years from now.
Yeah.
You might be in a place too.
So, okay, you've been single for 6 months. Have you had a rebound?
No.
No.
I'm a Latter-day Saint,
No dating Latter-day Saint.
I've gone on some dates. I recently...
LDS.
Yes.
Have you always been LDS?
I was baptized when I was 20.
20, okay. Where do you live?
San Diego?
Oh, not Utah? Okay.
No. I've never lived in Utah. I
Okay.
have lots of friends there, but I actually prefer Latter-day Saint culture outside of Utah
Are
over
you-
Utah a lot.
Are your parents LDS?
Nope.
Or?
I'm the only one in my family.
I'm sorry. What is LDS? Is that like
Mormon.
Latter-day
Saints.
Saints?
Okay.
Oh, that's what you said.
Latter-day Saints.
Yeah, Mormonism.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's gonna be a lot of speeding up during this,
question
folks.
for your marriage. It was 14 years of marriage.
A lot
You've
of
been dating for longer.
He was in the military and
So
we
got married.
dated long distance and yeah.
So you guys got married pretty
Pretty quick, pretty young. Yeah. I think we got married almost exactly the year after we met.
Okay.
But he was in Kuwait the majority of that time.
Gotcha. Who initiated the divorce?
Me.
Was there a particular reason, or?
I don't know that I ever felt like I was a huge priority. It was a dysfunctional relationship. I would say I have a decent relationship with him now.
You guys co-parent?
Well, my son's 19, so
I guess
yeah,
prior to
yeah,
being adults.
yeah. I mean, if I think push comes to shove, I needed something, I could call him. I'm pretty close friends with his wife, so.
What? And you said it was a dysfunctional relationship, or am I not?
I mean, I think he's a good person. I think I'm a good person. I've used the analogy that's like we're oil and water. We shake it up, we act like we mesh well, but then we repel each other.
Was there anything in the divorce? Was there anything cited specifically?
California's a no
irreconcilable,
fault state, so
irreconcilable
yeah.
differences. Okay.
Yeah.
You see, like I said, this is her like closed expression. This is her like quote unquote no comment. Exactly, Bricky, exactly. Alright? Yeah, I know he's fucking with us, but like I said, the truth is undeniable. But anyways, you see the way her resting face here when she's talking about this is like it's literally a frown. Right? Because when she's talking about this, she's like remembering the relationship she had with this dude. And she's the one that initiated divorce because she wasn't a top priority. Right? She knows she fucked up. The sisterhood says, oh, hey, girl, you deserve better. You deserve more. The same way the socialists gonna say, oh, hey, capitalist, you deserve more. You deserve better. And all this kind of shit. And she fed into the bullshit. She fed into the lies. She says, you know what? I'm my own independent woman. I'm going to go my own way. And now that she's actually been in the desert, she realizes, why the fuck did I give up what I had? Look at where I am now. I have nothing. I had something. Now I have nothing. You know what I mean? And her face tells it all. You know what I mean? And this is why I say it's like I can't teach you guys this shit. This is just something that like I pick up on. It's like a spidey sense or whatever. I see this shit and I'm like, bro, you might be saying one thing, but your face tells the true story.
And did he pay you
Looks like
alimony?
she's about to cry.
Yes.
Does he still pay you alimony?
I get a percentage of his military retirement because we were
Wow.
married over 10 years.
Wait, so
Our son graduated high school in June, so alimony and child support stopped at that point.
okay, and he was he enlisted or was he an officer in the military?
Enlisted.
He was enlisted.
Yeah.
And what did he go on to do after the military? His career?
Basically the same thing. He was military police, so
Okay, he stayed in the military for a long time.
Yeah,
Okay.
he
Or
retired at
he's-
15 years. They did an early retirement because they were trying
I
to
see. Oh, wow.
lower the numbers.
And so, wait, you married in, was it 2004? 2004, and you stayed with him until it was 26?
2018 was when our divorce was finalized. We filed in 2015.
And you were with him so 14 years, right? And so, wait, it was finalized in 2018?
Yeah.
Okay, so
But he retired in 2015. So they figure I get 50% of the 11 and a half years, basically, because that's when we were together that he was earning the retirement.
So will he be paying you alimony for the duration of his life?
For the retirement, yes.
Wow. And
It's not a ton of money, but it helps.
Okay, and he was also paying you child support too. Now, I'm assuming it sounds like this arrangement was dictated by the court.
Yeah, the court.
It wasn't like informally.
I mean, we worked with a mediator through a military base legal mediator, helped us come up with numbers.
Were you working at all at the time, or?
So when we lived in Okinawa, Japan, I had a salon in our house. My son was kindergarten when we moved there, so I was able to do hair while he was at school.
When did you move back to the USA?
So I was in Japan end of 2012 through May of 2015.
And
then he retired in August of 2015.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, question for you: do you think it's fair that he has essentially, you guys were together for 15 years, which to be fair is a long time. My understanding of the law, once you've been married beyond 10 years, that's when some of these long or sometimes lifelong alimony responsibilities start to kick in. Do you think it's fair, though, that given that you guys have been separated for such a long period of time, 8 years at this point, that he should still be paying you money?
Well, I mean, the retirement,
I basically was an extension of him, following him everywhere the Marine Corps sent us. So the Marine Corps moves him around every 3 years. So it's often
He was in
hard.
the Marine Corps.
Yes.
What was his job in the military?
Military police.
Oh, he's military police.
Yeah.
So he would enforce military laws among the
Basically like a
soldiers.
cop on
Yeah.
well, you can't call a Marine a soldier, but they're Marines. Soldiers, Army.
Aren't Marines soldiers?
No.
Well,
They will.
they get offended by that? I've never
Very
heard
much
that.
so, yeah. So Air Force is Airman, Navy Seaman, Marines Marine. Yeah.
Well, they're all soldiers.
Nope.
If you're in the Navy, you're a soldier.
Nope.
If you're in the Army, you're a soldier. Am I on? Maybe
I
somebody in the
think
chat.
the general
Is that
population
true? I don't-
probably agrees
I'll-
with that,
I would
but
defer to
anybody
you.
in the military community would say otherwise.
I have a lot of.
I have a question too. Yeah. Was he also LDS? He was raised in the church. He was not active when we got married. He started going to church right before we moved to Japan. That was actually part of why I moved there, because I was.
I thought they were pretty against divorce. Is the reason I was wondering. Without like
I
a
mean-
good reason. Just like I'm not feeling it anymore. Usually, I thought they weren't into that. But
I mean, we get to do what we want to do. I mean, I'm not going to let my religion dictate my life.
well, you should. That's the whole point of it.
No, I know, but like, okay, so we have, for example, what's called the Word of Wisdom, which part of is no alcohol. So I've had a lot of people, why do you let your church tell you can't drink? I'm like, well, they say, hey, this is a good health standard. There's lots of problems that come with excessive drinking and whatnot.
Yeah.
You could be
But
an
does- but
alcoholic,
does the church
then I
see
choose
marriage-
if I want to follow it or not.
Yeah, but does the church see marriage as a religious sacrament or just like a contract with the state? Your church.
I mean, we have these gorgeous temples all over the world, and when you get married in a temple, it's called being sealed together. So you are sealed together for time and all eternity.
Well, what's the point of that if you can just break it because you're just like, I don't feel very important?
Well, it was more than that, but that was.
I mean,
yeah.
Was there like abuse going on, or was there infidelity, or
there
anything
was
like
no like physical abuse. I would say he was emotionally abusive to me.
Oh my god!
abusive.
Like there's literally there was nothing wrong in the relationship. She just believed the lies of the sisterhood and says, "I deserve more." And now it's like retconning in. So it's like, well, was there any abuse? Was the emotional abuse? What the actual fuck? Do you know what I mean? So now, like, you're going to poo-poo this guy who's literally giving you half of his fucking retirement for the rest of his life, and now you're going to say he's an abuser? Oh, mon Dieu. Oh, mon Dieu, as the French would say.
So we'll dive more into that, but a few clarifying questions. So you said when I asked you if you think it's fair that despite you guys being separated for 8 years at this point, your child is now an adult. So his child support, just to be clear,
Child support now
that's over.
stopped in June last year when my
Although
son
my
graduated.
understanding in California, you have to pay sometimes even beyond, through college. So it could be 21, 22.
Yeah, so it's just military retirement.
I see. But I asked if you thought it was fair that he was still paying you money all
well,
this time, and you said, "Well, I was."
I followed him wherever
you were
he
an
went.
extension. Now you said he was a military police officer. I would imagine that a military police officer would encounter the same sort of things that like a civilian police officer deals with, whether it's enforcing the laws of the military.
Yeah.
And so sometimes, they probably do traffic stops on base, or they'll be handling issues with the Marines. And so I guess what specifically were you doing? What were your law enforcement obligations
I
as
didn't
an
mean it like
extension of
that.
him?
I was saying that I was an extension of him, basically, because where the Marine Corps sent him, I went also.
Couldn't a corporate job could send a husband to North Dakota or Alaska, and so
Yeah.
Okay. Could you voluntarily be like, look, you paid your child support, you paid the alimony, maybe I'll let you off the hook. Could you voluntarily do that?
Potentially, I guess.
So what would it take for us to convince you here that because your obligations to
Well,
him
so-
have completely ceased?
Well,
correct?
Brian,
like you
Cook,
don't still
let him
sleep with him,
cook.
right?
No.
Right. You haven't slept with him, I'm assuming, since perhaps even well before the divorce, right? So your obligations to him have completely ceased, but despite you were engaged to this other guy and you've maybe dated other men since that time, he still has this ongoing obligation to you, which I find, look, the law, it's not entirely your fault insofar as the law, the court system has this set up to and enables it. But maybe you
would
could
think, Judy, one would
voluntarily
think.
say, you know what, forget it. Would you do that?
So the majority of our relationship, I was a stay-at-home mom.
Okay.
I had some retail jobs before our son was born. When he was just over 2, I went to cosmetology school. And then I've worked like in home when he got to
where was I going with that?
Well, you were saying that.
So we have a
You
son
stayed at
together. After the divorce,
Holy
the divorce
shit.
decree said that I could live in San Diego County, Orange County, and Riverside County, but really I was only allowed to be in Oceanside because that's where our son was in school. So having basically been a stay-at-home mom and then being in one of the most expensive places in the United States, like it's been a struggle.
Okay, sure.
So yeah, I could have chosen to move someplace less expensive, but I would have given up custody.
Well, I mean, just to be clear, so I'm going to go ahead and grant that the alimony that you received in addition to the child support was, let's just go ahead and, although I might have some contentions with it, let's grant that up until your son became an adult, it was warranted and justified. But now that your son is 19, you said?
Yeah.
You could move. Is your son in school in San Diego?
He was going to go to UTI. But then
bad for him
he
to say
thought
he went to UTI. Nice for me.
he did want to go to school to be a mechanic, but
Well, so where is he now?
he's just working.
He's in San Diego?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does he live with you still? Or?
No, he's mostly living with his dad right now.
Oh, he lives with his dad.
Yeah.
Okay. But I understand the justifications.
Yeah.
Like, okay, look, you took time away from work
I
so that you
don't
could
understand.
stay at
One
home,
sec.
take care of.
I don't understand the justification here, Brian. There is literally no justification. Do you know what I mean? Like, she genuinely thinks, oh, the relationship just broke down. Things just happen for no reason. Do you know what I mean? Now, bear in mind, she was the one that was kind of coming in, kind of saying, oh, well, I wasn't top priority, emotional, blah, 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 right? But rather than talk that shit out and say, maybe I could do this, or maybe we could do that, and all this kind of stuff, you divorced him. And he's now still paying into you. This is like the textbook definition of like, not only lack of accountability, but actively avoiding accountability. Because what Brian's trying to point out here is that it's like, well, kids are already thing. You could basically say, you know what? We've been, like 8 years or whatever the fuck. Like, you know what? You keep the rest of your retirement fund. I mean, I'll let you off the hook. No, I don't want to do that. What about moving to a different place because the kids are already growing up now and all this kind of stuff? You're not going to lose custody. No, I don't want to do that. Whose fault was it for the relationship breaking down? Oh, well, there's no reason. Like to say there's no reason is to say there's no logic, which means it's literally illogical. What reason means. It means logic. So there was no logical reason for her to get a divorce. She got it anyway. Crazy.
The kid.
Crazy.
But now that there's not a kid involved, and
This is basically the same thing as like a 401k. Like, would you be asking somebody who was really splitting a 401k post-divorce?
He worked for it.
Yeah.
well, no, but he receives a military.
You see,
was it
you see that
pension?
little sister? You worked for it, girl. Unbelievable. And that's why. That's what happens. The sisterhood gets in your ear. You know what I mean? Like the crazy ideas get in your head. And rather than confront them with logic, reason, you say, you know what? Maybe I do deserve more. Maybe I deserve to be a queen. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Pension, retirement.
Yeah. I mean, it's essentially the same thing.
Well,
and I was taking care of him all those years.
Was he taking care of you? Food, utilities, rent. He paid everything, right? That seems
At
like
some points.
for a 15-year period of time when you guys were living together, you were staying at home. It sounds like he was the primary sole breadwinner, even.
I mean, he was at certain points while we were in Japan. It was pretty successful over there. But.
Okay, sure. You did your part in moments.
Oh my god, my head, my brain. Oh my god. So like, she's saying that she took care of him, even though he was paying all the bills and all this kind of shit. So imagine, just for a second. Unbelievable. Right? Me and William go out for a meal. Let's say it's like, post debate, go out for steaks and dinner, all this kind of shit. And William pays for everything. William pays for the whole meal, all this kind of shit, right? And then me turn around as we're leaving the restaurant saying, William, I'm glad I took care of you tonight. William would smack the taste right out of my mouth. This is unbelievable.
But
Couldn't you do that now? Couldn't you work
Unfortunately, I have I get pretty bad sciatica, so doing hair full time unfortunately causes a lot of pain.
Or like a desk job or something like that. Like, can't you find another career path?
I'm working on it.
I'm sorry, I keep asking you to define things, but can you define the sciatica? I don't know what that is.
It's the sciatic nerve goes through back down to your legs, and if it gets pinched, it causes I would rather be in labor than have sciatica. Sciatica is way worse.
You could definitely work from home on a computer. You can lay on like my boyfriend literally, he works from his computer.
Straight.
My boyfriend works from his computer from home a lot, and he can lay on the couch. He can do whatever he wants. I mean, there's definitely jobs out there for sure, especially in this day and age that you could most definitely do that would not compromise your health with that condition though.
Was your husband active duty? Like,
Yes,
so he was in combat ever?
No, he was deployed to Kuwait prior to us getting married, but that was the only deployment.
Did he
that
ever discharge his weapon in the line of service?
I mean, aside from training exercises, I don't believe so.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the whole I did my part sometimes by having some retail jobs, and that equates to equal value of him putting his life on the front line to defend your freedom. That's gonna be a no for me, but
Same.
Well, it sounds, to be fair, it sounds like he wasn't a combat soldier. He was military police. Which,
Yeah, so he was police officer on base, basically.
Right. Which, I mean, does carry risks.
yeah.
Still carries risks. And it's stressful. I mean, being a law enforcement officer.
And ladies and gentlemen, let me play the money clip. Shout out to Dart, aka Rule of Two, for the $5 on the PayPal. Thank you very kindly, sir. You know what I'm saying? Just remind you all, PayPal and Ko-Fi's, they're not like YouTube's, right? One second, let me put the banner up. YouTube takes 30%. And if you're on an Apple device, so an iPhone or an iPad or any of that shit, and you super chat, Apple will take 30% as well. And when you do the mathematics behind it, it basically means that YouTube, if you're on an Apple device, Apple and YouTube will take 51% of that donation. So if you're on an Apple device and you super chat $10, we only get $4.90. Okay? Just so we're all clear. So if you can, use the PayPals and the Ko-Fi, they should be... Wait, they're not pinned. Oh my God. Teriak, what are we doing? What are we doing, Teriak? Wait, no, it's saying that it's... Oh, wait. No, sorry, I must have scrolled. Wait, one sec. What's going on here? Is it not pinned? Oh, there it is. There it is. So just real quick to show us how simple Ko-Fi is. You literally just click the link. You get the little box here. You can type in your amount or whatever. You can type in a message as well. You can even do it anonymously if you want it as well. You don't need to sign up. You don't need an account. It's very easy, simple, straightforward to use, folks. All right? So we highly suggest you use the PayPal or the Ko-Fi's, and we only need another $5 to avoid the grift break. But let's get back into this madness, this craziness.
Is a stressful job. You're often dealing with complicated people, let's say.
The stories. Yeah.
I'm sure. Even though they were soldiers, I'm sure that, or Marines, excuse me. Can different branches, I assume he would only be policing Marines, because there's interfacing sometimes between different
I mean, it
branches.
depends where you are usually. So when we were in Okinawa, they had every branch of the military, but they all had their own bases. So there's overlap between, like, on Marine Corps base, there will be a naval hospital, so the Navy does all the medical on Marine Corps base.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, like, because sometimes the military police, like, let's say there's a cadet or recruit or whatever, or Marine who's, like, out drunk in the bar area of Okinawa or whatever. Like, I'm assuming, like, and he's acting a fool, like, a military police officer is going to come. And if there's also, like, an airman who's in the group and they're all, I don't know if there would be some sort of authority over the, even though it's a different branch, if, like, the airman's part in cahoots with the Marine who's acting ridiculous. I don't know. That doesn't matter, but...
No, I get what you're saying. I do believe in something like that. They would try to call his command.
But, I don't know, maybe you could just let him off the hook. What do you think?
Today, no. Maybe some down the line.
Do you think that he's bothered by it? Is he bothered by? I'll be bothered by it. But fucking this.
Like, think of it like this.
Yeah.
Think of, I know maybe some of you haven't been married in these situations, but think about some ex-boyfriend from years ago, and like every month you got paid $300.
Yeah, I know.
You're like,
Yeah,
fuck?
the kid's gone. I know somebody that's in this situation who's not divorced, and the person won't sign the paperwork, and they were military, and she's literally holding on to it just for a paycheck.
That's horrible.
And he has PTSD from being a combat veteran. He served in Iraq, and yeah, she literally sees him as a paycheck.
I guess my other question is: Are you intentionally doing this because you're vengeful, or is it just because it is how it is, and you haven't ever thought about the fact of how he could be responding to that emotionally? Like, if he's never complained about it to your face, and you don't have the vengeful intention, why break something that wasn't broken? Like, if it's working for you, and you know he's not mad about it, or he's at least not vocal about it, why break something that's not broken?
I mean, it's legally what was.
That's what I'm
You
saying.
guys had mediator though, so it wasn't amicable.
Hold on. Legally, you used to be able to own slaves.
Not today, though.
Legally, you could own slaves.
Legally, you
was
still
it,
hit women.
was it correct?
Yeah.
Like, we could, I mean, perhaps in your position you might not agree with this, but there is some social currents that does seem to point towards certain degrees of alimony and child support as being a bit unfair towards the payer. Like, should you be bound for, imagine, say you were married from the age of 20 to 31, and then this woman at 31, she divorces him. I'm not saying you did this. Let's say she cheats on him. Legally, she's still owed alimony. I mean, you could even remove the cheating component to it. But that is a scenario where the woman can be at fault for the cause of the divorce and still receive the benefits. But should this man, say, 30 years later, still have to pay her alimony? I think not. I don't think, okay, you married at 20, you divorced at 31, it was past 10 years. Sometimes I think it depends on the state. The laws vary. But I think past 10 years, you can get into permanent life alimony territory. And
Which we didn't. We agreed to just have the alimony go until our son graduated high school. So.
Well, child support.
No, alimony.
Well,
alimony and
So you're
child
not
support.
getting alimony anymore, or you're just getting the retirement?
Well, the retirement.
Well, that's
alimony.
that's
Still not alimony.
Well,
It's an asset.
I would suppose, regardless of how we categorize it, he owes you a financial burden. Like, he has to pay you money beyond the course, like, forever.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, if it was
Before we moved to Japan, we were contemplating getting divorced at that point, and that was when he decided to start going back to church. And I said, you know, if I do go to Japan with you and we do try, it'll put us over the 10-year mark and it'll change things financially afterwards.
Oh, you had that
I
conversation?
did have that conversation with him.
And the marriage was in California?
Yes.
And the divorce proceedings, I'm assuming, in California?
Yeah.
California life alimony cutoff date? I don't know if that's going to prompted. There's no automatic lifetime alimony. For marriages of 10 years or more, the court often keeps jurisdiction indefinitely, allowing support to continue until death of either party. So if 10 years, that in California at least, where you had your marriage and divorce, it is 10 years. So, damn, that's, yeah, that sucks. That, I don't know.
That's the risk of marriage. Everybody has to know that going into it. You could lose
Wait a
everything.
minute. I think everybody at this table, probably besides me and maybe a few of you. But that side of the table is going to say men and women are equal. So why is it only the men that have to pay?
But why do you assume that?
No,
this side of the table
you
is going
don't
to
think
say
that men and women are equal?
I don't believe that men and women are equal in the physical and emotional sense. By scientific biology, we're not. But I don't believe that because of biology we should be treated any
Legally
different.
equal, though. You believe in legal and political equality between men and women, I would assume. It's pretty rare that I come across women who don't.
Like I believe that should happen, or do I believe that's what's in
You
society
believe that's
right
how
now?
it ought to be?
I believe that is how it ought to be.
Okay, then if you believe that's how it ought to be, why is it only the man that has to pay the alimony or the spousal support?
That's country law. That's belief by.
I understand what is. Why ought that be the case? Why aren't you saying, look, if we have equality, there should be equality in divorce too?
I believe that is true, and that's why it's like that's the risk. If you're marrying with the laws that way, that's the risk you take. Unless you want to deal with that, then don't get married.
What risk is the woman taking? What risk did this, the one that to the left of you or to the right of us viewing with the blue and white thing, like what risk did she take? Everything was being paid for. Everything. Like, where is the risk for women? It's unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. Like they're allergic to accountability. You know what I mean? As soon as like accountability gets mentioned, like all these like boils start appearing on their skin and all this kind of shit.
So men don't get married.
That is like the simple point, and no one wants to have that conversation because like that's wild. Why not get married? But also divorce is a pain, and I feel like a lot of people don't think through their decision of marriage because, I mean, we're having this conversation right now, like if it's fair or not, but that was the law.
I think the solution is to change the laws. I don't think that marriage should even be through the laws and the courts. It should be governed by the church, but we can get into that later.
Well, so like hypothetically in my situation, say I had been the active duty military member and he had been a stay-home parent. After getting divorced, I absolutely would be paying him the money. So it's not because he was the man, it was because he was the breadwinner, and that was an asset that was earned during the marriage.
So
yeah, but women only date the breadwinners. Ain't that a bitch? Ain't it funny how that works? I mean, well, technically the law doesn't say the man has to do it, but when we look at the outcomes and the situation of a relationship, you're not going to marry a dude unless he is a breadwinner. You know what I mean? Crazy.
She is right insofar as it's not the laws are not specifically gendered that says men. It's
right.
But do men?
But
are
since
men
women have the
typically-
children,
Yes.
women have the children, and so everything's set up that if you just decide I'm not happy, you just leave, and he owes you for life. I don't know that don't seem right to me.
I mean, it was probably more complicated than I just wasn't happy.
Well,
the
is there-
relationship wasn't good.
Well, we're here to talk about relationships,
Yeah.
so like maybe you can give us like a hint as to what else was going on, or.
I mean, he would yell at me often. Like, I don't think women should tolerate being yelled at by their husbands.
Well, I think there's definitely times when your husband might need to set you straight, and I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with that. I mean,
Well,
wives yell at their husbands plenty, don't they?
If I was going to be giving somebody constructive criticism to set them straight, do you think yelling at them is going to be the way to have them receive the message, or
I
do you
think that
having a calm...
I think that expecting men to act like women and psychologize everything and sound like an HR manager. Men are not going to, this is what women need to understand. If you want to get married, don't have the expectation that a man is going to sit down and go, now, sweetie, I would like to share with you my feelings about what just transpired, and it's okay if you want to share, I'm going to share. Like, that's not how men communicate. Men are more straightforward, and they'll usually try to talk to you first and go, hey, I don't like this this behavior needs to change, whatever. And then when we cry or equivocate or give them all kinds of trouble or dance around it or turn it into a 5-day-long argument, they usually have enough and then they explode and then they yell. Now, maybe that's not what happened with you, but when women say emotional abuse to me, the first thing that comes to my head is they're thinking that the man needs to act like a mommy. He needs to act like a girl. He needs to communicate like a female would. And that's not fair to expect from men. And I think that if you want that, you should marry a woman. I mean, don't marry a woman because that's not a thing, but
I feel like in our relationship.
But here's the thing, right? Imagine I got mugged, right? Like severely beaten, bruised, and robbed and all this kind of shit, right? And then the detective comes up to me and is like, okay, Derek, what's your account? What happened? And I was like, well, they yelled at me. They emotionally abused me. And that was it. You'd be like, what the fuck is going on? You know what I'm saying? Unbelievable. Like this whole kind of mentality of like, I'm always right. They're always wrong. And unless I'm in a state of pure bliss 24/7, then it's their fault that the marriage has broken down, that I'm no longer a top priority. I'm no longer the queen. You know what I mean? Unbelievable. Like I said, this is the whole like sisterhood, this whole Disney princess thing and all this kind of shit. It's unbelievable, bro. Unfucking believable.
I was probably more in his mommy role versus his wife role because it's like, hey, the lawn needs to get mowed. Yeah, I'll do it tomorrow. And it's like, hey, can you just see that the lawn needs to get mowed and I'm doing XYZ and
that sounds
we have
like
a young
every,
child.
Yeah, that
no,
sounds
I
like
know, but
every
it's
marriage.
like
Yeah.
it's like I don't think it's too much to ask for another grown adult to actively be participating in the home instead of
It isn't, but is
like-
it worth breaking a family up over because the grass is a little long? Like you really this
No,
is,
I
this
mean
is the
that
thing.
was
You gotta
that
like
was
really
just one
pick your
example.
battles. Well,
That's just one example.
What I used to do this myself when I was younger. I used to do this too, and I've seen all the women in my life do this. You're watching the man and you're going, he didn't see does he not see that the grass needs to be mowed? And did he not see that he dropped his socks on the bathroom floor and didn't pick them up? And I've told him to for a million times. He doesn't care about me. I've told him I don't like that. That means he doesn't care about me. He doesn't love me. That's emotional abuse. But in men's minds, they're going, I gotta go to work. I gotta deal with my boss. I gotta make sure that bill gets paid. I'm exhausted. 20 other people are calling me with things that they want. I'm gonna get to it's just fucking grass. You know, in a man's mind, it's like
Yes.
it's just socks. It's
And-
just grass.
and, like,
They're
honestly-
not trying to say, I don't love you. And if you can understand that and go, it's just grass. We'll get through the grass. I had this big aha moment with my husband years and years ago where we were fighting over something small and stupid. It was so small and stupid that I don't even remember what it is. And I just wouldn't drop it. I was probably on my period, to be perfectly honest. Because I only get like that when I'm, that time of the month. And finally, he just looked at me and said, are you going to divorce me over this? Is it that important to you that you're going to divorce? Are you going to walk away and divorce me? And I went, no. And he was like, all right, then drop it. And I was really mad in the moment. But when I walked away and calmed down, I went, he's right. Like our
Preach!
marriage, our family together is way bigger than whatever this petty thing is, or even a bunch of petty things. And maybe I should try to be more understanding of like where his mind has to be, what it takes to be a breadwinner and a provider, all of the things that he carries on his shoulders that we don't really think about. And I think women, we process everything through our own experience and our own feelings, and we personalize stuff so much that when men do little things like that, and I've just seen this happen to so many of my friends and family members. Like a couple I know got divorced and the woman said, he sets his coffee down on the counter every day and it drips and it leaves a ring. And I've told him a million times that bugs me. And he just won't all he has to do is wipe the coffee. And that's how I know he doesn't care about me.
Okay, but at the same
You know what
time,
I mean?
if he's the breadwinner, and you're staying home, like you're cooking, you're cleaning, you're being the traditional wife,
Yeah.
then like, I'm not gonna lie, he's out there making all the money, paying all the bills, then like, it's okay, you can pick up the socks. Like, that's your job. You
I agree with you 100%.
you can
And
wipe
maybe you can't mow the lawn, and maybe if he's truly too busy or he just really hates mowing the lawn, maybe go to him and go, would it make sense to pay somebody to come and mow the lawn? Can we afford that? Maybe.
And it's like just think about like this is what women do. they will look for something just to have the argument. Do you know what I mean? Like, who the fuck is sitting there, right? They have all these like things doing all this kind of stuff, and they think, yeah, the grass is too long. That's a problem. What are we even talking about? Do you know what I mean? Or socks on the floor, there's a coffee ring on the thing and all this kind of shit. It's like you are nitpicking until you find something to give you an excuse to say, aha, he doesn't love me. You know what I mean? It is ridiculous.
That would be better. I just think we are, and I think it's a lot of cultural influence that tells us to constantly keep track of everything the man's not doing and every little infraction that he makes, instead of being like really generous and going, you know, men have a lot on their plate. They don't cry about it. He's not going to come tell me all his problems. He's going to keep it in here and try to deal with it. So I don't know.
And we call it being an independent woman, and they just call it being an adult and go about their lives. And I find it really interesting that as a majority, women obviously love testosterone when it comes to paying for things, providing, protecting, putting their life on the line in the bedroom. And I know that because even though the majority of the brainwashed feminists online say they hate being controlled by a man, statistically, what's funny is when they are alone in their rooms at night, the most viewed adult content topic is what? Being controlled by a man. So it's almost like they're denying their biology so hard, and then when they're alone, it just comes out and they can't deny it. But it's kind of unfair that we're willing to enjoy the benefits of testosterone, but then unwilling to nurture it when it comes to us needing to be kind and understanding of those things. Like, they are tenfold because our emotions are haywire, which we can admit through, it seems like silly memes like, oh, I said that crazy thing on my period, but when we're asked, it's like, no,
I'm sorry about what I
for
said
her
when
for
I was
president.
hungry. Yeah.
Exactly. It's like, no, vote for her for president. It's okay if she bombs Texas when she's PMSing. Like, no. So none of that makes sense to me. And it's not hard to just wipe up the ring, call someone to mow the lawn, or do it yourself, or, you know.
And to be fair, though, our generation, we're about the same age. Our generation, especially the boomers, that everybody born between like 1960 and 1990, we had movies, TV, magazines, radio programs, everything in the media, everything in the pop culture was like, men suck. Think of every sitcom. Homer Simpson, Everybody Loves Raymond, like all the men are idiots, they're bumbling fools, and the wife's just like, oh, this guy is so stupid, and I have to take care of everything, and he just wouldn't be able to live if I didn't do every little thing. What an idiot. And it's like we just really got bombarded with that propaganda, and I think it made all of us look at our relationships and constantly count everything that we think he should be doing that he's not doing, or all the little ways that he didn't take into account our feelings or nurture our emotions or things like that. And the truth is, like, marriage is a lifelong commitment. You're going to have a lot of ups and downs. You're going to disappoint each other. You're going to say bad things to each other. You're going to get into bad habits that you got to break, and it takes, you know, wanting to work through that stuff. But I just feel like when I hear emotional abuse, more often than, like, real emotional abuse would be something like, he wouldn't let me speak to my own children. He wouldn't let me leave the house and, you know, see my friends, or like something major like that. Not like I told him to mow the lawn and he said he would do it tomorrow and then he didn't.
So an example of something that would probably fit a little bit more with what you're saying is he liked to kind of buddy up with whoever my closest girlfriend was and like try and talk bad about me and like try to like, you know,
so you have taste in beta men
poison
and
theirs.
Well, that would be legitimate.
Yeah,
that would be legitimate.
And then
because I tell women I don't.
Now, it was it that situation, or was it this dude was like, bro, this chick like won't listen to anything that I'm saying. I'm literally asking like basic things. I'm the one that's providing everything. You know what I mean? And she will not listen to whatever I say. Maybe, and this is why I say Rachel's so important. Maybe I'm gonna like convince another woman that like she actually listens to, that like to show her the picture of like, this is what's actually going on here. Like can you maybe talk to her or something like that, because like this is crazy. You know what I mean? She's saying I'm emotionally abusive because I don't mow the lawn. Do you know what I mean? Let's just for just for the funsies, let's just switch this flip the script just for a little bit. Do you know what I mean? But unfortunately, folks, we need some Ko-Fi payments, okay? We need the dollary dues, as they say. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know what you heard, chat.
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
I was saying we're trying to make the dream become a reality. So we're going to go on a grift break. We need $5 dues on the PayPals or Ko-Fis, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see you in a little bit. Now it's the perfect time to go, use the bathroom, maybe grab a drink, maybe a coffee if it's early morning for you, all this kind of stuff. I'll see you in a little bit, folks.
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of
Shout out to Abby for returning us back to the show. Let me give you a little bit of Pepe for that one. Shout out to Abby for the $5 on the Ko-Fi. Says, for the grifts. Let's fucking go. Welcome in, welcome in. We're back to Rachel countering the sisterhood. This is like a 1 versus 9 kind of style thing. Gonna be beautiful, folks. Like I said, already the main focus has been around the chick in the blue. Her whole spiel is that like she just threw away a good marriage. And now she's just like trying to like retcon in like, oh, he was emotionally abusing me and all this kind of stuff. To try and justify her poor decision. You know what I mean? Oh shit. William, you're an MVP for reminding me. Got to update the donor bar. You know what I'm saying? So we're officially up to 10 out of 50, folks. Shout outs to use. Right? But basically, and welcome in, Harmon. Welcome in. But yeah, like this is the whole thing here, and that's why, like you see here, like her resting face is basically like a frown. Because like I think, like subconsciously at least, like she knows she fucked up, but there's just like her ego is getting in the way. Her ego doesn't want to die, and maybe admit that perhaps she might have made a boo boo. You know what I mean? She might have fucked up. You know what I'm saying? So this is where like this is the whole thing of like the what's it called? Like the basically like it's like arrogance, ego. Like the reason why it's such a negative thing, like having such a big ego and all this kind of stuff, is that like when it comes to like actually seeing the truth, witnessing the truth, being told the truth, when the truth stands in front of you, right? You have to bow. But our egos do not let us do that. Our egos are, no, I must be right and all this kind of shit, even though the justification is staring us right in the face. You know what I mean? And like I said, pride cometh before the fall. You know what I mean? Before the ego dies and you are born again, like this whole aspect of like you will keep being prideful. It's like, no, I'm wrong, they're right, and all this stuff. And then it comes to the independent justification, the objective justification. You can either, like I said, do the good thing, the right thing, which is to bow and say, I was wrong, fucked up. Put up your hands, accept accountability, accept responsibility. You know what I'm saying? But do they do it? Let's get into
I don't
it.
think you should do that. I don't think you should get together with your friends and talk shit about your husbands
absolutely
either.
not.
So
No, what
I
you
don't.
do with your partner stays with. Like, if you have an argument,
Yeah.
you're not gonna go tell your friend. What is wrong with you? It's not a relationship with you, your partner, and your friend. It's between you and your partner. It's private. So
I would say
And
that
you're
is-
gonna forgive. And then you mentioned everybody loves Raymond. Raymond was horrible about using weaponized incompetence. About like, I'm gonna just do this so badly that she doesn't ask me to do it, and it's like, I mean,
The show worked. It made you hate men.
and then as a mom, my job never ends. Like, am I allowed to be like, oh,
Yeah, Abby, I wanted to address that. Like, the way she told it was that, like, he tried to get close to, like, any friend that new friend that I made and all this kind of shit. And, like, that he talked shit about me to her, right? That's one interpretation. Another interpretation is the dude was literally like, she's not doing anything. She will not listen to me. Do you know what I mean? And, like, she's basically saying that she deserves all this and all this kind of stuff. And, like, the standard that she's imposing on me is impossible. She wants me to pay for everything, be the breadwinner, and then also come home, cut the grass. Like basically, as soon as I finish my shift, I have to come home and do another shift. And then if I'm not being intimate and all this kind of stuff, right? If that was genuinely the dude's perspective, and this is how like the sisterhood gets in your head, and all of a sudden there's a completely different picture being painted. What if this dude was like, okay, she's listening to this friend of hers, she's listening to this chick, right? She's listening to another woman. Maybe I tell that woman what the actual situation is, and then maybe, you know, like reason will prevail, and then she'll listen to this chick rather than listening to me. You know what I mean? That's that's at least the other perspective that could be on the table here. You know what I mean? But again, like I don't know for certain all this kind of stuff, but in terms of like the perspectives, those two perspectives, either the husband was a complete piece of shit and like tried to get with her mate or whatever, or he was so desperate because she would not listen to him. She was so egotistical and all this stuff that he was like out of like desperation. He's like trying to get like one of the people, one of the women that she does respect, to make his case for him. You know what I mean? Because if this dude was like a piece of shit that was cheating on his wife and all this kind of stuff, that would be the excuse. Oh, he was infidelity. He cheated on me. You know what I'm saying? 100%, Abby. 100%. You know what I mean? But it, like I said, it's this thing of like people will fill your head with lies and say, like, same thing with like the socialists. They'll get inside like your head and say, well, you deserve more. You deserve more than what you currently have. You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden you just keep repeating that. I was like, yeah, you know what? I do deserve more. Like, we need to whack up the taxes to 50% or something crazy. You know what I mean? Lies are a dangerous thing.
yeah, I've been playing with the kids all day, or I've been feeding them, or, you know, do all the mom stuff, and like, hey, can I have a day off? Like, are you gonna, like most
No moms get days off.
Yeah, I don't know. I had 5, so if I only had 1, that would seem like literally a vacation to me. I don't think that 1 would ever have given me. Although, actually, now that
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like this whole thing of like, if you ever watched House MDs, that everybody lies, right? So how do you extract out the truth from the lies? You know what I mean? And that's where House has that famous line, you know, truth comes from a lies. You know what I mean? This whole aspect of, you hear her story, you hear his story, and it's like, well, one story has a bunch of contradictions in it, the other story doesn't. You know what I mean? Or one story is like, all of a sudden they're changing identity, they're changing the meanings of certain words and all this kind of stuff. But the other one is, it's consistent. You know what I mean? So like this whole thing of like, this was her aspect, because the husband's not here to actually give the case, I'd be like, well, here's another perspective we can counter weigh this against. Which do you think makes more sense? You know what I mean? But yeah, like I said, it's more so, like I said, like this is like the film room. It's like we're here to kind of like analyze the dialogue and say, okay, like from this, can we extract out anything and all that? Do you know what I mean? Like I said, this is a masterclass from Rachel going against the sisterhood, because we need more women like this that are willing to stand against the sisterhood and say, no, you bitches are wrong. You're wrong. You know what I mean? But let's get back into it.
I think of it, having one is harder than having two or more, because when you only have one, you're like their whole world. You're their only person, until they're much older. So it can be really tough up until they're like 6 or 7. But I don't know. I just feel like, what do you think it was worth it now, like investing all that time and then and getting divorced, or do you wish you could go back now and do things differently?
Having had a child with somebody else, my son's dad was definitely a much more hands-on dad. I don't have any complaints about his participation in like the parenting aspect of it.
Oh, that's good.
I felt like I was his arm candy. Like he liked me because he thought I was hot. Like,
it's a big part of our value.
That's fucked. I'm sorry. Like, I don't know why women it's always like, oh, our values are our looks. It's always our
Not
looks.
only.
You know?
Well, no,
I know, but it's fucked that it is, because like we have so much more to offer.
Then
the
why
world.
are there so many
Wait.
people capitalizing on it?
Wait,
because
hold on.
Because
sorry.
they choose to.
Like what?
I'm a mechanic, bro. I fix
What?
people's cars.
Whoa, wait, hold on. Let me just paint a picture of what you just said. You said women have so much to offer.
Yes.
And I asked you, not in a dismissive way, but I asked you in a asking for clarification way, I guess. I asked you what? And your first answer
Is my occupation, absolutely.
is
I
that
help
you're a
people.
mechanic.
Absolutely.
Why would a guy care
Why
about
the
that?
fuck? So okay,
What is a
are you
guy
dating
gonna-
are you dating men who have like 10 cars that are old and they're all constantly breaking down?
No, I'm singing like bringing value to society
We're
in
talking.
general.
Wait,
How
how would
about
that?
bringing it to a relationship?
Aren't we talking?
Yeah, like a marriage for your husband.
Wasn't that the context of the?
I'm saying bringing value in general to the world. Like,
But wait, no. Hold on.
no, because women's looks to the world, that's all the value we bring.
Okay,
right?
I see. So
it's
you're
like
saying
we're bearing children,
women-
we're
okay.
looking hot, it's like I'm saying no, we have so much more to bring.
Don't worry when we can, this is going to be a 2-parter because it's 9 hours long in total, so we're not going to get through the whole thing anyways, but I will speed up through the prattle because holy shit, folks.
Obviously to relationships too, we have, that's different.
Okay, I thought it was within the context of relationships, and I was like,
Oh, no, I'm saying in general, like, we have so much more to bring than just our tits and like our asses and like, I don't know, I just feel like a lot of women are just.
your statement about the looks thing, that was within what women can bring their looks, and that can be a value if you're a model or something, I guess. You were talking about relationships.
I see it in a way I don't agree with. That is unfortunately accurate and true to society, where they are paying for OnlyFans. I mean, it's an obvious statistic that there are over 4 million girls doing OnlyFans, and there aren't anywhere near 4 million men doing OnlyFans, because women wouldn't pay for that. They pay for smutty romance novels to secretly replace their husbands instead. So they go on to look for body parts and things like that, and that is why I think it's important in a relationship to like avoid the toxic side of that, because it's like, hey, if I pick the person that I think is the best in every way, why am I going to go Google boobs when I have my favorite ones right here?
Absolutely.
And that's where like the value lies. But I think there's unfortunately a monetary value, and I know women know that with pink tax and when feminism happened, even though women were given the right to it. I'm not saying all women, there are women in untraditional jobs, which is great, but most of them are choosing jobs in hair, makeup, fashion, things that have to do with the way they look. So it feels like women feel that way on a mass level, but don't really want to admit it because they want to find another reason to label something misogynistic, I think.
Sure.
Okay.
I've actually said a few times after going to beauty school that it kind of saved me. I was in a really low place before that, but everything that I learned in beauty school just really helped me like have more of an identity too.
Yeah, the whole I need to find myself, I don't have an identity, I don't get that. Maybe you can explain that, because women say that all the time, and that's a problem I've never had. I've always known who I am. I've always known what my identity is. I don't know how you
How old were you when you got married?
The first time I was 23.
Okay. I feel like, I got married young. I hadn't developed a career of my own.
I didn't do that. I had my first baby at 20.
I followed my ex-husband everywhere the Marine Corps sent him. So at that point in time, if I had met you, I would have said, my husband does this, my son is this age. I didn't really have something aside from I'm a mom.
Yeah, but
or my
see, like,
faith.
before that,
But-
like, growing up, I was known as the smart girl who was really good at art and music. I played, like, 7 instruments. I painted. I drew. I had stuff that was in art galleries. I got ridiculously good grades without trying very hard. So that was like my identity. Then I became a mom and I was like, this is amazing. I want to do this as much as possible. And so now I'm all those things and I'm a mom. And then I got married. And so now I'm all those things, plus I'm a mom and I'm a wife and I'm a Christian, which is my primary identity over everything else that will never leave me my whole life. So I think when women say I didn't know who I was or I lost my identity when I had a kid or things like that, what they're really saying is like, I need to find something to do. I have too much time on my hands and I'm bored. To be honest, I mean, we psychologize everything and turn everything into this like massive problem or crisis when it's not. It's like, you have food, you have a roof over your head, you're not starving, you're not in pain, you don't have cancer, you're not dying, you're fine. You're like, if you don't know your identity, like get a hobby. I don't get that. It drives me nuts.
What's wrong with being a mom being such a large part of an identity?
I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
Like, hey, I take care of someone, but that's it. Like, I just don't understand that
I just made this
mindset.
whole person and molded them from absolutely nothing. Who am I?
I feel like right now as a 44-year-old, like, I love I'm a mom identity. Like, I feel like
Do you
I've
think
grown
that you
into
heard
that,
a lot of
but-
messaging telling you that being just a mom was like for lazy people or losers? Like, you don't even have a career. Wow. Like,
what
do you do all day?
There was definitely the aspect of like, he was the one who was working, and like I had been working before our son was born, and childcare is so ridiculously expensive that often if a mom works, the majority of the money goes to childcare anyhow. So,
well, why do you think you needed a job? Like, how is a job
I mean, that
your
was
identity?
like 20 years ago. Like,
yeah, what do you think it was when you were in your 20s and you felt like I'm nobody because I don't have a job?
I think had I been in a relationship that I felt I was happy in, I mean,
yeah,
honestly,
but relationships aren't for making you happy.
No,
this is another thing. It's like, so you were looking to him for your identity, or you're looking for the job?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if you are in a relationship where you both are feeling fulfilled and supported and like you're happy, then you have a different mindset, I guess.
Yeah, I guess I'm wondering.
So, like,
because it sounds like you had the mindset that all of the pop culture tells women to have, where you're constantly you're almost looking for the unhappiness. There's two major studies that have been done. One was at Cambridge, the other was, I think, University of Pennsylvania. Huge, sweeping, broad studies that lasted. The first one was like 10 years. The second one was about the same. And the first one they did mostly in the West. The second one they did other cultures to see if they could duplicate the results. The first one was called The Paradox of Female Happiness. The second one, almost the same name, The Paradox of Women's Declining Happiness. And it's funny because in the intro where the authors break down their findings, they said, we have found overwhelmingly that everywhere and every time, across time, regardless of race, culture, or financial situation, that women are unhappy. Women are just more affected by negative emotion. They're more up and they're more down. We just do this a lot. And I think the worst advice we give young women is you should be happy. If you're not happy, there's something wrong. If you're not happy, you need a life change. You either need to switch a career or get a divorce or find a new man. It's like, you're gonna be unhappy. And the only way you solve that is finding it within you through God, understanding, that simply the fact that you're alive is a miracle and that's enough. And that every single day you get to decide what you're gonna do with your life that day and who you're gonna be that day. And even when you're going through it and things are not good, you still have that power to make those decisions every day. But what the pop culture tells us is if you're unhappy, it's probably a man, first of all. Like Sabrina Carpenter and Taylor Swift would tell you, they are useless. Or that you need, a job, you have to have a career, you need to be fulfilled, and like all those words are buzzwords that don't really mean anything at the end of the day. And I think it sounds to me like you got really hit with all that propaganda from our generation. I did too. I think we all did.
There's probably a little bit of that too, but like, you know, there would be times where like he would like continue to go at me until like he got me to cry. And then like the next day he would always come back and be like, oh, I told myself I need to stop. But like there was just something in him that he wouldn't stop like getting upset with me until I was crying.
Well, let's continue on
Yeah.
with people's relationship status. What about really quick actually?
But like, notice what she did there. Okay, notice what she did there. It's basically my husband made me cry. My husband made. Well, what was the substance of the conversation? You know what I mean? Because if you're going mad at him because the grass is too long, apparently, and then he starts clapping back and saying, "It's like, why the fuck are you giving out to me about grass being too long when I'm out here paying all the bills?" And then she starts crying. Do you know what I mean? Do you see how easy it is to just twist the fucking story and all this kind of shit? Unbelievable. Abby saying her husband was in the Marine Corps and she wants to do something else for her life, so divorce. These women. I know. These women. Mango says people are sheep. Sheep will follow anyone who gives them anything the sheep want, even if it would kill the sheep. Shepherd provides food, safety, and diligence to their flock, protecting them from evil. And also 100% mangoes, but mercy to the wolves is injustice to the sheep. Or mercy to the wolves is cruelty to the sheep. You know what I mean? Yeah, because you can't use happiness as the reason to marry. Otherwise, if you're unhappy, you blame it on yourself. Yeah, if you base it all on an emotion, emotions change. They change like as easy as like an hour later, you're going to feel something different. You know what I mean? So if you're going to base that on an emotion, bruh, that is a weak foundation at best. And we got William saying, chat, we will take another Force group break in less than 45 minutes unless we get some more donations. $15 through the Ko-Fi PayPals. And we got Abby on the Ko-Fi with $20. Let me give you the shredding clip for that one. Are we having fun? Yeah, we're just over an hour into it. And like I said, boys, this is going to be a good one. This is going to be good. And this is like, you know that scene in Thor where like the Valkyrie are coming in and it's like this whole like heavenly thing of like these chicks like riding these horses in the skies and they're just spearing cunts like left, right, and center. That's basically what Rachel is. We need more Valkyries, you know? But appreciate you very kindly, Abby. Thank you very much for the support. So when this timer ends, please remind me to reset it. Because like I said, please be patient. My mom's stuck Tylenols. I forget shit all the time. But let's get back into it.
No, hold on. Hide that. All right, guys. It's members only mode for the chat. There's 10,000 concurrent viewers right now. We need to get the likes. We're at 1,500 likes. We need to get the likes to 3,000. And then I will free the poor.
Yeah, guys. We need to get the likes.
So if you guys are watching, I need to see 3,000 likes on the video. And we'll open it back up. Thank you, guys. Okay, relationship status, please.
I am in a relationship almost 2 years now, but the longest one I've had was 3 years.
All right, what about you?
We got 6 likes. We got 6 viewers.
Okay, so you're going to
No, I'm celibate, fully focused on myself, my son.
Okay, so you're single?
Yes.
Longest relationship?
I think it was 10 or 11 years, my son's father.
Were you married?
No.
Ever married?
Nope.
How long have you been single for?
A while, a few years.
Okay. And then also in your introduction, you there was something you wanted to share about you.
I did?
That you wrote. Why don't you share that?
What did I write?
That you,
on IG? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Oh, you want me to share that?
Yes, please share it.
Oh, okay. I'm a part in J6, sir.
Cool.
Based.
Welcome
So
in,
you
Jack.
stormed the Capitol.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
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 Yeah.
You may or may not have. Okay, cool. Pardons, though.
Fist bump.
Trump, do you have like a pardon from Trump?
I do.
You should. Is it like a piece of paper or how did this?
So they sent digital because there were so many of us that got a pardon the same day.
Okay.
They sent digital copies.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cool.
So an official U.S. pardon attorney sent me the.
What compelled you to go riot at the Capitol?
A lot.
Well, William, I don't know if this would count as a premium clip, but because Abby just says it's Easter weekend, I'm going to replay the Sam Samoon one. Okay. So again, this clip is whole thing of like, oh, like in the Old Testament, it never mentions the sun. Well, let's see if it does.
Why is it that in the Old Testament there's no mentioning of a son?
Who told you there's no mentioning? Want me to give you a mention? I can give it to you. Here, Proverbs 30, verses 3 and 4. Hold on, my friend.
You're
Here.
telling me the son is mentioned.
Yes.
The son.
I'm about to read it if you let me.
Yes. It's mentioned in the Old Testament.
Yes, Proverbs 30, verses 3 and 4. You ready so I can read it?
But don't play no games.
I gave you the verses. Proverbs chapter 30, verses 3 and 4. What games? Let me read it. I'll give you the link to the Hebrew. Here. I neither learn wisdom nor have knowledge of the Kadoshim. Kadoshim is plural of Kadosh, holy ones. I don't have knowledge of the holy ones, meaning these holy ones are beyond my ability to understand. Now watch this. Who has ascended?
Who has gone up to heaven and come down?
Yes.
Whose hands have gathered up the wind?
Go ahead.
Who has wrapped up the waters in a cloak?
Keep going.
Who has established all the ends of the earth? What is his name? And what is the name of his son?
What is his name? And what is the name of his son? That's Old Testament, baby. The Old Testament. It doesn't count. Play Andrew's clip. Well, actually, that's, yeah, I probably should have went with the Andrew's clip. Ladies and gentlemen, we see Rachel Wilson on screen. Let's see a little bit of Andrew Wilson, too.
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist, everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
One man telling the truth can silence 10,000 liars, gentlemen and ladies. Okay, never forget that. Andrew Bass as usual. Well, it is Andrew. You know, he's got a mountain of W's. Stack it on to the mountain of W's. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
That was right. That was not a peaceful protest. You will never see. I've never, in my lifetime, I've never
Where
seen.
were the weapons?
They were.
Where were the guns?
You didn't see the video of the cop like getting
A
shoved down
riot
to the
is what
ground?
happens when Black Lives Matter shows up and burns down the whole town.
Yes, ma'am.
This was a bunch of people meandering through the Capitol.
You know that there was the FBI.
The
so
only
it's-
person who got killed was one of the protesters.
Ashley
They were
Babbitt.
chanting, "What? Kill Nancy Pelosi." Is that what they were saying? And didn't her husband's house get broken? Something like that happened. I remember that happening.
You wanted those likes up, Brian.
Yeah. You wanted those
Well,
likes.
do you think, you said you've never seen anything like that before?
No.
Did you participate, have you participated in like No Kings or any protests or
I
anything
haven't
like
been
that?
to any protest ever.
You've never been to
I've
a
never been to a protest
You've-
because I just
no
don't
offense,
feel.
you look like,
I can see that. I can see that.
Protester
But,
material.
I mean, I don't.
Yeah.
I feel like going to a protest, like, yes, you can show like this is what I stand for, this is what I support, whatever. But in reality, like being there, like what is that going to do? Like
you
that
just
literally doesn't
look
do.
like
unemployed.
Yeah, you're
mid-twenties,
just
Abby?
standing. You're just standing there in the street with signs.
do
And I mean,
you, so no BLM protests, no ICE
Never
stuff?
been to a
You were
protest.
shaking your head, what about you?
I've been to many protests and led protests as well.
You've led, how
What's
many,
your goal?
how many, hold
Here we
on,
go.
how many protests?
Well, it depends on
Okay, how recently have you participated in a protest?
when was probably the No Kings
Well,
protest.
there's one just this weekend, but
Okay, then it was
like a month ago.
It was like last year.
Okay.
So you're the first one probably.
You said that you've participated. You said that you participated in many protests, going back to when?
Ever since I was a kid, like
Like
I
your
was
parents did
standing.
before?
Yeah, she went to that? No,
your
I've
parents?
always been more active. Like I've always been more of an activist than pretty much anyone in my family.
For what?
Your family.
For what causes?
I have the same question for the January 6th though. What is the goal?
Hold on. We're exploring her thing now. So, okay, what was the first protest you ever went to? And then, how young?
The first protest I ever went to, I believe, was a women's march.
Okay, so was this like Donald Trump?
No,
term
it was,
one, or
no, it was before that.
Me too.
the Women's March?
Yeah, me too. Me too. Yeah.
Me too, Rowan's country.
Hold on, that's secondary. So right back to this. Okay, but did you participate in BLM protests?
Yes.
ISIS protests?
Yes.
I'm trying to think.
March for Our Lives.
Okay, so like all the George Floyd stuff.
Yes.
And you said not only did you participate, but you also organized or led?
Yeah, through high school.
So when you say led, what protests were you leading?
There was a protest after there was a. Am I allowed to say the word?
After-
PQ shoot.
Oh.
Okay, after a shooting.
No, not after. No. But there was
After-
the Parkland school.
So
Parkland
shooting.
school. Yeah, after the shooting. I led a protest.
Against what?
Like I led it for gun laws. So
Okay, what-
yeah, stricter gun laws.
Such
basically.
as?
Such as.
Yeah, what
What gun laws did you want?
yeah, what did you want to?
Just it to be a stricter system. I don't necessarily believe that people don't have the right to bear arms. I just
Here's a question: should we ban semi-automatic rifles?
yes.
Okay, what is a semi-automatic rifle? Or sorry, I shouldn't say. Should we buy? Excuse me, I misspoke. Should we ban semi-automatic firearms?
I think that any weapon that can fire like 20 bullets, then like
But I'm asking specifically semi-automatic firearms.
I'm sorry, what's a semi-automatic firearm?
You let it. Hold on. You,
Oh my God, she led a protest about guns and she doesn't even know about guns. Right? Semi-automatic just means the gun will, after you pull the trigger, the gun will load the next bullet, but it will not fire the next bullet. Fully automatic is you just hold down the trigger and it'll just fire as fast as possible. Semi-automatic, you have to manually pull the trigger for each shot fired. Right? And then manual is like a bolt action rifle where you have to load up all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? So it's like these people have no clue. It's literally the definition of ignorance. This is what democracy gets you. It gets it's retard supremacy. It gets a bunch of ignorant people talking about shit they have no clue about. They have no information about these topics. You know what I mean? And the only reason why they'd want that is because they want the retards to drown out the intelligence.
let a protest.
Okay, first of all, I was a kid during this time. I've done a lot of
So you were in
different
high school
protests.
at the time. Were you like a senior or junior?
Oh, Brian.
So anyways, but okay, so would you like to see a ban on semi-automatic firearms?
Is that like a AR-15?
It can, yes, it would include AR-15s.
Yes, a weapon like that. It would
So a
also
scary
include
looking,
my 9mm.
wait, so just to be clear, a scary looking weapon.
I think that I don't know. I don't believe I have family members that do own guns for safety.
But okay, so you do want to see semi-automatic firearms banned.
What is a semi-automatic
This
firearm?
is so
No, Brian,
basic.
she's just against the thing. She's just against the
No,
thing. I'm against what can happen. I'm against what can happen. How do you know what can happen?
Hold on.
So
Stop. Even people who are pro Second Amendment, who are conceivably, who probably want looser gun restrictions, are also against bad things that can happen.
Yeah.
But so it seems like you should have a basic understanding of firearms if you're going to do anti-firearm advocacy.
Okay, but to be fair, I mean, I haven't done any type of movement against firearms since I was since I was younger. So I didn't know. It's true, like I didn't know at the time, but I haven't done any research.
But at the time you led a protest and you didn't know what a semi-automatic firearm is.
Yeah, but it was more than just that. It was like there was more of a reason that I was doing that.
Okay, so just to be clear, a semi-automatic firearm, so that would include an AR-15.
Yes.
It would also basically cover almost any pistol.
Right,
So
yeah.
semi-automatic means you pull the trigger, one bullet comes out. You pull it again, another bullet comes out.
Okay.
So you can a big long gun like a AR-15.
Yes.
That is semi-automatic, but also a little teeny
Concealed
carry pistol.
9mm, yeah.
That is also a semi-automatic firearm.
Okay.
So you would
got
be
it.
wanting to essentially ban almost all firearms.
Okay, so I think
There's already laws against people owning automatic firearms.
Okay, so that's probably more so what I'm talking about.
Those are- That's already banned.
Okay.
So what specific gun restrictions?
Oh no, so my opinion is not really on type of gun restrictions as much, I guess. It's more so on the people that are able to get the guns or just background checks in general.
Most of these shooters are typically, especially like school shooters, they're typically young with no criminal history.
Yeah, I know. It
And a
can
lot
be
of
really
times they
easy to
don't
get.
buy it, they take it from someone else.
Yeah, yeah,
Steal
yeah.
it.
And a lot of these shooters are either Islam or they're trans/D transitioners. A lot of these school pew-pewans are detransitioners. People that like realize they were fed a bunch of fucking lies, they done the snip on their genitals, and now they have a shit ton of regret and they just say fuck the world. Alright? This is what they don't tell you about in terms of like that's why they never release the manifestos. Because when you read the manifestos, and Crowder went through this, it's a bunch of like, what the fuck did I do? Everybody lies to me. Fuck everybody. That's the mentality these people have. You know what I mean? So it's like, oh my god, it's like once you recognize that democracy is retard supremacy, everything just clicks into place. You're like, oh my god, it makes so much sense now. That's why they keep saying democracy is our greatest strength and diversity is our greatest strength, all this kind of shit. They just want a bunch of retards and they want mob mentality. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, stricter gun laws will actually make it easier for criminals to get that.
I can see your
a lot
point
of people
on
will be
that.
more unsafe than safe.
Yeah, I can see your point on that. I don't know. I
just think it's like bad when people die and stuff, you know? It's like
I do
super
think it's
sad.
bad.
It's like so sad.
It
I do
is-
find
we
it
should
very
march
sad.
about it.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, I mean it is bad, but what are the solutions?
Marching.
Just being unemployed.
No, I will say that in my opinion,
I won't say that this is always the case, but I do have my own opinions about like just regular peaceful protests about how much they actually do.
Gotcha.
But
really quick, final thing on the firearm thing here, really quick. So I think even if you were to outright ban firearm ownership entirely, and you had police going door to door and fucking Gestapo taking the guns, even if you did that in an effort to stop school shootings, for example, once somebody, like for example, you'd agree that various hardcore drugs are completely criminalized, they're completely illegal. People still manage to get their hands on them. If you've made a determination, you're that mentally ill, you're that dead set on being a piece of shit and murdering a bunch of people in a school, you're prepared to accept the crime of or take on being charged with the crime of murder. Mass murder, then you're prepared to take on the charge of illegally obtaining a firearm. That's like, so they've already made the determination. A lot of times they take themselves out too. So even if you were to pass a law that says, well, you can't own a firearm, they've already committed to doing something illegal. So they will illegally come into possession of a firearm. So banning firearms would not prevent these tragedies.
I don't think firearms are necessarily like the only evil in the situation, though. Like I think they're not the only, like it's not the firearm killing people. Like I'm not.
People.
Yes, it's people. So I do think that. I do think it's people, so there's other things.
Yeah, do you know the group of people who's been doing the most of that lately?
There was recently a school shooting where I live at a high school in kind of a more rural area, and one of my friend's moms is like bus driver and drives all the kids to school. And the kid before, it wasn't a school shooting, but he shot someone on school property. Before that happened, she had said there were so many signs that he was going to do something like that, and they tried to report it to, she tried to report it to like the staff and administration, and nothing was done, and that was the outcome. But I don't think that had to do with the gun involved. I think that was poor, like people not helping in the situation that they could.
Here, before we come back to the protest stuff, I just want to finish up relationship status really quick. So single, I think, I asked you about January 6th, I guess. What about you?
I'm engaged. I am getting married in 10 days.
Congratulations.
He is a Navy veteran, and he owns an art gallery, and he's an avid Pokemon collector and seller.
All right, how long have you been together?
It's going to be 3 years in June.
And longest relationship?
Just under 8 years.
Got it. Married? Before?
I haven't
Okay,
married.
no kids?
No.
Okay. What about you?
I'm single. I've been single for at least a year.
All right, longest relationship?
A little over a year.
A little over a year. Was that the one that ended a year ago?
No.
Okay, all right. And Rachel, what about you?
I've been with Andrew for almost 2 decades now. I've been married a really long time. That's my longest
I just realized that.
Yes, that is Rachel Wilson in the flesh. Okay, going back to the protest thing, what were the other ones that you were like the leader or organizer of?
I more so helped out with some other women's marches.
Okay.
That was like the main ones.
Okay, and you did like some BLM
I did, yes.
stuff or whatever. Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Pro-life or pro-choice?
Pro-choice.
So babies don't count as, okay.
They're not babies though.
They
are
not
They are not
babies.
babies.
I just need to, one sec. This is how you can prove objective morality exists, right? Why does she have to feel the need to correct that? They're not babies though. Because she was uncomfortable with that phrasing. So something in her brain had to no, we have to put in the it's not a baby though. We're not actually killing babies. No, we're not killing babies. Because it's written on your heart. Morals are written on your heart. You know what I mean? She couldn't help themselves. And this is the whole like pro-choice, pro-abortion. Like they cannot help but correct it when you call it for what it is. They're like, no. Because that would be immoral. They cannot make the case that we should kill innocent children. You know what I mean? Because you're there's something in your mind that screams no. We should not do that. You know what I mean?
But it's a double homicide when a pregnant woman gets killed.
They're not babies.
Let's save the abortion for a little later. We can do it though, but I do want to finish off on some of the protest stuff. Okay, the BLM
I
stuff.
want to know about marching for women's rights. What rights are we marching for that we don't
What
have?
are we missing exactly in this current day and age?
I mean, the last time I went to a women's march was like a while ago. So,
Well-
So you don't believe in that
No,
anymore?
I do.
Okay,
I
so
do
what
believe in
rights,
that.
what rights are we missing that we still need?
it's more so how we're treated in society.
Okay, tell me about that.
I have something to add to that. I remember, I think it was 2016 when Trump said like grab her in the pussy or something like that. That led to a women's march because he was going to be our president.
Well, really quick on that. So even if you, and I think those comments, even as somebody who voted for Trump, I disagree with those comments. I think those comments are in bad taste. However, how would this actually, somebody saying 20 years ago,
In private.
some private offensive comments, as offensive as they may be, how would this actually be evidence of some sort of widespread?
Yeah, Abby, 100%. Like they'll defend it no matter what. But when you make the case that this is what abortion is, it's killing the child, they cannot accept that. You know what I mean? They cannot accept that. And the reason is because objective morality exists. They know it's wrong. That's why they keep correcting it. You know what I mean? like I said, it's an interesting phenomenon that I've seen. It's like, hang on a second, every single time they say it's killing kids, they'll correct it. Something in their brain is telling them, no, that's not what we're doing, because that would be wrong. You know what I mean? So it's like it's a bit of nuance in terms of it, but once you catch them in that, then you can like turn it and you basically just cream them with it. You know what I'm saying?
Discrimination that women face and warranting mass nationwide protests.
Because I feel like a lot of people look up to our politicians. Like a lot of people really worship Trump. So when he's saying stuff like that and he's treating women like that, they're going to look at him and say, okay, I can treat women like this. I can talk to women like this.
Didn't Trump say, hey,
Wasn't Trump in the Epstein files?
No.
How would that be relevant?
He absolutely was not.
No, he wasn't. No. Tell me.
I don't see how that's relevant.
Now again, like for someone like me or Shazzy or a British person to say, oh, he's in the Epstein files, why are you so outraged over Epstein when there's literally tens of thousands of Muslims in England, in France, in Germany doing this en masse across populations? Where's the outrage for that? Where is the counter protest of Islam?
But, come on, you gotta let me.
Listen, he was mentioned.
Okay, first let's go back to the grab him by the pussy. Are you saying that's not simply a fact that there's a ton of women out there who will let any rich, high status man do whatever they want?
I don't think they were letting him, though.
No. He said, okay, but it's not about what he did. It's about what he said. And what he said is, if you're super rich and famous, women will just let you grab them by the pussy.
Yeah, why is that okay to say?
It's not. Why is it false?
The truth.
What's wrong about it? Tell me how it's wrong.
Because if someone walked up to you, walked outside right now and someone walked up to you and said, oh, I'm going to grab you by the pussy, or grabbed you by the pussy.
That is, no, you are equivocating. That's not what I said. That's not what he said. What he said was, if you are a rich, famous, high-status man, a lot of women will just let you grab them right by the pussy. How's he wrong?
It's that mindset that's wrong.
But how's he wrong?
That's what I'm saying. It's the mindset that is wrong, that he is thinking.
It's not a mindset. It's true. Tell me how it's not true.
Why is that where you would take your mind to?
Tell me how it's not true. It's a fact of life, okay?
Whoa, wait, what's a fact of life?
That a lot of women will let any very rich, famous, high-status man grab them by the pussy.
That's a fact of society.
Yes, that's a fact. The fact is that women chase high-status, very wealthy men
but that also generalizes all women, and that also
he didn't say all women.
Exactly my point.
He said
exactly my point.
A lot of women. How's he wrong? It's a completely accurate, factual statement. You don't like it. You don't like how it makes you feel. You don't like how it sounds. It's icky. Fine. But is it wrong?
I just don't understand how you, as a woman, are okay with hearing our president saying stuff like that.
I'll tell you how. I'll tell you how.
As a woman, how dare you? How dare you? Welcome in, DK Spiracy. But like this whole mentality is like, this is a critique, a phenomenon that he's witnessed. He has observed about women, that these types of women, which were like the party girls, the prostitutes, all this kind of shit, right? If you're wealthy and rich enough, they'll let you do anything. They will let you do anything. Which, again, the reason why these women don't like it is because it exposes this fact that like this whole like moral grandstanding that they like to do, all bollocks. Do you know what I mean? Like literally on the whatever podcast, we have like these chicks that will do like outrageous shit on cam for money, and then we'll get on the whatever podcast and say, well, I think we should treat women like this. I should, and like try to be the moral arbiter and all this kind of shit. And it's like, bitch, you were shoving a cucumber up your arse. Who the fuck are you to tell anybody? Like, we actually have the clip from Brian right here. You know what I'm saying? Like, they'll literally be in sex work, and then they'll come onto the panel like this.
There can be manipulation. There can be the changing.
Don't you step on dudes' balls? Who the fuck are you to say anything?
Who the fuck are you to say anything about anybody? You know what I mean? Exactly, Abby. They're fucking delusional. You know what I mean? And it's not like, again, they hear that and they think, oh, Trump is advocating that all men should grab all women by the pussy all the time. A complete strawman bastardization, all this kind of shit. It's unfucking believable.
Because he said it in private. It was locker room talk between guys that happened way before he was president, and I know for a fact he's correct. There's a reason why groupies exist. There's a reason why you see girls that come on this podcast. There's a girl named Chloe comes on all the time throwing herself at SoundCloud rappers, trying to get their attention. Women throughout all of human history, tale as old as time, have thrown themselves at rich, high-status men, especially if they're famous. It's just, he's correct. So no, it doesn't offend me. It's the truth.
And he was pointing out more
wait.
of us. Yeah.
Hold on. We have a TTS. We have a TTS coming through, but we have something interesting that I want to bring up
The
related
unknown
to this.
soldier donated $200.
Thank you for the TTS.
It makes complete sense that Chair 3 is a FinDom.
Oh.
She's clinically arsenal and couldn't do an actual job.
Speaking of,
a man with her brain would be destitute and homeless. Is this mic on or off? Check.
Don't do that. But hey, unknown soldier, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Well, question for you.
Yes.
He did address you there. Do you have an issue? Because you were the one who went to the Women's March protest. Do you have an issue with the statements that Donald Trump made?
Yes.
Okay, and you do. I don't know if you said this in your intro. You do FinDom.
Yes.
Did you say that in your
I
intro?
do, yes.
You do FinDom, and this includes. So you make money bullying men.
I do.
So there's a bit of confusion here. Perhaps it's a bit contradictory. On one hand, you have a criticism of Donald Trump saying something in private, but you publicly have some perhaps objectionable things that you say about men.
Yes.
And I have some tweets I'd like to pull up right now.
Oh, good.
My motherfucking Brian with the
FinDom is
receipts.
financial domination. So if you guys don't know what FinDom is,
the girls.
it's men who have weird fetishes where they want to be like dominated. They want to give chicks money. They're definitely mentally ill. There's something wrong with them.
Yes, it is men who give girls money and expect nothing in return.
It's to get humiliated.
But hold on, but
Yeah.
you,
It's a
but you
sexual
also
fetish.
engage in, actually, well, I have them in the notes, but first I want to show the tweets.
Okay.
And so I want to hear, I guess, from both of you, I just want to make sure that we're consistent in our application of principles. If it's wrong to have these, certain views, then I want you both, I guess you have to admonish yourself, and you're going to have to make a criticism of her. Go ahead, pull the first one up. This one's not really that bad, but oh my God.
Before we get into it, shout out to Abby on the Ko-Fi. You know what I'm saying? With another $20. Fy favore. William, give me another premium. Well, one sec. We first of all, I want to play the Striking clip again for the $20. Are we having fun yet? And because we hit the goal, right? The bar will automatically update once we hit the goal, all this kind of stuff. We gotta play the special clip. Let the madness ensue, boys.
King's like, no more revive. King, you know what happens when you tell them not to do that, right? Wait. What is this?
Wheel?
Wheel. Oh, I know what he's doing. I know what he's doing.
I don't think so.
Let the madness ensue. Let the madness ensue, boys. We got the receipts. Also, shout out to Abby again for hitting the goal and for the $20 in the Ko-Fi. Shout outs to you, Abby. But yeah, let's get into this whole thing of like I said, it's literally that clip of like, how dare you, with the whole moral high horse and oh my God, like the whole UN speech and all this kind of shit. Unfucking believable. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying, Abby. You know what I'm saying? You can't get rid of the leprechauns. But like this whole thing of like the moral grandson. Oh my God, Donald Trump says that these prostitutes will let them grab him by the pussy because he's a rich and wealthy guy. How dare Donald Trump? Let's see what this bitch says.
Hello? Scuffed already? You scuffed it already.
Where's it scuffed?
You've gone F11 in OBS. Please fix. Okay. Okay, this is just building a picture here. This one's not that bad. But you claim a simp bought you a car.
Yes.
Okay, so just to be clear, that's just establishing something. Tab over to the next one. You said men don't deserve women. Okay, so I guess that's...
yeah, that's actually a good point as well, William, because that's technically not a premium. Folks, we've heard about Andrew Wilson. Now it's about time we talk about me.
Let's talk about me. Let's talk about the 6'8" frame, the 37-inch vertical leap, the black steel that drips down my back, aka the bulletproof mullet, the Google prototype scopes with built-in LCD, LED, 1080p, 3D Sony technology, the Ethiopian poisonous caterpillar, aka Slick Daddy. Let's talk about the cabinets right behind me that go 40 feet deep into the wall that houses the other 95% of my trophies, the awards, the certificates, all claiming first place, right? Let me give you a little inside glimpse into the hotshot video gaming lifestyle of the two-time international video gaming superstar. Because that's what this channel's about. That's what this domain's about. That's what this society is about. You're looking at the face of Twitch and goddamn, is Twitch lucky.
Built-in LCD, LED, 1080p Sony technology. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you, Abby. Thank you very kindly.
Because you date women, I guess.
Yes.
Okay, well, that's if men don't deserve women, I assume that means you think that the species should end.
No, so I actually made that post because I was just like thinking about like how pretty
Chat
girls
and
are.
chill Fridays and Saturdays.
So it was just
okay.
yeah.
Next, please.
Yeah, it was just I just like shit post on Twitter
Can you read
sometimes.
these for us? Just read them out.
Sure.
Not in your brain.
I did. I was trying to make sure that was me because I have accounts that like pretend.
I don't need the explanation.
Okay. Girl, stop because it's so true. Women will take your heart out, crush it in front of you while smiling. I can't resist them, however, and I do not like men. Yay for me.
You don't like men.
No.
And you mean in the general sense. Like you don't like men, not just from a romantic perspective.
I don't like most men.
Most men. Okay.
Most men that I have personally met, I do not like.
Okay, let me ask you some questions here. Do you think men suck?
Yes.
Do you think men are trash?
Sometimes.
Do you hate men?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. How often is sometimes?
Most of the time.
Most of the time. 99% of the time.
Yes.
Okay. And you're not exaggerating. Like
No.
that's genuine.
Yes.
Okay. You genuinely hate men. Okay.
Okay.
Wait. Hold on. A few more questions. If you could snap your fingers and all men disappeared, and let's say women, this wouldn't be the end of the human species. Let's say women could reproduce absent men. Do you take the trade?
Yes.
Oh, so
Okay.
you want to work on an oil rig?
Miss Andres.
You want to go weld underwater and stuff?
No, I didn't say that I personally
I'll
should do
teach
that.
you, dude. I'll do it with you.
Well,
But like, you know,
Let's not get
we need that
distracted.
still.
Let's not get distracted here. So, what else?
And by the way, this is I'm really glad you said this, William, because we end on this clip each time. Yeah. And for these women to sit here and to call Trump's morality into question, you know what I mean? That he's a bad person, all this kind of shit. Donald Trump is the greatest, the motherfucking greatest president the United States has ever had.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life, and I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you. I will fight for you. And I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. God bless you and good night.
Americans all thought he was great then. He still is. He's a goddamn hero. Okay? So just remember that with all these kind of like, oh my God, he said this, he said that. I look at a man's actions. And Trump's actions are goddamn heroic. You know what I'm saying? Well, again, this little misandrist over here, this little female Jack the Ripper over here, right? Because if she got her way, she'd just murk every single dude in the whole fucking planet. You know what I mean? So, like, she's going to be the moral arbiter? Okay, let's see some of the tweets. Let's see.
Okay, you snap your fingers, all men disappeared. You take that trade.
Yes. No.
Well, no, don't walk it back.
Okay, but
That's your position. Hold on. Do you think, what else would be inculpatory here? Okay, so you think men are trash, you think men suck, you hate men. That's probably good enough.
What's the
and then
closest
there's one more
relationship
tweet,
you've
please
ever had
pull
with
it
a
up.
man?
Pull up the receipts.
And then read this. Is that 4? Yeah. Okay, read it.
I love lying to men about what I'm spending the money on that they're sending me. Just another way to mess with their brains.
Okay, now look really quick. You're smiling because there's a certain.
Yeah.
There's a certain.
I didn't even realize I was smiling. That was so not intentional.
But there's a certain. There's a term for this that is evading me right now. There's a certain joy or. What's the term?
Well,
like when somebody is like feeling a degree of sadism, maybe satisfaction in somebody else's suffering. There is a certain reveling that some women do when when men are painted in a bad way or men are aggressed upon by women.
I just think it's funny when people post like that on social media because it's just like
so.
I wasn't even. It wasn't even the content of it.
But stick with that. So it's funny when women say misandrous things about men publicly, which will have a tendency to influence other women, influence society, but surreptitiously record, I guess it wasn't surreptitious because he was probably hot mic or whatever, 20-year-old private audio recording between Donald Trump and this guy where he was just bantering with him and it was locker room talk. As objectionable as you might find it, I'm sure your jaw was agape in disgust when you heard that, but you hear her, as I was looking at you, as she was saying that she thinks men are trash. You're laughing now.
I have something to say.
So hold on. As she was saying, men are trash, men suck. She hates all men, and then she'd be fine with all men disappearing, which is
Bonkers.
Genocide, I guess.
Bonkers.
You find this amusing. So how could you possibly tell me that you have any principles as it relates to Donald Trump's statements? And here you have a full-blown admitted misandrist, genocidal maniac, essentially.
No.
Correct.
No.
Okay, I want her to correct me if I'm wrong, but for her job, this is all consent. Like these men are consenting to be treated like this, and it's part of her persona online to be aggressive towards men. So the difference is consent in these situations.
Oh, wait a minute. Because Donald Trump was saying they let you grab them by the pussy. They let you. He wasn't saying you do it against their will and you grape them. He said, hey, look, when you're rich and famous, these women will just let you do it.
That's in the eye of the
consent.
Yeah, how do you know the women aren't scared or getting?
How do you know the men she's talking to aren't mentally ill? How do you know they're not mentally ill?
That's a completely different argument.
Wait, Rachel, that's a fantastic point, by the way. That's the consent argument. Fantastic.
I'm sensing something here, and I don't know if I want to say it yet or if I want to wait.
Say it. Say it.
I think that the reason you're so gleeful about her hatred of men is that you're not very successful with men.
No,
or at least not the men you want.
No, I have never had a problem getting with men. I have had a problem with men wanting to be with me in a relationship long term.
Okay.
No, they want to be in a relationship. I don't want to be in a relationship.
But are they Are you one of the girls who's aiming at the guys who are like a 8, 9, 10, and then they sleep with you, but they don't want a commitment, but then the guys who are more on your level do want a commitment, and you think they're icky, and they're not?
I also don't just sleep around. I don't just go out and just take someone new home every single night. Like, if I like someone, I'll sleep with them.
Well, where does your hatred of men come from? Because her name's Goddess Raven, so I already kind of know where that comes from. But
I have zero hatred towards men. I don't think men are bad people at all. I don't think you can generalize
then
one
why
whole
do you
entire
think it's
gender.
so funny to humiliate men? But when Trump says, "Hey, a lot of chicks like, rich famous dudes, they'll just let you grab them by the pussy." Why is that so offensive?
Because
you
they
realize
were
that's
told to.
cognitive dissonance. It makes no sense.
Like I said, consent. This is her persona. This is how she makes money. She's making money by
Can
these men
mentally ill
consenting.
men consent?
Can a mentally ill woman consent to being grabbed by the pussy?
What do you think?
No.
Then
why
would
are you
one?
assuming that they're mentally ill?
Not all of these men are mentally ill.
If
How
I could
does she
play
know?
devil's
How do you know?
advocate, she.
And definitely
He
not all
was-
the women who are groupies chasing after rock stars are mentally ill. They're just
or they're playing the
hussy
game.
bimbos who
Also-
want
People are
a
playing the
rich
game.
famous dude.
Also, really quick, I think it's worth pointing out. She's on the podcast right now, and so you might be able to raise this defense as it relates to her findom, but she's not in findom mode. She made a genuine admission of thinking men are trash, men suck, she hates men, and she
Nuke them off the
honestly,
planet. Yeah.
she would.
Not nuke them.
What if they're watching the podcast? Like, that's my argument. And either way, like, the men that are paying her know that is her mind. Even if that is truly her mindset, I think everyone's entitled to their own opinion. Like, why would you say?
Wait. So, are men entitled to misogynistic opinions?
If they want, as long as they don't act on their opinions, they can think whatever they want.
Well,
but if they're
Donald
going,
Trump
if
just
they're-
was talking.
No, but there's Epstein files. You guys say he's not
There's
in there. He
nothing.
is-
You tell me this, because I've asked this question and Andrew's asked this question. Not one of you TikTok brain liberals ever has an answer for it. Where in the Epstein files does it say that Donald Trump did anything to anyone?
The fact that no one was on Epstein's island just to hang out. Like, they weren't.
He wasn't
You don't
even
know
on the
any-
island.
You don't know that. You heard.
I know, and I'm
Here's
not-
what happened. Here's what happened. TikTok brain girl
No.
who needs to really get her shit together. You heard some people say that. You said, "I don't like him, so that must be true," and I'm going to repeat it as if it's a fact. And you shouldn't do that.
I'm not
That's
just saying
bullshit.
it's not just Trump too.
You don't have any evidence. Okay, give me some evidence that Donald Trump did anything to any underage people. Go ahead.
I don't have any evidence of that. but I
Exactly.
also-
So shut up. Shut up.
And no
Just
one-
stop.
no one
Just
was in
stop.
the files.
We don't care about your faux outrage at this point anyway, because you get all upset about Donald Trump making a locker room joke, but when she's sitting here saying this stuff about men, you're giggling. You think it's so funny. You're like, I just love it.
Was she on an island with underage kids?
Trump was never on the island.
You don't know
He
that
bought
he was
it.
there, and you don't know there were underage kids. There are people in the files because they were just named in an email of something that had nothing to do with
Wait,
anything.
Was yeah. he
You don't even know what you're talking about.
I feel like I saw something.
I feel like I saw something. I feel like I heard someone say, you don't know what you're
Okay.
talking about. Shut up. Shut up. Stop talking.
why you
If
guys
you
defend
don't,
this man.
because you don't know what you're talking about. You're ignorant.
Have you?
You're just talking out of your ass.
I am talking out my ass.
Yeah,
but,
so shut up.
However,
Just
I
shut
thought
up.
he was there.
Shut up.
just
You don't know
because-
anything. Shut up.
I don't understand this accusation that if somebody, so the Epstein files encompass, like, for example, I believe received an email from Blizzard customer service because he was enrolled to play World of Warcraft. So does everyone who ever played World of Warcraft, do they have some sort of connection to Jeffrey Epstein because Blizzard technical support sent him an email?
There are
named in the files.
there
He's
are
not a pedophile
thousands
right
of people in the files
love the
who
wow
were
comes up so much on
completely
this
unrelated
podcast.
to Epstein. This is
Really
what
makes
you
me feel
stupid
welcome.
liberals need to shut your mouths about, because you're talking about stuff and damaging people's reputations. This is why they had to redact so much information, because dummies like you are going to go, ooh, their name's in the files. Oh my gosh, that means they're a PDF. No.
if they redact-
That is not how that works. It's thousands upon thousands of emails with thousands upon thousands of people's names in there. That does not mean that they were all PDFs on an island doing God knows what.
100%, because Michael Jackson was there rescuing kids. Justin Bieber was there against his will as a kid. The writer of The Simpsons was there for intel. So, like, I think your intention for protect the kids, I'm with you on that, 100%. Now, when people were making these accusations about Trump, even though I am a supporter, if there's an accusation, I'm like, okay, where are the facts? I found pictures of a little girl with a blacked out square, and then I was like, ooh, metadata, remove that. Oh, it's his daughter, you weirdos. Okay, next. And then I'd keep looking, and then I was like, oh, you know,
I'm
when
not really
he did have a
interested
moral
in
slip up.
Hold on, but I'm not
sorry.
really interested in like diving deep into the files.
Sorry.
That's not material to the conversation, really. In any
Nobody
case, though,
knows anything about it yet anyway. Everybody's just
Yeah,
we're playing
no one
jump
knows
to
really quick,
conclusions.
we have Alucard. He says Lexi swag. Okay. Thank you for the for that.
Which one's Lexi?
And that's me. Hi.
Oh, hi.
We have Harvey Danger. My wife is the breadwinner, registered nurse who manages home health care. I have 3 kids with her and spend 6 months on the road building swimming pools. She's the backbone. Okay. Thank you, Harvey Danger. That came in a little while ago. Thank you for your soup chat, Harvey. Appreciate it. The wife is the breadwinner. You build pools though, there's money, like they make bank, the pool builders or whatever. Okay, let me before we dive back in, I need to do the actual introduction here, but we'll dive right back into this conversational thread. Guys, this podcast is viewer supported. We rarely do sponsorships. YouTube hits us hard, as you can see, with demonetization, so that we can continue to not be beholden by megacorp advertisers. Please consider sending a tip through streamlabs.com/whatever instead of soup chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. There's $10 to display, and this is Streamlabs. Streamlabs messages get priority. To read a message during a break is $99 and up. If you want to jump into the convo nearly instantly, consider sending a TTS text-to-speech message. $200 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. There's a bit of a moderation delay, but we try to get to them quick. You can also mute a microphone, pop a bottle of champagne, or if you're a real baller, real G, we have crypto-only options. Full details in the description. Now, if you want to just tip, have 100% of your contribution go towards us. No platform fees, no cut. You can send it via Venmo or Cash App. That's whatever pod on both. And I'll give you guys a shout out too. I think we had one from, let me see really quick. We had Troy sent in 10 via Venmo. Thank you very much, Troy. Appreciate that. Let's see. Oh, also we have channel memberships. To become a member, click the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. Let's just blast through those. Bully, thank you. Life, thank you. Brother, High Hopes. Raggedy, thank you. Lost Hate, member for 7 months. Thank you. Oh, there's a lot. Picnic Table, thank you for the gifted 5. Harvey Danger, Karoki, Vial, Craftsman, Miss Pucelle, Easy. Thank you for the memberships, guys. Really appreciate it. Just $5 a month, and you get access to the members only mode that we sometimes go on. I think which reminds me, what are we at on the likes? I believe, guys, 1,500 more likes or 100 more likes get us to 3,000 likes. You know what? Get us to 4,000 likes. But once it's at 3,000, I'll take it off members only mode. We need 100 more likes. Get us to 100 more likes. Okay, what else do we have? Oh, Twitch, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub. I think it's bugged, boys. It's been a Wograma. Okay,
boys.
It's been a minute since we closed the Wograma thing. It's been a minute since we last had the Prime sub, but I think it's bugged, guys. It always gets bugged. So, guys, drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you're enjoying the stream. If you're a new viewer over there on Twitch, hit the follow button. If you're watching on a different platform, open up a different tab, drop us a follow and a Prime sub. I need to see 3 Prime subs, boys, because
And
I'll tell
everyone
you
in
what,
chat, if you're
on
not
Twitch-
supporting
by the way,
Brian,
the
make sure
streaming
you
quality
support
on Twitch
Brian.
is better than it is on YouTube, and I fully disable pre-roll ads over there on Twitch. We only run 3 minutes of ads per hour, which is the minimum that you can run to disable pre-roll ads. So we have the pre-roll ads disabled on there. We make nothing on Twitch. We make like $100 per stream from ads or something. So we are relying on you guys over there. Drop a Prime sub. Check if you have Prime sub available. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. Quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. I'm holding it hostage. I need to see 2 more Prime subs. Let me shout some people out. Solly Den, thank you for the Prime.
Come on,
Chief,
for fuck's sake. Okay, we gave the shout out, and then the Primes. We got the merch as well. Big Labia Matter.
Okay. Materials. So,
You know what I'm saying?
Amazon.com/whatever. Movement and grass
We got-
Big
we got
Labia
the
Matter. These 2
Instagrams, we
women,
got all the
at
social
least
medias.
she
Let's go,
participated in the
baby.
BLM protest riots. I also ride in the streets for this exact cause. And I also ratioed.
Come on, for fuck's sake.
And
Let's get back into it.
misinformed. Now it's clear you're following the same brain dead leftist script. No independent thinking, no real research, just repeating whatever narrative is handed to you. Anti-gun, no kings, BLM talking points. Do you want to respond to that? Thank you, Rob.
Okay.
For the super chat. That's it? Just okay?
You're entitled to your opinion.
Okay, then. All right, there it is. And then reminder, $10 display, $100 read, $200 TTS. Thank you, guys.
So let's get back into it.
Right back into this. So I guess I want to finish off a bit on the protest stuff. Yeah.
Still want to hear what women's rights were lacking.
Yeah, that's a good one. Thank you to whoever bought. Looks like somebody just bought a hoodie. Thank you.
What was it?
How we were saying that it's just the way that women are, like, it's accepted for them to be talked about and treated in society is not fair. I don't think it was about, like, rights as much as it was the conversation and the verbiage and stuff that's being used by these politicians, people of power around women.
But a lot of people use that same verbiage about men. So Sabrina Carpenter, at her concert with thousands and thousands of people, telling the crowd to cheer along with her and call men useless, stupid, you know, that whole thing, that's okay.
I think that is so different than, like, being okay with, like, I feel like women are, let me think of my words, like, when men are talking about, like, sexually assaulting women or, like, objectifying their bodies and stuff like that, I don't think that's a fair way to talk. But if they wanted to go and say, like, women suck, I hate women, that's one thing. But when it becomes something that could turn into a physical component, I think that's where, like, the line is.
Why is the premise, though, that this is within the context of non-consent?
Because that's what I thought, that at least, I don't know much about any of the protests, but at least back in 2016 when there was that Women's March, I thought that was because of Trump saying...
Really quick, I have something on this. Nathan, can you pull up my personal Instagram, Brian Atlas? And then there's a post that I did. I think it's like either the most recent or the one below it. It's a woman wearing a T-shirt, Lily Reinhart. She has 24 million followers on Instagram. She's like a B-tier, C-tier actress. Do you have it, Nathan? On what? My personal ex. It should be, if you just scroll down, it should be like the most recent or second most recent post. I just want to get your guys' perspective on that. So click on the photo, actually. So she has a shirt that says, "I support a man's right to shut the fuck up." And then I wrote, if a male actor wore a shirt like this about women, he'd be dropped by his agency, talent agency, and banished from Hollywood, not to mention backlash from the public, journalists, media, etc. She's got 24 million followers on Instagram. She's not a nobody.
Yeah.
So what do you think of her T-shirt, first of all? Is that wrong?
I don't think it's wrong. I do agree that's like if a man wore that.
You don't?
I think everyone is entitled to their own opinion. She can think whatever she wants, but
when girls do it, it's cute. But when boys do it, it's crazy.
See, that is what other people. If a man wore that shirt, I'd be like, damn, that's kind of crazy. But like society would probably be a lot more upset about that. But me personally, I'm not going to see a man wearing that shirt and throw an outrage about it.
So what is it that men are doing to women that you think requires marching?
I've never marched, but
okay. What do you think men are doing to us that requires us marching in the streets?
I feel like there's too many things to even name.
Okay, give me one.
Okay.
List.
Okay.
List.
There's comments about women 24/7.
Okay, but women make comments about men 24/7.
Okay, I would say then.
Here.
SA.
Well, let's list it. So, okay, so like misogynistic comments.
Yes.
Okay, so they're SA.
Yes.
Okay. What else?
Just feel like not just sexist comments, but sexual comments,
So,
like very
like catcalling?
derogatory.
Okay.
Just like overly derogatory.
But women do
language.
that too. Like a woman's very capable of essaying a man the same way a man can do that to a woman. But also, best believe
I've dealt with essay by men and
male
women.
walk by.
Wait. Let her finish. Go ahead.
But you think women don't catcall either? I hang out with my girlfriends and I see a good-looking guy. I'm like, look at you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So girls do it too. Maybe men are more open and more doggish, if you want to say that, and I can't agree to that. But everything you're stating goes both ways.
Sounds like policing speech is what I hear.
I do agree that it goes both ways. I think there's just major differences. I think that men do it a lot more, and
Or is it just not as reported?
No, men. But even in experiences
Because
of
men
me
don't speak up often,
They
respectfully.
don't. Men are not going to go
It
and
is-
report it if
it
a
is
woman
true
if a
that-
woman gives a man like a shoulder rub he didn't ask for. He's not going to go to HR and report it.
I don't.
And the
I don't
difference
believe in
there
that
is-
either. I
is
do
what?
not think that. I do not think that a man should be touched in a way that he does not want to be touched. I do. I do not think that consent goes both ways. I completely agree with that.
Have you guys ever seen there's like a video compilation that's always circulating online of Justin Bieber when he was young, like before he turned 18, all the different actresses
Yes.
and people touching him, making sexual
It was
comments
gross.
about him. Yeah, like it happens quite a bit to men too, and we just give women a pass on it.
feel like
Well, and
You
it
know what's
depends
actually
if
really interesting about that, Rachel, is that while there, and many of these clips have kind of resurfaced more recently, in the moment there was absolutely pretty much no backlash. But if you reverse the genders, if you do a gender swap, I mean, these people, if it was a man doing that to a girl,
Oh my gosh.
they,
Be in jail.
career over. But there's really not, when you gender swap these situations, there's not the outrage, there's not the losing the job, there's not the getting dropped from talent agency thing. It's like acceptable to be anti-male or say negative things about men, et cetera, et cetera. So
well, and
I
you
will
were saying
say. No, you can talk.
so in your HR example with somebody getting the shoulder rub, depends on if she thinks he's attractive or not.
Yes.
If a
Yeah, if
woman
it's a hot guy,
if a
then it's
woman that is
fine.
creeped out by a guy because he's gross or a loser or unattractive to her, she's going to be like, oh, sexual harassment. But if it's somebody that she's like, oh, let's go on a date,
Yeah, if
give
it's
me
the
more of
boss
that.
and he's rich and hot, she might let him grab her by the pussy even.
Oh, really quick, we do have a TTS coming in here. Let me just let this through from Cha. One moment here. It's coming in right now. Thank you, Cha. Appreciate it. Thank you guys who bought the merch. Thank you, Cha.
Your XD donated $200. The fact that a girl who does Findom as a job while talking about how she participates in protests is a vile irony. You're a monster and you're preying on vulnerable men who desperately need help.
Quick, you have a response to that? And then we have one more chat coming in.
How did they know he needs help? Like, why are they just assuming all
That's
of
not normal.
But it
That's
is for
very
some people. Some people have some.
It's
It's an
dysfunctional.
addiction.
Dysfunctional.
It is
Yeah.
like gambling or it's like addictive
Well, then
drinking.
why is that her
It's a
problem?
drug. That is
Yeah, why
true.
is it
She's enabling it.
If a man was enabling that kind of if a man had a girlfriend who was a little not all there upstairs, right? She has some mental problems, and he's, telling her to pretend to be a dog and sleep in a dog bed at the end of the bed, and telling her she's a coat rack and hanging her coats on him or his coats on her and things like that, you'd be outraged. You'd say he's abusing her. That's awful.
I wouldn't say that. I think as long as it's two consenting adults, I don't think it's any
Yeah,
different. I
that's-
think someone's mental health, if they obviously if they have a mental health issue, it's family around them's going to know. They're going to try getting them help. That's not on her.
So if women consent to being treated badly by a man,
That's
you're
fine.
cool with it.
Yeah,
Okay.
if they're sitting like BDSM, if a woman's sitting there saying, "I want you to smack the shit out of me while we're having sex,"
So, oh my God. So, if a woman's, let's say on a park bench and her boyfriend or her husband's beating the absolute living shit out of each other, you walk up and say, what the fuck are you doing? And then, the woman's like, no, I deserve this. You're just going to be like, oh, okay, so long as it's consensual. What the actual fuck? Do you know what I mean? This is when we need to as a society look at this shit, and this is why they went so hard after Brian and all this kind of shit, because this is what it exposes. And all this rhetoric and emotional manipulation, all this kind of shit. That's all the feminists can do. Name me one single right that a woman has that a man doesn't have. Don't worry, I'll wait.
that is consent, and that's fine. I don't think there's any issue with that as long as it's
People
two
have
consenting
kinks. People have kinks. Yeah.
But are there ever instances where even if consent exists, does it go beyond consent?
These people that are in these relationships like that have FinDom relationships or anything like that, they have safe words. There's a lot of communication. I've never been in one, never known anyone in one, but from my understanding there is consent and many conversations and safe words, and it's just
I'd like to speak on that because I actually did FinDom for like 3 months, and I don't know your experience, but in my experience, it felt that I had to really discern things, and I ended up leaving because in every experience it became unethical, and there were like men who would, hey, I'm gonna give you my kid's graduation money, and other women online would accept that and think, well, that's my job and that's okay, but that's the responsibility of you as the business owner. Like if you go, like a lot of people don't like McDonald's because of how McDonald's, what they put in their food and all that. So in that same way, right, it is up to that business owner. Like, you wouldn't go to McDonald's if you didn't think that their policies are great. You wouldn't go there, right? And they are feeding off sick people.
Might I ask that you raise a good point? Might I ask? I guess the question was, does anything go beyond consent? So, for example, even within the purview of BDSM, are there some acts that you feel like, even if you give consent and even if you are of sound mind, that's too far? Like, for example, sometimes there's instances where, you know, you'd agree that BDSM typically can involve physical pain.
Yes. Yeah.
Now,
I
what
think that's
about
definitely a part of it.
what about this scars? Something that'll leave a scar. Can you consent to that?
I think if you're a child, no. But if you're an adult and
Well,
you're
hold on. Yes, we're talking about adults.
Yes.
But so how far does that go, though? So what if, okay, a scar, maybe not so bad. What about breaking a pinky bone? Can you consent to that? That wouldn't, it would heal, I guess, maybe.
I've never thought of it that really.
But let's say a woman did have a kink where she wants just her pinky bone to be broken.
Yeah.
Can she consent to that?
I mean, I guess. I don't really know, but I think so. I think she could consent to that.
But how far can we go? The whole hand smashed with a hammer. Now, maybe she has it. It could cause permanent damage. Maybe not. But can she consent to it?
I mean, I've, like I said, never been in a relationship like that. Never really put much mind to BDSM relationships. But I think if something is being done that could possibly cause irreparable damage, then that's where the line should be drawn.
Well, what about a scar, though?
I mean,
but some
that's
people
not
want to be cut.
That's what I'm saying. That's not like a physical, that's not going to mess up their life if they have a scar on them. Like if their hand's broken and they can't use their hand anymore, then that's going to mess up their life.
Well, if she drains their wallets to the point where they have to go through bankruptcy proceedings, that could have long-standing financial consequences to them.
I'm asking her, has that ever happened? Like, do you know of any
has
scenarios?
That shit on her page.
I know, but do you know of any scenarios where someone has gone into bankruptcy or has gone into something like that?
That's part of the kink.
They
gave an example. What was the example you gave where it was like?
They want to give the graduation money from their kids. These men will go to it's an addiction. They will do absolutely everything, and some guys won't even eat. Oh, I'll just send you my lunch dinner money, and I'm sure you've had that, and that I feel like is your responsibility to see you need help. If somebody was gonna, you brought up the example of physical pain. If somebody was like, hey, I'm willing to be cut, can you cut me or break my pinky bone? I'd be like, let's send you to the doctor. Let's dive deeper into that.
I have definitely denied requests. And also I've definitely ignored a lot of messages.
I do have to let this chat come through, but we'll come right back to it. We have Desert
Judge donated $200.
Thank you, Desert Jorge.
Okay, let's cut through the nonsense. When a man does something bad, it's all men are bad. When a woman does something bad, it's woman empowerment and all good. This is actual hypocrisy on display.
Yeah, and Rachel brought up something, Desert Jorge, thank you for that. With Sabrina Carpenter, Rachel brought up that is a really good topic because it goes beyond just at the concert. She's got what's the title of the song?
Man-Child.
Man-Child.
Yeah.
So yeah, she is alluding to men being stupid and useless and all this sort of thing. But even going a little bit deeper, in many of her music videos, not just that video, she physically assaults and even kills men. Yeah. And it is getting to a deeper level of analysis where it's
pretty pathological.
She is kind of, I think there's a bit more depth there in terms of the misandrist messaging that she's putting out.
It dehumanizes men.
What about
on a very large scale to young
What about
girls
rap?
who are really impressionable.
Yeah, well, also, we'll get to that, but really quick with Sabrina Carpenter. Sabrina Carpenter also at an award ceremony, because I think, look, you're going to bring up rap, and I think in the artistic expression itself, I don't think you can still make a criticism, but there's more leeway. But she was doing, well, hold on. Well, I think it's fair for both in both directions that in artistic expression, there's a bit more leeway given than like, but she was giving a speech at an award ceremony, and she said that the key essentially, I'm not verbatim here, the key to writing a hit song is you should call all men stupid in your song. That's basically what she said, right? Well, she did in fact say that, but there's some surrounding context that's relevant. And it's like, that's going a little further into like anti-male sentiment, but
I'm just begging all the men on Sabrina Carpenter's tour who handle her stage, her lights, her audio, all of you men that put together her whole show, when she starts doing that song, just shut it all down.
There you go.
Just shut it all off and go, what now?
What now?
All the men are useless and stupid, or would you like us to turn your concert back on?
Wait, really quick, let me just do a few shout outs. Christina, thank you. Looks like you bought a hoodie. High Hopes, thank you. Demi, thank you. Mr. Alex, thank you. You bought a hoodie. Thank you guys. And someone else bought something. Thank you guys. We also have a chat here really quick that I'm going to get. Thank you guys for the, that's through our merch store, shop.whatever.com. If you want to get something, it pops up. We have Joshua here. To be anti-gun is to be anti-woman. Did I already read this or? No, okay. Guns save lives more than they take. To share 3, I highly implore you to research firearms and understand them and not to just follow Democrat leftist talking points. That's from Joshua Dillon. Thank you for your super chat, Joshua. And we have Cowboy Larry. This is on behalf of Lexi from Favorited. I love the whatever content. Rachel is so based. Here to support the podcast and shout out Lexi from Favorited. Okay, there you go. That's you, Lexi. Thank you, Cowboy Larry. Look at that. Hey, just really quick. Who here would date Cowboy Larry? That's his avatar. I'm trying to wingman this guy.
He's super nice, you guys. Great conversation.
If he's nice, then yeah.
All right. Well, hey, I
Listen,
try my
I'm
best.
married, so I can't say.
Yeah, of course.
anything.
Well, to the single women.
He
the
seems
single women.
cool, though.
The single women. But thank you,
And he's
Cowboy.
a big fan.
There you go. Thank you, Cowboy Larry. Appreciate that. Reminder, guys, $10 display, $100 read, $200 TTS. Thank you, guys.
Brian's doing his grift. We got to do our grift. Ladies and gentlemen, let me play the shredding clip for this one. Abby on the Ko-Fi with the $20. Shout out to you, Abby. Thank you very kindly for the $20. Appreciate you. Also, this I just remembered as well, folks. We have a new emoji, right? We got a shark for William. Okay, so any of the members, we now fish because we had Shazzy's bus as well. You know what I'm saying? We got we're building the emojis. We got Shazzy's bus. We got William Shark. You know what I'm saying? So see the way he's got the shades as well. You know what I'm saying? Because William's badass like that. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, more than welcome to the new emojis and welcome everybody into the new members as well, to the little leprechauns, as they say. See? You see? That's what I'm saying, Dar. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? And pink nuggets as well. You know what I'm saying? So William's got his shark emoji now as well. Shazzy's got her bus. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? We're building the memes one meme at a time, baby.
Okay. Rights, women's rights. I think that's where we left off.
So it's more just we don't like things that random dudes say about random women. Do we have anything more than that? Because that seems like a very...
Something I would add to that is I feel like women also will put themselves into a position to seem like less than men. Like there was a trend going around fairly recently that was like, when I do good in the blue store, so I get to go to the pink store. Like women will intentionally make themselves look stupid in order to like appear cute to a man sometimes. And I don't feel like that's that's women taking ourselves back further in society. So it's not all just men. I feel like there's there's that streamer Cavicular or whatever, and he just always has women surrounding surrounding him, and like people are like, oh, like he shouldn't be treating the woman that way. But it's also, I feel like, just as much on the women that are there and entertaining him that like they're sitting there doing the same thing.
So would that apply to President Trump's comment that these women should? They're
let
putting
you?
themselves in the position where they're letting that happen.
They enthusiastically chase dudes who will.
Why is it
grab
different?
them.
Because it's Trump?
No, it's different.
assault.
That is assault because
it's assault.
No,
women are
It's
hypergamous.
not assault if
they
you're
want it.
letting them. You said
How
it's
do you-
based.
how do you
You
know
said
they
it's
want
based on consent.
how is and that's so
Because
know
the
it
language,
isn't?
the language he uses,
It's just
they will
blowjob.
let you.
Yeah.
So if he had said
Oh, she's
they don't
struggling.
want you to, but you can do it anyway, you might have a point. But we can only go off what he said. We can't speculate
Chick in the red
about
top
anything
is-
else.
she
All
is
we can
sweating.
do is take the statement itself at face value and discuss that. You can't like leap to other things that you think might have been going on, but you really
100%. But this chick with the was it up here where the cursor is with the red thing and the questionable tattoos, she is sweating. She like her cheeks are fucking like red, rosy red, and all this kind of shit because she knows what she's just said is wrong. You know what I mean? She like the whole sisterhood fettered the whole thing. It's all about consent. It's all about consent. Like okay, if a woman's consenting to get the shit beat out of her, like a lot of Islamic wives, that's okay, right? You know what I mean? Unbelievable. Because she knows it's wrong now and she's trying to think of another thing. And she's like, oh, fuck, I'm just after stepping in it. Do you know what I mean? Because she's never heard the actual truth. And speaking of truth, we got to shout out our boy William. Get the William emojis in chat. Get the sharks in chat. This is our boy William.
Oh shit! I just realized too. All right, it's 4:30, guys. Oh shit! Right on the button. William's like, I'm not letting that. I'm not letting that.
Get it. Shout out to our boy William. L Islam, 100%. Double L, triple L, quadruple L Islam. You know what I mean? And we got Dart coming in with the gift of membership. Let me give you a little cheeky money clip for that one as well. Appreciate you kindly, sir. We got the sharks in chat as well. Shout out to William. Wait, did we get okay, right. It's just okay, we're all caught up. Okay, if there's any chats I didn't read out, let me know. If you donate on PayPal as well, just to be 100%, let me know as well. Shout out to you guys. Appreciate you kindly, sir. And madam.
don't know. It's like, but okay, so your comment's fair. I'm still trying to figure out what unfair treatment or
If you
what
want to talk
rights we
about
don't
women's
have.
rights, go to a different country.
Yeah, what's worth
Go to a
getting in
different
the
country
street
right
and
now.
marching and protesting about? Like, what are we lacking? I'm trying to figure that out.
I feel like women are putting themselves into a position.
Oh shit, I was on mute. Did I miss it? But again, shout out to Abby. Because Abby, I think, is doing, what is it? $65 so far, ladies and gentlemen. Don't let Abby do all the work. It's a team effort, ladies and gentlemen. But again, shout out to Abby. Soloing the entire show. Pretty much, you know what I'm saying? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Thank you very kindly for the support. I do apologize, like I said, if I miss shit or if I say the wrong name, all stuff. Please be patient. My mom took Tylenol, okay? And not just the regular stuff, she took the extra strength stuff too. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. I never really had a chance, you know what I mean? But we're still gonna try. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But yeah, let's get back into this craziness. This bitch in the red top, like she knows, oh shit, she's sweating. She's sweating. She's literally sweating.
Position where they let me think of something.
Well,
to
okay,
say.
Raven, you're a protest organizer. So, and you seem like if you're organizing protests, you must have thought about these issues to some degree. So, like, what do you think is still going on in the world that women need to be out marching about it?
I really think it's just how women are treated. I think it's the way that
by
women are
who?
taught.
Everyone. Yeah.
Everyone?
Yes, and I do agree that there are women who also do make that worse by making themselves like. Yeah, I saw
Okay,
the
but
trend too.
I don't understand. Men can and do all the time get in trouble for saying anything to a woman at work that is off color, for saying anything online to a woman that's bad. Like, men get in trouble for that all the time. You don't have a problem with women talking about men like that. What's the difference?
Women aren't like you guys had said that men may not be coming forward about their sexual assault or something like that, but following what I assume most of you believe, that men are physically stronger than women. If a woman comes on to a man and tries to sexually assault him, what's stopping him from just like pushing her off or
What if
beating
it's a
the shit out of
child?
her?
Well,
What if they're in drugs?
we're not going to talk about children. We're always talking about adult relationships on the show. But
Well, yeah, let's just focus on the adults, because the kid argument should be too easy, but we see this whole phenomenon with these school teachers that are female that are like en masse going after kids. But anyways, putting that sidestepping that one, right? And just to address the adult thing, like, do we not have like the clip of Cardi B saying, "Yeah, I drugged a bunch of men and I raped them and then I robbed them. I had to do what I had to do. I was on the streets." So yes, women are capable of raping a man. You know what I'm saying? But in terms of the thing put forward, it's like this whole thing of like, just because a man is powerful doesn't mean that he can't be drugged or poisoned or whatever. Because like, this is the whole thing that I find what would be the word? What I find retarded about these like superhero films or super chick films and all this kind of shit is that it's like they're physically outpowering the man, which we know not to be true. But how would a woman? She would trick them. She would, oh, here's a glass of wine, like the Sherlock Holmes scene when he's with Irene Adler, and then she basically put some drugs in the wine or whatever. He drank the wine, and then he basically got knocked out, and she raped him. He's like literally naked on the bed, handcuffed to the bed, and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? And that's perfectly acceptable to be in a film. But we flip the roles, and then all of a sudden it's grape and all this kind of shit as well. So it's craziness. It's craziness.
But okay, let me throw a statistic at you. Did you guys know that if you take all the domestic violence cases that are non-reciprocal, meaning it's one party being aggressive and the other party is being the victim, that the aggressor is the woman 70% of the time?
I still think.
Are you aware of that?
I did not know that.
Yeah. What do we do about that? Should the men march and demand that the women stop assaulting them?
Men could always march if they wanted to. I think everyone has a right to believe whatever they want.
You can believe whatever you want, but there's also facts. So like if 70% of non-reciprocally violent domestic violence cases are the woman aggressing against the man, like Taylor Frankie Paul, that's her name, right? The Bachelorette that they just canceled her whole season because this video came out of her just attacking her ex-husband, throwing chairs at him, even with her daughter in the room, acting totally unhinged. I'm seeing a lot of that, and statistically, it's that 70% of the time.
I mean, how many men are murderers though? Like, looking at
good. That's another good question.
Most men are
But did you
murderers.
know that almost all the victims of the murder are men,
No,
not women?
that is so
yes,
not true.
It's absolutely true.
Think about like Ted Bundy. Like those men. There's like so many prolific
There's
serial
very
killers.
few of those, though.
But
So
think
if you
about the
take
numbers
all
they were doing.
murders, yes, men are the most offenders when it comes to murder, but they're also the highest share of victims.
Why does it matter
So
who's
men
being
kill
killed?
other men because we're talking about the difference. What do women need to march over? So if men were the primary murderers and 90% of their victims were women, you'd have something. But it's something like 90% of the victims are men. So
I just think everyone has the right to think what they want, and if they want to
Sure,
go, and
yes,
if
but
they
that
want to go,
doesn't
if they
say
want to go out on the street and
Abby, see the way it goes over your head, and it's like, oh, it's a funny scene because he's waking up and he's naked, all this kind of shit. And then remember, right? Like Robbie Downey Jr., Sherlock Holmes says, like, don't be alarmed, madam, but the key to my release is below this pillow, and it was like on his groin or whatever. And I was like, oh, ha ha ha, very funny, because the chambermaid like alerted the thing. Oh my god, this guy is like trying to grape me and all this kind of shit when he had just been raped. Do you know what I mean? It really makes you think. You know what I'm saying? Unbelievable.
protest and walk about it and show their support and have a group of people showing that that's
I
what
mean,
they disagree
yeah,
with,
you can go march in the street and say, I think Rice Krispies are better than Cocoa Puffs.
Exactly. That is fine.
Yeah, but I'm asking you guys, what do you mean what's the issue with that? It's retarded to start with.
But why do you care
dumb.
why do you care
So
what other
I'm
people
trying to
do?
see, why do I care? Because I want to know where all of your political outrage is coming from. I want to know where all your outrage against men is coming from.
We've told you like 3 times.
But I've proved to you that there's no water. Your statements don't carry any water. This delusion you have that men are constantly trying to victimize you and be bad to you is a figment of your imagination. It doesn't really exist.
There's also
You're
a vast
entitled to
difference
believe that.
between
No, do you agree that there are objective facts?
Yes.
Okay. It's an objective fact that you have every right in this country legally that a man does, and probably more. And it's an objective fact that you're not, at least I know of, any victim of some kind of overarching oppression by the patriarchy, correct? Or are you? And if you are, I want to know specifically what that is. Other than, I just think some men somewhere say mean things about some women sometimes.
It's more societal than it is political, I would say. I would say as a society, women are treated differently.
I think as a society, women are very privileged over men.
I think we're privileged, but I don't think we're privileged over men. Like, I feel like a woman should feel safe, walking home at night alone, and I don't feel like that's always the case.
A man doesn't feel safe walking home at night. This is the delusion that they put themselves in. Like, if I'm walking down the street and there's a pack of 10 muzzies across the road, or right in front of me, I'm crossing the road. I'm outmanned. Do you know what I mean? Like, this whole thing that like men are constantly in safety and all this kind of shit. It's like, no, we just don't fucking release every single thought that pops into our head 24/7. Do you know what I mean? This is crazy delusion.
Like, if you're in a city or something and a woman's trying to walk alone at night, I guarantee you she either has pepper spray, pocket knife, or something like that.
Do you think that a man walking alone at night in the city always feels safe?
Probably not, but I think a man's probably worried about being beat up. A woman's worried about being raped, tortured, kidnapped. And that's saying that can't happen to a man, but I am saying it's more likely to happen to a woman.
Did you also know that if you factor in prison rape, men are actually a higher share of rape victims than women are?
Such a different. That's not like they're not in a regular society.
I'm just saying, look,
there's a reason that
the world is not fair and bad things happen. What I'm looking for is actual evidence that women are somehow uniquely oppressed as a group by men.
I feel like the only reason I have
and if you start your statement with "I feel like," that's by definition not going to be factual. That's going to be just opinion.
The only reason I have my opinion about the way women are being treated is because how I've been treated and how I've seen my friends be treated. I don't know
but
about the
that's
rest
an
of society.
anecdote. That's not proof that society has a problem.
Okay, but the thing is, if all of these women are coming together to say, hey, I've personally dealt with these issues with men. I've gotten SA'd by men. I've had this happen. I've been uncomfortable, like all of these things. If there's tons of women coming together, then there's a message there.
Oh, okay. Well, if that's the case, then what if a bunch of Trump supporters come together on January 6th and say, we really feel like this election wasn't fair? I mean, it has to be proof that it's true because a whole bunch of people came together.
If black people stormed the Capitol, they would have all been killed.
Yes.
They would have all been killed.
Is that why nobody from BLM riots died?
That is once again you making a totally insane, completely baseless assertion that you pulled out of thin air. Please, listen, I'm going to try to be nice, but I need you to focus and not just say like wildly crazy, totally baseless shit. I need you to try to live in reality and like come back to something that's true for a second.
Any of the people on JIT, I don't know much
Black
about January
people
6th,
were
but
allowed to riot in the streets and burn down entire cities for a whole summer, and nobody went around mowing them down.
That was a government building that they broke into, and like I said, I don't pay that much attention to
They have
protests,
surrounded
but
federal buildings. Yeah, you don't, because you would know. They've surrounded federal buildings.
That's even crazier.
They have surrounded federal buildings. They have infiltrated federal buildings. They have
Where?
Portland, Seattle. My My husband covers these all the time on his channel.
Where did they?
Of leftist protesters breaking into buildings.
Like the ICE protests.
Yes. Right now. They're right now.
Are they in the buildings?
In Portland, they broke in. The cops had to actually like shelter and leave because they broke into the building. Yes.
I just. She just
What do you
said-
mean you don't
she
know?
just-
Do you think I made that up? Do I not seem
I
like
would
pretty
love to-
well
I would
informed
love
on
to-
my facts?
You do, but you could also just be really confident in what you're saying. So I haven't seen any personal evidence for that
Okay,
myself. But I'm
Brian
I
can
heard-
look it up if you'd
I
like,
heard-
but there's been several. They set up an autonomous zone in 2 different cities and took over multiple city blocks, and nobody killed them. Nothing happened to them, and you probably think that's fine. So again, please, let's get back to this. Show me any evidence of widespread oppression of women by men other than I just feel like women just feel unsafe.
said,
Okay, you feeling unsafe isn't proof of anything.
I'm going off
You
of my
might
group.
feel unsafe.
And like, bear in mind, they're probably all against Trump and this conflict with Iran. Did you know in Iran, if a woman leaves the house without a burqa, she gets the shit beaten out of her? That is oppression, by the way, just so we're clear.
And be perfectly safe.
I
can't do anything about your emotional state.
I look at what I've gone through and what my friends have gone through and stuff that men have done to them, and I just think of like that can't, and it happens everywhere. And that's why like those
Well,
protests,
guess what?
those people that are out at those protests most likely have had something happen to them, and I
Yes.
feel like that gathering of people shows something.
But that's anecdotal. And there's how many men do you think out there could talk about their experiences with women getting baby trapped by women, getting their kids taken and stolen from them in family court when they didn't do anything wrong, a woman cheating on them and leaving and taking the kids, a woman draining the bank account and taking off and leaving, women actually assaulting them and being domestic abusers, and they can't even get police or anybody to really take them seriously.
You guys believe that men are stronger than women. Why aren't they just stopping them? And for the
Because
emotional
what I'll
factor.
tell you why. What do you think happens if what do you think the risk is for a man if there's a woman that he lives with and she's getting drunk and throwing things at him and coming at him with sharp objects and things day after day, and he finally, in order to protect himself, I know a guy that this happened to, a drunk woman coming at him with a chunk of glass, and finally he threw her off of him. She went to the police and said, he threw me against the wall, I have a bruise, he beat me up. The guy went to jail.
I would just love to see a statistic that says women are more prone. Didn't you say that 70% of the
Yes.
cases are domestic violence? I would love to see that
My
statistic.
father was stabbed by a woman and almost
Well,
died.
we can have Brian pull it up. Again, I mean, if you listen, I do this for a living. I don't say these things unless I know exactly where to pull the data from. I posted it to my ex, so if Brian wants to pull up my ex.
But also, it depends. Yeah.
And FBI statistics, these are very easy things to look up. But yes, it's.
Yeah, this is the way the world is. As like crappy as shitty as that sounds, the world is the way that it is. I don't think that you have every right to do what you want, but I don't think protesting is going to change anything. I don't think that changing.
Here we have the data.
Oh, word.
Just hit the window tab. Rachel, if you want to read this.
2001. That was over 20 years ago.
Okay.
And have things gotten more feminist or have things gotten less feminist? Has there been more feminism marches or have there been less feminism marches? Is there more women identifying as feminism or is there less women identifying as feminism? This is unbelievable. The reason why all this shit, like probably this is back in 2001, is they stopped reporting it. This is the whole thing where it's like, I forget who said it, but it's like if you read the news, you're misinformed. And if you don't read the news, you're uninformed. You know what I mean? This whole thing that they'll only ever show you one piece of the picture. They'll never show you just the full picture and say, here it all is. You guys use a bit of critical thinking and work out what's actually going on. They only show you like what they want you to see. You know what I mean? So this is the thing. Is like she was like, I would love to see like a study on this. She gets presented with the actual information. It's like, oh no, that's 2001. I need something that's like 2026 or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Unbelievable.
Stuff I posted to X. No, the stuff I posted to X was much more recent. I think it's actually gotten worse since this, but I can't see it good enough to read it. Okay. If you go to my, I don't know if you can dig it up in my X though. But yes, I don't know why you're so doubtful of my statistics,
Because
but
I just find that very hard to believe.
Why? Here's the reason. You want to know why? And again, you're doing a woman thing. You're going, this is my experience. This is reality. This is my experience. And I'm telling you, there's a whole world out there that is not your experience. I've had things happen to me that most people never have happened to them. I don't assume that's everyone's universal experience. That's not very smart.
I feel like I've heard more often than not in my personal life these experiences.
What does that have to do with anything?
I think
you understand that your personal, let me just say this again,
I do.
your personal experience does not have any bearing on the population at large and what the statistics are. You understand
Yes,
that, right?
I do completely understand
Then
that, but
let's
I
not
was-
talk about that.
Okay.
And then, like, in your personal experience, you should, in the moment, am I feeling this because society tells me I should? Or is this something that, like, I've had experience with this? Like, I remember growing up, probably you've seen, you're a woman on the elevator and a black man gets on and you hold your purse more tightly. Like, for a while, I was an Uber driver and, I picked up some Muslim people at a mosque, and I'm like, if I was going by what the world says, I should feel like, oh my gosh, they're going to do something horrible to me because
I'm not saying
I'm a
even
woman.
that
But
women shouldn't be cautious. I'm not saying that there aren't men that do bad things. I'm asking them specifically. It's a very specific question, and they've given me nothing. What rights do women not have? What evidence is there of widespread oppression of women by men? Like, how are you oppressed by men that you need to march in the streets?
We just keep saying the same thing over and over.
Yeah, and I've you know what a defeater is? So if you say we're having a debate, you say something, I say something that cancels out your something and makes it null and void and kills your point, then you have to.
We were saying our point over and over.
But your point is just, I feel like. That's not evidence of anything. That's not a logical argument in favor of anything. It's not proof of anything. Like there has to be a good reason. Do you know what justification is?
Absolutely.
So if you believe something and you have a belief, you should have a good justified reason to hold that belief. Otherwise, it could be a delusion. And we don't want to live and operate off of delusions. I think we'd all agree that's not smart. So we're trying to see if your feeling that women are still generally oppressed by men is accurate. So I'm asking for evidence of your claim that women are oppressed by men.
I have no evidence. I have never went to college. I'm just basing off of
I
my
also
personal
never went to
experience.
college.
But I do this for a living. I'm literally just some random person that works an everyday job.
Well, the whole point of this show is to take normal, average, everyday women, which I was up until 2 years ago. So it's not like I've been famous in my whole life or something like that. And I'm still like a very D-tier internet niche celebrity. It's not that big. But the whole point is to talk to, I'm really not a big deal.
No big deal.
We're trying to talk to normal people, normal women, and explore their worldview and what they think and why they think it. And the rub with most women is the why they think it part. They're very sure what they think. They have very strong opinions. But when you say, why do you have that opinion? What's your justified, what's your justification for holding that?
Here's the most fucked up thing about it, Abby. You know what I'm saying? Here's the most fucked up thing about it, right? Like I keep mentioning, right? In the year 2000, there was about 8,000 reported rapes in the year of 2000 in Britain, right? That number is now 80,000 in the most recent one. So there's been a 10x increase in the amount of rapes in England, right? And they say, it's the men. And it's like, okay, well, we're importing in like a metric shit ton of these Muslim men that are coming in and raping women. Should we stop the borders? Should we stop immigration? And they'll say no. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. You're afraid of a man and they're gonna rape me, all this kind of shit. But these men that are coming in and raping women, you want to allow that. Also goats. But do you see the contradiction? This is why, I'm serious when I say it's like we need to get rid of democracy. Like, we cannot let these retards vote. Because they have a contradiction in their head and they just don't think about it. And when they're presented with it, they're just like, well, I feel like that's not the case. What What are we even saying? What are we even doing? Logic and empirical. Logic and the practical. The logical justification and the data. It's unbelievable.
Belief. They usually just kind of go, or they give you reasons that are not rational or not logical or don't hold weight when you examine them. So that's
And
what
like
we're
your
trying to do.
example of women should like carry mace or whatnot if they're walking alone at night.
I said they might feel the need, but I never said they should.
But that would be more justified if you're walking in a place where like there is a lot of attacks on women. Like if there's not really, if that's not something, like I don't imagine this is a dangerous place here in Santa Barbara.
Santa Barbara's relatively safe, but I mean, actually the statistics show that actually men are more likely to be victim of violent crime.
Yes, that's what I was telling them.
Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that because of just, gang stuff.
I think you were trying to get some more stuff out of the list of the rights that women supposedly
I'm still waiting for the
don't
rights
have.
that we need or evidence of the widespread oppression of women.
Can I ask a question quickly? Can you give me an example of how you've been oppressed by a man specifically in your life? And why was it oppressing?
Let me think.
You should have a lot. You just told us your whole life
have very
experience.
strong views on
Your
it, so I
whole
feel like
life
you should be able
experience
to-
is just men endlessly oppressing you. And they were like, give us an example.
I
And
never
you're
said it was
like,
men endlessly oppressing me.
you
but
said your whole experience.
I-
You,
no, I
everyone you
said-
know,
I-
just like your whole experience.
You
is
said
just,
a lot of
a lot of
your
people around me.
statements were based off of your experience as well as your friends, which means based off of your experience, what have you experienced?
There we go. There's the source.
2007. That is still like almost 20 years ago.
But I mean, but even
I can go
really
Google
quick,
more
but-
updated
but
stats.
I
They
really quick
remain
on the
same.
date. Really quick on the date here. It would occur to me that society has been moving away from misogyny.
Yeah.
So it almost seems like if the data 10, 20, 30 years ago indicated that the rates were like this then, I think my understanding is there's violence against women trending downwards, certain crimes trending downwards towards women. So even though the studies are from 10, 20, 30 years ago or whatever, I mean, 2007, that's about 20 years ago, I don't think that's actually contrary here.
You know what else you guys should consider? The most violent domestic relationships are lesbian relationships.
I have friends that are lesbians, and I've seen that myself.
Well, actually, that's a really good point you raise, Rachel. My understanding is when you look at not just lesbian relationships, but you compare homosexual versus heterosexual relationships, so including gay men, you have two men, and I assume your position is men violent. You have two men in a relationship. Those relationships, actually, interestingly enough, are the least violent when there's two men in the relationship. Then you have heterosexual relationships in the middle, and then the most violent relationships are when you have two women.
And
How would you explain that?
Well, I can explain it if
yeah.
they don't know. So women, there's a couple things going on. Men growing up have to do rough and tumble play with each other. They play sports, they play contact sports. They very quickly learn how easy it is to hurt somebody and that they're strong and that they can hurt somebody and that they've got to get that under control. Women don't really experience that as much. So that's one thing. The second thing is this is actually proof of women being so safe and comfortable with men that they feel totally safe attacking them in domestic situations. The woman is not really scared he's going to do anything back. She knows she's legally probably going to get away with it and that he really doesn't want to hurt her and because he could. So women must feel very comfortable attacking men in romantic relationships if the rate is 70% of them, of the aggressors are women. So I don't know if I buy this narrative that women are just so terrified of men because they're so violent towards us and they're just waiting for any chance to.
That's not what I'm trying. I think everyone should not hit each other. No one should be shooting
I agree.
each other.
I
No,
think we all
overall,
agree.
Like I just want
Violence
peaceful
bad.
unity.
I think they shouldn't. Okay. But they are, though. But they are. And then again, this completely destroys her worldview or her position. That, oh, men are the violent ones, men are the aggressors, all this kind of stuff. And like I said, this is not to overlook these fucking hordes of Muslim men that are coming over and raping women. You know what I mean? You don't need to take a firm position on one thing or the other. Like there's nuance. You know what I mean? There's multiple perspectives to this. So yes, in terms of like the rape and all this kind of shit, but we need to end the mass immigration if that's the case. You know what I mean? And like I said, when we flip it on its head and we compare lesbian couples to heterosexual couples to gay men couples, gay men have the least amount of domestic violence. Lesbians have the most. Ain't that a bitch? Ain't that a bitch?
Yeah, violence.
I don't think
bad.
it matters who's.
So it sounds like we changed your mind.
No,
Sounds
no,
like we changed your mind a little
I
bit.
never was on the standpoint of men are abusive, men are bad.
Yes, you were.
I was on the standpoint of men are. I thought if you're saying that statistic is correct, which I'll believe you if that is. I'll look it up later when I'm home and see if there's anything more current. But I'm just saying that like violence overall is bad. It doesn't matter.
Go to the restroom and I'm gonna do it like this because you're walking it back right now. So I'm gonna.
Yeah. I changed the angle.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who's committing the violence. Violence is bad. We need to stop hurting each other. Peace and love.
Yeah,
Unity,
so-
all that jazz.
So I guess what were you trying to draw? Like, let's say that. What if we were to grant some of your positions that men commit these crimes more often? What are we supposed to do with that?
Well, this all originated from her protesting, and you guys were just saying, why are you protesting? What do you think you're going to get done? Why does it matter?
So, why does what matter?
Why does her doing what she wants with her free time matter to anybody else? And why, if she is in the streets walking, what does that have to do with
Well,
anything?
I mean, hold on. There's a couple different questions smuggled in there, but one, I think that, oftentimes these left-wing protests or protests that originate from more like progressive, liberal, leftist positions, or I guess feminist positions, these are typically, many times are violent. In any case, though, what are we supposed to draw from these assertions about men?
From the assertions about men.
Well, so
I don't know.
Can I ask you a question?
This is my
So,
viewpoint.
would you be okay? So, is this the framework? Men commit these crimes disproportionately. Women are the victims disproportionately. Therefore, we need mass nationwide protests against men?
I think all that matters is it's a demonstration of people coming together to show what they support. Like the ICE protests, the No Kings protests, that is showing that
Okay.
our country is not okay with what's happening. And I think
Which is what, though? What is the thing that
ICE
is happening that is not okay?
ICE supporting undocumented immigrants, and then
There we go. There we fucking go. I didn't even watch this and I knew it. I fucking knew this would come up. It's like, oh, the immigrants. But what about the rapists? What about the immigrant men that come in and rape women? They vote for this shit. And then they take it out on the people that are not raping. It's unbelievable.
even documented immigrants,
Wait,
deporting
hold
them
on,
and tearing families apart. That is not okay.
Hold on, that's a separate thing. I'd love to. We can get into it, but let's stick to the man component.
I don't know.
What you answer then?
We really have to keep talking about men. Okay.
It's pertinent.
Okay, let's not talk about men. What do women bring to the table? Why aren't women given birth? If a man's duty is to protect and provide, keep the border in place, the infrastructure, all this kind of stuff, right? If that's their duty, and women the only ones that can give birth, is their duty not to give birth? Okay, why are they not giving birth? Well, the men's testosterone is pretty low. See what I'm saying? Like, can we stop talking about men, and then as soon as, okay, let's talk about the women, and then they do, what about the men, though? It's unbelievable.
Okay. What was your question?
What are you trying to get at by participating? What are you trying to achieve? What are you trying to communicate about men, about women? What are you trying to say?
When I'm protesting?
Are men bad? What are you trying to do?
While protesting? Like, why do I
gen-
take to the streets and
In
protest?
general, yeah, sure.
I protest for things that
Exactly,
I've
Abby.
personally been through, things my friends have been through.
Okay.
It's empowering. I've had friends, like when I organized like a protest before, I've had friends literally tell me that they felt so empowered, they'd never done something like that. So it's not always about just, oh, this protest is going to change something that I want to change. It's also to say, hey, I believe this thing. And I think
What
that
is the
everyone's
thing
allowed.
that you believe?
I believe in women's rights. I believe that women should not be
Women's rights. Women should not be what?
treated unfairly.
Treated unfairly.
Yes,
about the way they're talked about.
the way
Talked about,
in a
okay.
demeaning way.
Even though women mistreat men, even though women talk poorly
Men
about
can go
men.
riot. They could go fucking protest
Well-
in the streets too if they want
They
to.
could.
They could absolutely do that. We're not saying they can't. Just because
Well,
the women are doing it doesn't mean
Okay,
the men
that's
can't.
fine. Can I ask you a question though? Let me think about this. I want to really quick. We haven't done this segment in a while, but I think it's relevant. Would you rather cross? And I'm going to tie it all together. Would you rather cross paths with a random man or a random bear on a hike?
Well, I wouldn't want to compress with the bear.
Okay.
'Cause that would be my life at stake there,
All
and yeah, so it definitely would. I'd rather have a man.
Let's get the answers, please.
I would rather have a bear.
Bear.
That's crazy.
Depends on the type of bear. Black bear, bear.
It's a random man or a random bear.
Random bear.
Okay.
What's
what about
wrong
you?
with you?
Random man.
Jesus.
What would I rather?
Man.
Yeah, I'm going around the table.
A man.
What about you?
A man.
A man.
Okay, so bear. Why do you pick bear? Why don't you pick men?
This is my thought process in that question is that assuming the bear is aggressive, so that would assume that the man is also aggressive, right? Is that the situation, or are we just doing random?
Well, hold on. So it's assuming the myriad and varied ways in which a bear or a man encounter could go. So you would agree that you can encounter a bear, nothing could happen. You can encounter a bear, it eats you to death. You can encounter a man, nothing happens. You can encounter a man, he could punch you. You could encounter a man, he could torture you and do all kinds of terrible things.
If it's just like that, I don't care if I see a man or a bear. I've been hiking and I've seen both men and both bears. But if it's in the situation where I'm assuming they're both hostile and aggressive and want to hurt me, I would.
But that's
choose
not
bear.
granted in the question.
You're more likely to walk away from a man attacking you than a bear
But
attacking you.
I've
Maybe she
seen-
doesn't think that.
No,
though.
but I've
Shout
seen
out to the
bears. They've
bears.
never attacked me. I've hiked in Tahoe. My grandma has a cabin in Tahoe. There's bears outside.
Yeah.
Never been attacked by a man or a bear on a hike. So
I've
I
walked
don't.
past
And then
many men
what's-
without being attacked.
What's your
I've walked
answer?
past many bears and
What's your
men.
answer?
Bear. And my answer is that because let's just say that the bear was violent and literally, ended my life. And let's say the man happened to be violent and ended my life. I would be more scared about what a man would do regardless of just ending my life, what else he might do versus the bear.
But at least
yeah,
he would
the bear's
live.
No,
Hold on.
no, I'm saying that if I'm assuming that the man does end my life, the bear ends my life, I would rather have it done by a bear because at
Right,
least
but-
that I have the expectation that how the bear is going to kill me, end my life.
Okay, but this sort of smuggles in an assumption that in both instances you will be attacked. You also have to do an analysis of the likelihood of an attack.
Yes, but when this started being talked about on social media, a lot of the reason that women were talking about this is because of the point that I'm saying right now. Not just, men are more likely to attack you than a bear or any of that. It was more so that women were scared about what a aggressive man might do versus an aggressive bear.
Sure.
You guys are leaving the question too open-ended.
What's that?
You're leaving it with too many hypotheticals. Like I said, I've seen a man and a bear, neither of which have attacked me while I'm
but
hiking.
built into that, you can. So okay, even if you don't make a hypothetical granting of the nature of the person, so it's just left up to could an attack happen by the man? Could an attack happen by the bear? It could be yes or no
So I don't
in
care
both
either way, then.
instances.
'Cause if either of them could hypothetically attack me, I hypothetically
here's
don't
where
care
we
what I
get-
see.
Yeah, get the Discord going in the resources. There's a bear segment. I want you to get that.
I just want to put this in perspective, right? Let's say, was it like a 1% chance? It's far less, because when you do it based on the amount of interactions that men and women have on a daily basis and how much of those interactions actually end up in a rape, very low statistic. But let's say it's like a 1% chance, right? That like the average dude would rape you and kill you and all that kind of shit, right? The worst case scenario, it's a 1% chance to happen. But 99% of the time, or 99% chance, like you're going to win the bet, as in like it's going to be an average dude and nothing will happen to you, right? That's the win, and the loss is you die, they kill you, right? So that's the man situation. In the bear, it's like 50-50 or whatever the fuck, right? They're saying they'd rather have a 50% chance to die than a 1% chance to die. Like, this is like basic mathematics. This is like fucking probability, or like what's the inductive logic. It's unbelievable. It's literally unbelievable.
Ready to go in just a
Get
moment.
out the William.
I want to if I were to reframe the question, and maybe this might help. So I guess a couple clarifying questions. Is it okay for women, because of their own experiences, to choose bear over man?
Like, everyone can have their own opinion. They would rather, I mean, that doesn't have anything to do with me, but I think if they want to choose a bear over a man.
No, bitch. It has everything got to do with you, because it exposes your own internal thinking. It exposes like your quote unquote rationality here. Do you know what I mean? How you answer particular questions is how we gauge, like, okay, is this dude suspect or not? Do you know what I mean? If I went up to Abby, if Abby went up to me and was like, hey, Teriak, what's your favorite pastime? I'm like, drinking the blood of innocent victims or some shit like that. She'd be like, this dude needs to get locked the fuck up, and I should be locked the fuck up. If that was like my base state and all this kind of shit. So to say, hey, it has nothing got to do with me. You know what I mean? Unbelievable.
If they have the reason to do that, whatever.
What,
but you guys
what about you?
I was reading the comment.
Yeah, don't read those. Focus on the conversation.
Okay, what was the question?
Are you serious?
Yes.
Is it okay for men, because of their own experiences, to choose bear over men?
Okay for women?
Okay for women
Did I
or
say
men?
men?
Yeah, you said yeah.
I'm sorry. Is it okay for women, because of their own experiences, to choose bear over man?
Yes, it is.
Is it okay for, actually, wait, is it okay because women have seen crime statistics that indicate that men perpetrate crimes more frequently than women, for women to have a justified or even unjustified fear of men?
If they're afraid
They
of
can if someone is afraid of someone, they're afraid of someone.
Is that okay? Okay.
Yeah.
And then
I mean, a man can be afraid of a woman too.
Exactly.
Like, it goes both ways.
Yeah, sure.
You guys are
Hold
just
on,
one
hold
side
on.
so heavily, but
Hold on.
it goes both ways, and that's what we're saying.
Chill out. Let me get through it. Hold on. I lost my train of thought when you were prattling. What was the other one? If a woman, say she hasn't had her own experiences of violence, but she's been exposed to many, many TikTok videos or media pieces or news reportings of men who have attacked women, that even if she hasn't had her own firsthand experience, that this would then create justification for her picking the bear over a man.
If that's how she feels, yes, she can
Let
think
me
whatever
ask
she
you,
wants.
now let me change the hypothetical and you tell me if you find it objectionable. Now, a white person was victimized once or twice or three times by a black person. They now pick, when presented the same question, you replace man in the situation and you replace it with black person, and this person's white. Would you find it racist if somebody were to want to be confronted by a bear over encounter a bear over a black person?
I think racism stems from like an inherent hate for a certain race. I don't think you can I don't think it's a matter of being.
Can you inherently hate a gender?
Yes, absolutely. I don't hate men at all. I've never once said that I hate men, but I'm saying
you said something about racism. I didn't say anything about racism.
But that's basically what you're implying, because you're saying they saw him 3 times to be afraid of a black man. What do you mean?
Wait, so is it sexist to be afraid of a man? And I didn't say black man, I said black person.
I think as long as, like, I see sexism as someone who, like, has a deep hatred towards one gender and they act upon those beliefs. As long as they're just thinking.
Like the bitch sitting right next to you who said that she wanted to wipe out all men and thinks that all men are trash and hates men 99% of the time. Do these people even think? Well, I know they don't think, because like every single time I say, well, I feel like, you know what I mean?
It and they're not doing anything to harm anyone. Why does it matter what they think?
So is it sexist for women to pick bear?
Sexist for women to pick bear. I think it depends on their reasoning for picking bear, and it depends on the way they're thinking of the question.
Of the 3 things I gave, so either they had firsthand bad experience with a man, they are aware of crime statistics that indicate that men commit crimes more frequently than women, granting that, I guess, and then third, they see like news and media and TikToks about how bad men are, but they haven't had a bad experience themselves.
I don't think I think that is sexist to just assume because it's a man that they're going to do something bad, but I feel like you can read someone's body language too, like if they're staring at you a certain way or something like that, then that's one thing. But I do think it is sexist to just assume to choose bear because...
So it is sexist.
I think that is sexist, but
is
I think
sexism bad?
When most people think of that question, they are assuming both of the part.
No, I don't think they're assuming.
They absolutely are.
They're not assuming that in both instances they will be attacked. It's not granted in the hypothetical.
That's the way I've always thought
Yes,
of that question.
that is the way that it was intended.
Okay,
on
well
social
then
media.
let me change the hypothetical then. Would you rather cross paths with a random man or a random bear on a hike? And in this hypothetical, there's not a granting of, in both instances, you will be attacked. You don't know.
The way you should, to get around this, Brian, if you're listening, probably not, but if the clip does get sent to you, is to say, okay, would you rather come in contact with a random bear or a random woman? And see how they answer. Like, oh, woman, yeah, the sisterhood. You know what I mean? Just remove men out of it completely and see, do they change their answers?
No.
Okay, but this was not the argument on social media. This wasn't
That
why
was?
it
No,
actually
no, no.
was.
It was. No, because you can't make that assumption.
The point of the hypothetical, the whole point of the man versus bear question is to assess, do women have a realistic risk assessment when it comes to men and their aggressiveness? So like, if you, and here's the reason why. Usually the follow-up to this question is, and women will say what you said, well, the bear's not going to grape me, but the man might. And so I'd rather get eaten by the bear. Okay, and then we go around the table and say, what percentage of men do you think would do that to you if they could get away with it? And maybe we should just ask that, because some of the answers are wild. Like, what percentage of men on average do you think would grape you if they thought they could get away with it?
If they could get away with it, maybe 20%.
I'm going to say like 5 to 15.
Okay.
We've had girls say like 80%.
Yeah,
That's a bit. That's a bit.
Yeah.
But
I mean, all of the men in my life.
Hold on, but I do want to go back to. But do you think it's okay if a woman picks bear?
She can pick whatever she wants.
You're fine with it?
Yes.
You're fine with it?
Yeah.
Okay, is it okay for a white person to pick bear over black person?
Or for a white
Wait, for a woman to pick bear. Yeah, for.
I think
No,
that's
he
fair.
said white person.
I think if a white person
versus black person.
A white person
just
picks bear over black person.
I think either way.
You would have to agree.
I feel like the way I've always thought of that question is that, like I've said this already, but both of them
Before you
are
give your explanation, answer my question.
I don't think, if you're asking if it's okay, it's not me personally. They can think whatever they want. I'm not gonna, this
yes.
hypothetical person.
Okay, but people can, people can think whatever they want, but the question, would you object to their line of thinking?
I would have to be in that
Do
situation.
you object to racism?
I do object to racism,
Okay, so-
absolutely, but I don't
great.
think that's racism.
You don't think it'd be a little racist?
I mean, that is, yeah. That's racist. No, you're right. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. That is racist, but also, like, that's, like, everyone has a different train of thought.
Question.
Like,
How
you
about
guys
this?
are just all hypothetical.
Here, let me
like,
do-
you're not getting anything specific.
What do you think? Would you object to a white person picking bear over black person?
I can't really object to something that's going on in their own mind, their own feelings. How can I object?
You can
to
definitely
that?
object.
You object to how men talk about women or
What
feel
happens?
about
They all have a right to feel how they want to feel.
That they do.
Why is there double standards?
That's not what-
inside. Feel inside,
Hold on.
not feel.
Wait.
Feel
but
outside, inside, like.
You don't object to people having thoughts. That's useless in a conversation that's trying to explore whether something is right or wrong.
I mean, I feel like if I put myself in that situation, I saw 3 black people and they did something bad to me, they attacked me or something like that, and then I saw another black person.
You're adding a bunch of stuff.
I know.
Yeah,
I would.
it's not
You're
but that's-
adding a bunch of
I can't.
It's not
I
that
can't choose.
complicated.
I don't know their thought process.
Okay,
I don't
you
know.
do a lot of this and not a lot of this.
I'm listening to
so
you
let me
guys,
help you. You gotta let me help you. The point of the hypothetical, the reason there's not all these details is to see what your assumptions are.
But these aren't
and to yes, it is. So it's there to test where does your brain go? What are your assumptions you're going to make, and then what is the logic behind why you're thinking that? That's the point of the hypothetical. If we load it with a bunch of specifics, it's no longer serving the purpose.
I just feel like it has to be specific in order to be accurate.
What?
But life isn't
Hold on.
specific.
I know, but
Here,
why
let me
this
change it.
hypothetical? Like, why?
Here, can I ask you?
That's
let me change
the
it.
point of a hypothetical. That's
I'll
the
change
whole
it.
point of it.
Okay. Do you think it's wrong for women to, if say it's at night or whatever, and they're walking down the street and they see 3 men, is it wrong for the women to cross the street?
Absolutely not.
Okay. If a white person sees a group of black people, is it wrong for them to cross the street?
I don't think it's. I don't think it's wrong. I think that's
Is it-
that's racist. That is
Okay, so-
racist. I will admit that is
so
racist. But if they and they're like I wouldn't do that. But if that person feels very threatened by black people, then they could cross the street. That's like they can do whatever they want.
Okay, but
Like you're not asking me personally what I would do. Like that's the
That-
difference.
that's-
looping. She's
yeah.
just looping.
But
I know.
so,
I don't know what you're trying to say.
but
I have a
so,
question.
Hold on. And what about you?
The first question was, can a woman cross the street?
If she sees 3 men,
Yes.
is it fine from your perspective for her to cross the street?
Yes.
Okay. Is it sexist if she does it? Is she a sexist?
I
It's
don't
a
know.
sexist thought, though.
Okay, cool.
Sure.
If a white person sees a group of 3 black people, not specifying their gender even, is it racist if they're like, 3 black people, I'm crossing the street?
That is definitely
most-
a racist thought.
Yeah. In
Is it-
most cases, I believe so.
And is racism bad?
Yes.
Yes.
Is sexism bad?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, yes.
Wait, is sexism only bad when men do it to women?
No. No, I mean,
Can women even be sexist?
Bazinga.
yes. Women can be sexist, but I
Wait,
think
well, Raven, actually on the questionnaire, you indicated women can't be sexist towards men, and you agree with that statement.
yeah. So I was kind of like going through it, and I was like, technically, yes, women can say sexist things or do sexist things towards men. I just don't think that it equates to the same level.
How so?
Because men have always been in positions of power. Men have always, like, yeah.
How
What
would
about
that-
now, though?
How would that matter, I guess?
I mean, then I'm going to get into something that's going to be a whole different topic.
Which is what?
I mean, the reason why the president is who the president is right now. I mean, that's...
So you think that
everyone
Kamala
wanted-
Harris
Oh
didn't get
my
elected because
gosh.
she's a woman?
Yes, because she's a woman of color.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Yes.
No.
Okay.
What
No,
evidence?
she's not
Do you have
even
any
black.
evidence
Yeah,
to
yes,
support
She's
that?
literally not
Do
even
you guys
black.
think Michelle?
I have to play the clip, William. I have to play the clip.
Yo, what the fuck is going on right now?
What the actual fuck? Can women be sexist to men? Well, like the current situation, because the president is, and because Kamala Harris ran against Donald Trump. What is going on? What the actual fuck?
Obama's transgender too. Are you guys those people?
I don't think that, but I don't see how that's relevant.
I was just gonna say.
Do you know offhand how many women voted for Trump?
I don't. I have no idea.
Probably
So then how can you
a majority.
put your 2 cents on that?
Well,
a majority of female voters voted for Trump.
Yes, and it's very unfortunate.
Yeah.
Why?
But I'm
how
not
is it
surprised by it.
I mean, Roe v. Wade
Is it
Roe v. Wade is being overturned. How is
Yes,
that?
that's
that's
awesome. That's amazing. No, it means that we're not murdering babies in record numbers.
you think if a woman gets
yes,
they're not
babies.
babies.
Okay, what are they?
They are
fetuses.
Okay.
If you don't want to get pregnant,
is a
then don't have
wait, let me
unprotected.
walk them down the
Why do they call them fetuses? That needs to be the question. Why do you keep calling them fetuses and not children? Is it perhaps there's something in your internal mind that's telling you that killing a child is wrong? What would we call that? What would we call that? The word morality comes to mind, but these bitches would say morality is subjective. But they insist on saying it's a fetus. We're killing a fetus, not a child. Oh my. These stupid is strong with these women. You know what I'm saying? These bitches are blind as a bat. I'm going to play the clip with him.
It's very offensive because basically, if you think about what you're saying to me, you're saying because I'm a girl and because I'm attractive, my only use for this agency would be to manipulate men.
I think it's offensive too, and that's exactly what I said to Aaron. I said that bitch is blind as a bat.
This bitch is blind as a Batman. This is unfucking believable. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Words cannot even describe. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like what they're doing there. Like the reason why she's doing the whole Kamala thing is like, oh, we're only voting for her because she's a black woman. Oh, well, black in quotations. You know what I mean? But Teriak, that's a category. You know what I'm saying? Unbelievable. And yes, chat, we need more of the donations because I don't know what you heard.
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
You know what I'm saying? It is fan funded. We don't do ads. And let's be honest, my retarded ass is never going to get a sponsor because my mom took Tylenol. You know what I'm saying? But we're still going to try, chat. We're still going to try. Just think about what the Christians would say.
How in the world is a dying, lost world ever going to hear the gospel if we don't have some Christians that's got some money in their pockets to propagate it?
Some propagation. You know what I'm saying? And if you want to go Old Testament, let's go Old Testament, baby.
If you go into the Old Covenant, do you think the Jewish people believe you should be broke?
No, sir. I never met a broke Jew in my entire life. I've never met a Jew, but hey, that's however. That's however. We're gonna glance over that shit. But why the fuck do these bitches, right? Not just bitches, but also the sneaky fuckers, like these like fucking parasites of like man children, essentially is what they are. Like, why do they keep correcting and say it's not a child, it's not a child? If morality is relative, if it is all relative, then you should be allowed to kill children. What's wrong with it? It's all relative, bro. These dumb motherfuckers.
Well, wait.
I'm with women, so I'm good.
Let me walk them down the logic tree. Is a fetus a human?
No.
Oh, what is it?
A fetus.
A human fetus. You know that fetus just tells you gestational age and that the species is human. It's a Homo sapiens, right? If it's not human, what the fuck is it?
You're not going to change my belief on that.
I'm not trying to change your belief. I'm trying to walk down the logic tree and see where you get the belief. So if it's not a human, what is it?
A fetus.
A human fetus or like a dog fetus or a pig fetus?
A human fetus.
Okay. If it's a human fetus and you abort it, you're killing a human fetus.
It's not alive yet.
What do you mean it's not alive
If it's
yet?
not alive, how
Why
can
do
you
you have
kill
to kill it?
Do any of you?
If it
Is it growing? Is it growing? Oh my. Oh, I'm going to throw this computer out the fucking window. Holy shit. Like, what's the definition of a child? A human before puberty. That's what a child is. Well, technically, it's depending on legally speaking or whatever. But in terms of like, we call them like teenagers or whatever. But in terms of like anyone below at least 18 years of age would be considered a child under law. If I kill a pregnant woman, I've taken 2 lives in the eyes of the law. Okay? So now that they're saying it's not even a human, brah. And then Rachel's like, okay, it's a human fetus is what we're talking about here. So if it's a human fetus, by definition, it must be human. And again, fetus is just Latin for offspring. Do you know what I mean? Child is the same meaning. It's your offspring.
It's not alive.
You can literally hear the heartbeat.
It is
within
alive.
The first 2 months.
It doesn't even. Biologists agree. Okay, don't deny science now. Biologists agree that it's alive. You just think it's not a person, right?
It's not. It's not a. I don't think it's.
She said it's not human, which is wild.
I did not say it's not human.
You said it's not human like 3 times.
It's not, okay, well,
then I finally got you to admit
it's not a human being. It's not a
yeah,
living.
It is a human being.
It's not a conscious person.
No, what? Here's your. You don't even know your own position. You don't even. They don't even know their own position. What smart leftists say, not you people, but smart leftists say it doesn't have personhood. It's human. It's alive, but we don't consider it a person yet. We don't exactly know at what point we do consider it a person or it needs to have consciousness. There's usually like a cutoff point in some kind of consciousness or personhood argument. You guys aren't even smart enough to come up with that. So how on earth did you come up with this idea that you're not killing a human being that is alive?
I think it's funny that conservatives like to attack other people's like character or smarts when it comes to things like this. I think it's funny because you don't really see it.
I think it's funny that you believe in stuff that you don't even know what you're talking about and that you can't explain when you're asked the simplest question.
To believe that.
I don't think we should ever
you don't. If you believe murder is wrong, then you're killing a human being. I'm going to say you're not allowed to do that. It's not up to your opinion.
Abortion isn't murder, though.
Tell me how.
Absolutely murder.
Tell me how.
If a woman was murdered while she's pregnant,
I'll tell you how it's murder. It's murder because it's a human being who is alive.
But why do you?
And
you don't do
killing
anything.
Where do you believe consciousness begins?
It doesn't matter to me where consciousness begins. Okay, fine. If there's a person, they're 22 years old, and they have a debilitative disease, and they don't have consciousness anymore. Is it okay for you to kill them?
If someone's brain dead, yeah.
You can just walk into the hospital and kill them?
If someone is brain dead, don't they I don't know much about it, but don't they give you the option to take them outside?
They're not brain dead, but they're not conscious. They're in a coma.
Well, I would
That's
argue
not
that
conscious.
a baby's brain dead. Like they don't. Do you think a baby?
Let's follow the logic. Yeah. You think that if somebody is not conscious, it's okay to kill them. So if Brian has too much to drink tonight and he passes out on the couch, you can kill him because he's not conscious.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so it's got to be something else. So what makes it okay to kill a human fetus?
Because it is not a conscious being. It is a fetus.
I do have to move it on. Hold on, I do got to move it on. We can come back to abortion later.
Base Thor donated $200.
Thank you, man.
At the end of the day, you can trust a bear to be a bear, but can't trust a human man to be humane. We cannot support this delusion anymore. How would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning?
For you two, how would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning?
I didn't have breakfast this morning.
I didn't have.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
That's stupid. You know, this is diseased brain thinking.
This is diseased brain thinking. Okay? It is diseased brain. These women have diseased brains. What the fuck is going on?
I'm rather
wait, what is the question?
Failed the breakfast
Totally
question.
failed it. Totally
At the
failed
end
it.
of the day, you can trust the person.
Thank you, Base Thor. Desert Jorge.
Talking about brain dead. Holy cow. Are you going to call fetuses brain dead?
Ruling on this panel. Chair 2 and Chair 3 are full on retorted, displaying clinical cognitive dissonance in front of a live audience. Brixon, it's time for the asteroid.
Oh, I'll send the asteroid. It's been a while since we've done that. Sending the asteroid. Sending the asteroid. Coming here. If you, by the way, we have other options if you want to send one in. Or hey, I have funny missile, split missile, and I think I have a nuke I can also send.
I would love to be nuked.
This one's crazy. This is definitely not my girlfriend, but Brian's girlfriend. Baby, I'm already tired of listening to the inane, mindless. Who's this in Discord? Mindless drivel from chair 2 and 3. Come home so my wizard sleeves can cast grip 10 and thrust 7 on you. Okay, that's crazy. Hashtag BLM.
Your girlfriend's wild.
That is insane. Definitely not. That's probably a dude who sent that. Cowboy Larry, imagine you flip this around. In this day and time, men would rather encounter the bear than women only because of the possibility of false accusations and being a creep.
That's totally fine.
Thank you, Cowboy Larry. Thank you for your super chat. Mr. Northumberland, racism is treating or viewing an individual or group of individuals negatively solely based on their race or sex for sexism, regardless of context or circumstance. Power and privilege are relevant. It's like saying only people in power can hate. That makes no sense, because you were saying that when women do sexism, it's not as bad as when men do sexism. It's not as severe because of historical power imbalances and blah, 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 blah.
Yes.
So can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
How does the intersection of like socioeconomics or class factor into this? So like, could a really wealthy woman who like sees a homeless man be like, say some like really sexist shit to him, and that's more severe than like a broke guy calling Taylor Swift a slut? Because would you say it's sexist to just like call women sluts just because?
Yes.
But what if it's a broke guy calling Taylor Swift a slut? So power dynamics come into play there, using your like backwards definition of it. But
I think it's. I mean, no, that's like a good point with like the power dynamic thing. Yeah.
Findom has some power dynamics going on.
Yes.
Ooh, that's a good point. Yeah, that's like your whole basis.
Rachel is killing it with this. Just now, one second. Let's just do that again. This is like this femdom thing you're doing, by the way, bitch.
Findom has some power dynamics going on.
Yes.
Ooh, that's a good point. Yeah, that's like your whole basis of. Here we have another TTS coming in from Base Justin. Thank you, man.
Based Justin donated $200. I, for one, would love to watch each and every one of these twits spawn next to an university.
What is
yes, please. Let the healing begin. Repeal the 19th and make asylums great again.
What? Make asylums great again,
Base
boys.
Justin, thank you very much for the TTS. Really appreciate it, man. Guys, W's in the chat for Justin. Thank you, dude. $10 display, $100 read, $200 TTS if you want to get one in. Guys, like the video. Let me see where we're at now. Oh, this is unacceptable. 3,800 likes. Guys, we need to get a 4444. I need 4,444 likes. Get it there, boys. And also, let's pull up Twitch really quick, guys. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow in the Prime sub. I'm holding it hostage until we get 3 Prime subs. I need to see 3 Prime subs. Let me see 3 Prime subs. Holding this shit hostage. Let me get some follows going, too. Let me see some follows, guys. Let me shout some people out.
Don't forget to like and subscribe.
To Gogi, thank you for the Prime. Jerry, thank you for the Prime.
Beautiful content.
We got a tier 1 from Half Pint Hitman. Thank you, man. Friggin' Mark.
Get those
for the
primes
Prime.
in, baby.
Reason, thank you for the Prime. Swalilo, thank you for the Prime. Jerry, thank you for the Prime. Let me shout out some followers. Peak, Mick, Coco, Snazzy, Armed Goof, Clax. Guys, check if you have a Prime sub available. Show some support over there.
Yeah, you only got 30 minutes left.
I'm not going to hold it hostage. Okay. Let the grifting cease, I guess. All right. So where were we? We were talking about the protests.
We're still talking about
I think so.
No,
maybe.
No.
We're talking about protests.
No, you brought it back to Findom.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
If you had to fight a bear and know that he was gonna eat you and kill you, or be sexually assaulted by a man, but you would live, would you still choose the bear?
Probably the man, but that's just like in that specific situation.
But like,
I mean, I would rather be alive than dead.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
I
so,
don't-
like, that's kind of the ridiculousness of the bear being the choice because, you know.
If I was going to be sexually assaulted,
a man coming, I mean, as long as he's not having a weapon,
most
you
men,
have
like,
certain things you can do to
most
punch
men-
him, kick him in the balls.
most men
you know?
that kill women end up doing other things too, like necrophilia, rape, like all that stuff, torture.
You're gonna
like
show the
that's-
super chats or?
But then you would still be alive at the end of that versus
If
the
you
bear
were murdered
eating
after,
you.
no, you wouldn't.
No, I'm saying the other stuff, but
I don't know. It's just too open-ended of a question to give an accurate answer without specifics.
Well, we're going to shift off that, but I had a question for you on the Findom stuff. So you write that you don't believe Findom is taking advantage of men because they are consensually participating. I guess we talked about that a little bit, but I don't know if I got a clear-cut answer on the consent thing. They are the ones seeking you out and begging to pay you.
Yes.
Okay. And then there's another thing. You also don't believe all women should be stereotyped as overly emotional, dramatic, or reactive. We'll come back to that one. Going back to the Findom stuff, you describe yourself in some of your bios a spoiled, greedy, Wasian brat.
Yes.
Why do you laugh at that? Isn't that...
It's part of the persona.
Does that
You
make-
guys not understand
Does that make you cringe? Hearing...
Hang on a second. If I try to change my social media to Yahtzee advocate, Adolf was a G, all this kind of shit, right? And then I came on panel and I started saying all this Nazi rhetoric and all this kind of shit. And then they were like, "You're fucking out." I was like, hey. It's just my persona. Do you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck is like this bitch in the red even saying? It's a persona. It's just a joke, bro. Unfucking believable.
Your own words or something?
No, it's just funny.
It's funny.
Yeah.
You say you're Wasian. What's your other half, I guess?
Half Korean, half white.
Okay, and you also describe yourself as a wallet drainer.
Yes.
So you drain the wallets. You charge a tribute of $40 to speak to you. Really quick, what is a tribute for those who don't know?
That is what a sub has to pay me for me to reply to their DM.
Okay.
So before I'll even reply.
Okay, and you had a simp fund a car, so you paid for the whole car?
No, that was not just one simp
Oh,
that
multi-
funded the car.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Do your parents know you do this?
Yes.
Are your parents still together?
No.
Do you have siblings?
No.
Is one of them not alive or?
One of my parents.
Well, I asked if your parents are still together and you said no, but.
Oh, no. My mom is the only one who's like in the picture. So,
Okay, were your parents married?
no.
Okay. Both your parents know about it though.
I don't think that my father knows about it.
Your mom knows?
Yes.
Is she supportive?
Yeah, she was asking how to get started.
Yikes.
Yikes.
What's the most significant relationship you've had with a man?
What the?
Huh?
Me?
I said, what's the most significant relationship? Because if your dad's not in the picture, like, do you have any other people in your life?
You've had a 3-year
Shout out to Dart
relationship.
for the gifted
correct?
membership. What
not
the
the man.
fuck did I just hear?
Oh,
But
that's
are you? Do you mean just men in general?
father
like
figure?
family?
Any male
Congratulations
person,
to Kieran
non-sexual,
Markin.
not
Yeah.
a
Night, mate.
I mean, I had my uncle growing up. We were really close.
So, okay, your mom wants to also start doing sex work.
Sure. If you do believe that Findom is sex work,
It is sex work.
okay, and you're entitled to believe that, then yes.
Well, it's not just that I'm entitled to believe it, it's factually correct.
I thought you said
Okay.
it's a sexual kink.
Well, it's a kink, but I also don't believe that all kinks are sexual.
But it's
I think-
providing
'cause I
sexual
think-
gratification.
It might be.
So
It
people
might
are
be,
paying
but-
you to be sexually gratified, which
Well,
means it's sex.
I'm prepared to make the argument that, let's say, even granting we need to swap that chair.
Yeah.
You guys need to be checking the chairs. Can you get her a non-squeaker, please? Okay, so let's say that 80% of your clientele It is non-sexual. Let's grant it. It's non-sexual. But even 20% of them are deriving sexual gratification from it. Even if the minority of your clientele are deriving the sexual gratification, you're a sex worker.
Okay.
Now, you also write that, do you have a man running your accounts or is it you?
It's me.
Do you have a manager?
No.
Okay. What was your most recent post about?
I don't know. I post on there all the time.
Have Tiffany do it. Like, can you verbalize some of the, like the way you do FinDom? Can you verbalize it?
Yeah. The way I do FinDom. I mean, I just post.
It's not that complicated, guys. It's not that complicated.
I post selfies. I post like little video clips like on X, just saying like FinDom triggers usually, which are just things.
Can you give us examples?
Yeah, just things like send me money for coffee, send me you were born to be my wallet, like things like that. And I mean, a lot of subs send me money and then don't even try to DM me. They just send me money.
You use some hashtags in one of your posts that I saw. SPH, which stands for?
Small penis humiliation.
So you humiliate men who have small penises. Note the women laughing here. Like, I don't know how most of you would feel if, for example, I did FinDom and I humiliated women for having small boobs.
If it's
you would probably.
They want it.
No, but
they
even
don't, like,
hold
it's
on.
weird.
Even if it was consensual, I think most of you would have some degree of like objection to me humiliating women who have small breasts.
I've been teased my whole life for having small breasts.
Right, then that's
Okay.
wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, me
Okay, I don't think that's
personally-
okay to do.
Okay,
but
are you saying in a consensual way too that we would have a problem if you, like you were doing
I
it
think,
consensually?
I do think women would have a greater objection to a man, even consensually, humiliating a woman consensually for her small breasts, as compared to humiliating a man who has a small penis.
I think that would be true, but I don't think all women would agree with that. I think that if a woman is not maybe experienced with kinks and maybe she doesn't have any kinks of her own, I think if you do have kinks, then you can have some degree of understanding.
Give us some of the lingo. You said there's like FinDom terms, lingo. Can you just give us like 3 or 4?
Wallet, human ATM, cash slut.
Yeah, I wrote some down.
Pay pig.
Pigs. You said in some of your posts, this is what you wrote. I'm only going to use you, go into debt for me, drain their pockets, 2 more victims. You have a sub doing DoorDash orders just to send all of it to
Yes,
you.
that was fun.
You really don't care. You wrote, you really don't care if you're in debt. Go further for me. You like your ATMs obedient, so you refer to men as ATMs. You're fine draining their pockets. You want them to go into debt for you. You don't care if they go into debt for you. So when it comes to consent, this is actual harm that's befalling these men if they are, in fact, going into debt to fulfill this sexual kink or gratification.
That can be true, but honestly, a lot of them aren't actually going into debt. There's a lot that literally lie about how much money they have, but they have the fantasy of going into debt, and they want that fantasy played out.
Can someone consent to something and it still be wrong?
It depends. It completely depends on the situation.
So, like, what if a 20-year-old woman is dating a 40-year-old man? It's consensual, but do you think there's something wrong with that, or are you super cool with it?
I don't think
It's
there's-
not my right to say anything.
I think it's
not my
very
right.
dependent on the people.
Mike.
I think it's very dependent on the people, and it's dependent on what they're.
Do you think a 20-year-old girl can consent to being with a 40-year-old man?
She's an adult, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Fair enough.
Consistent, I guess. You also wrote about pay pigs. You show nothing, so you don't do nudity.
No.
Even if a guy offered you like $500 to send a nude pic, you wouldn't do it?
No, I have been offered.
They beg to pay for your nails, makeup, trips. You have had vacations completely funded by men.
Mm-hmm.
You've done it for years now. You say you've made thousands and thousands of dollars bullying men.
Yes.
How much would you say you've made in total?
Been doing it like on and off for like a couple years.
Yeah. You started doing it at 18 though.
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw a TikTok video.
She's like 24, 25 now, which is a couple years apparently means 7 years. And she says that she started doing it when she was 18, but the reason why she won't give away her age is because she started doing it when she was underage.
You said a new sub.
Allegedly. That's my own conspiracy theory, all this kind of shit, but balance of probability.
Approached you and already sent you $3,000.
Mm-hmm.
I don't actually believe you.
Okay.
Like, look, maybe it happens. Personally, I just don't get it.
So those are actually called whale subs, and they will pop up once in a blue moon.
I just don't understand, like, I mean, maybe the findom component is different, but the sugar daddy guys where it's not necessarily findom, like, you could just get, not that I think men should do this, and I find it disgusting, but prostitutes don't cost $3,000. Like, you could just fuck a woman for like a couple $100. Not that you should, that's fucking disgusting. It's gross, right? But I don't understand like these men who just like sugar daddy and give these women all the, and they just want sex from these women. But like why would you spend X? I don't know. The whole thing doesn't make sense.
I don't understand the sugar daddy situation either, to be honest.
May I? Is that okay?
Sure.
So I think that from what is said, men have a lot of risk when they come forward to try to talk to women these days. A lot of times they get called misogynistic just for approaching a woman. So a lot of times it is safer, unfortunately, for an unhealed man to skip to minute 211 or to pay someone that they don't have to risk being accused things by, or they don't have to risk anything unsafe or being painted in a certain light. And that's really sad, and it's not okay, and it's definitely preying on a weakness because men societally do not have an okay space to come forward with anything happening to them. And that's,
Oh, 100% Abby, right? Abby says, this really does show a deeper issue that some men don't see themselves worthy of not being with a woman who won't shame them. 100%. But when you look at it from like this bitch's perspective, the black-haired bitch, right? All she's seen of men are these like weak, fucking like sorry excuse for life and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? That's all she's seen. And then any guy that's not like that is, oh, he must be a misogynist or he must be that and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? But it's like, no, put a strong man in front of him. I mean, send that bitch to the boot camp. This is the same thing that happened to like Katie Hopkins. Like she ended up in the military or whatever, and then she like she used to be kind of like this whole kind of like feminist thing, and then her parents sent her to the military where she had to learn discipline and all this kind of shit. And then she actually had a profound respect for men and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So, like I said, like from her perspective, like she's just literally kind of surrounded herself with a bunch of weak men and think that's what men are. You know what I mean? It's really sad when you actually kind of like view it. It's like, holy shit. It's like the same thing of like these dudes that like all they do is coom all day long. All they do is they watch, the only time they actually see women is in pornography. You know what I mean? And they think that's what every woman is like. You know what I mean? It's sad. You know?
I think.
And also, chat, you only got 20 minutes because like I keep saying, chat.
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
Show ain't free. We got 20 minutes. And as William said, it's either $10 now on the PayPal or Ko-Fi's, or if we go to the grift break, then it would be 15, ladies and gentlemen. It's up to you. Chat always wins. Wise man once taught me that chat always wins.
Okay.
A probable reason.
We have Tyler Farrell here. No breakfast, no brains. The capybara in red and Wednesday Addams. Next to her are retarded. Stream Okay, great music, whatever, and the Wilsons are goated. Hey, thank you very much for the super chat, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Tyler. Okay, well,
100%.
That's interesting.
Well, Abby, even the mother was like, "Can you give me tips?" The mother seeing that and's like, "Oh, if my daughter can do that, then I'd even make more money." But what the mother doesn't realize is that like the only reason why the daughter is even able to do this in the first place is because she's young. She still has beauty on her side. But as they all say, you hit 30 or so, that wall comes, the cellulite, the wrinkles, the crow's feet. Then all of a sudden, the pay pigs go away. You know what I mean? All these men, they're no longer interested. And then what? And then what? You know what I'm saying? But like I said, even the mother, like that's who I'd be trying to drill down on. Do you know what I mean? Because the father's not even part of her life. I can guarantee, and she even said, like, I'm not even sure my father knows what I do, but her mother definitely knows what she does. You know what I mean? And this is what, like, they've been screaming for literally years now. It's like, the father being missing from the home is a critical issue for society. And what did all the feminists march for? What did all the socialists march for? What did they all... We want strong, independent woman. We want to break up the nuclear family, all this kind of shit. Take the father out of the home, replace the father with the state, and now you get these. Now you get this. Ugly. Disgusting. You know what I mean? Unbelievable. It's the high standard that pushed by the rhetoric. So as a man, I'll just do it myself. You know? It's sad. Like I said, there's genuine sadness, like when you view it, because you're like, you're living in a delusion, and not even a good delusion at that. You know what I mean? Come back to reality. This is what men actually do. Show him some oil rigging videos where the thing's fucking goes up in flames, and the dude's on flames, and he has to jump into the water, but the oil is actually on top of the water, and that oil's also in flames, so you have to literally jump into fucking flames, try and get into the water to actually quell the flames. That's that is a potential. That is like a bad case scenario for a dude working on an oil rig. That's why they get paid so much. You know what I mean? It's literally, it's delusion. It's literally unbelievable.
Yeah, the Findom stuff, I don't know. Not a fan of it. Going to your notes, Maya.
Oh boy.
You had some not so nice words, I think, directed towards Rachel Wilson or
yes,
Andrew Wilson.
Oh, no.
So you wrote that as one of your disagreements. You think, considering who his wife is and how she has multiple, or he has, she has multiple baby mamas, daddies, whatever.
Yeah.
You think his views are hypocritical?
Well, I would assume that your view and you have your kids and you make your big happy family, but to my understanding you have multiple baby daddies and you have had multiple relationships.
Yes, so you probably heard a bunch of stuff on the internet.
I did, and that's that's
assuming
what I
that
heard.
it's all correct.
Yes.
Okay, what do you think a baby daddy is?
Someone that you are no longer with, who you have a child with.
Because when people say baby daddy, I'm thinking like a rando that you have a kid with. Not somebody you were married to. Is somebody who you were married to a baby
Well,
daddy?
what would you consider him now that you're not together?
An ex-husband?
But what about
Or the father of your children?
I still think it's a baby daddy.
Okay, but would it be wrong? Why are you assuming that it's wrong that I had kids with somebody else?
I'm absolutely not assuming it's wrong. My understanding, just from based on what you have said and what I've seen your husband say, that you would be in the position that you are supposed to be with one person only.
Yes, you are. Yeah. Absolutely, you're supposed to be.
Yeah.
But sometimes people abandon you, and sometimes they actually physically abuse you.
Yeah.
And in that case, you don't really have a choice.
Yeah.
So is it wrong if that?
And like, notice the silence. Like she literally like closes the mouth and she's just like nodding along because she realized, oh fuck, there's actually a different perspective of this. I'm just randomly throwing out terms that I actually don't have a definition for. Do you know what I mean? Unbelievable, bro. Unfucking believable.
Happened to me, and then I come out and say I still believe that you should
No,
be
absolutely
married.
not.
Okay, so
Absolutely not.
I have a question. Okay, so if you feel that way, you don't have a choice because he physically abused you, which I'm sorry. What about women who were raped and want to have an abortion?
It still doesn't make it okay to kill another human being because the person who was conceived is not the person who did the crime.
Right.
So
And it's such a low percentage.
What if it was like their dad or their brother or something, and there's a very high chance that that baby will have genetic issues?
Actually, so I've done some research on that. The odds of you having like actual genetic problems from one generation of incest is very, very, very low. It usually only happens after multiple generations. So like a lot of the Islamic world has a lot of genetic problems because they've had first cousin marriages for multiple generations. So the odds of that happening would be extremely low. Just because there's a chance that a baby might have a genetic problem is also not a reason to kill it.
Do you think that? So you think a woman that has been raped gets?
Yeah, shout out to Rachel, because typically when I go about the abortion, I'm like, okay, like I'll give you the rape and incest. Can we get rid of the rest of them? Can we make it illegal for anything except for these cases? And if they say yes, right, then we have them. Because I don't know if you guys know this, but there's over 1 million abortions a year in the United States. To give you something to compare that figure to, 1 million, okay? You could cure heart disease, which is the biggest killer. Heart disease. And you could cure cancer. And you could cure diabetes. And that still would pale in comparison. I think that you would roughly I think it's about 900,000 when you include heart disease, cancer, and thingamabob, and diabetes. Right? You could cure them, and it still would not be more than the amount of abortions that's happening annually in America alone. Holy shit.
It's pregnant, she should have to bring that baby to term. What about she brings the baby to term, has the baby, and she can't even look at that baby? She is so sad to just remind us of what happened every
No,
single time.
adoption.
Do any of you guys have adopted kids? Why do you think everyone should just adopt?
Well, actually, everybody can adopt. Did you know that there's a waiting list of people who are waiting for newborns? Newborn babies always get adopted.
Yeah, no, I'm like, Kieran, the reason why I bring that up, because like I said, Rachel is bellissimo. This is bellissimo argumentation right here. You know what I mean? But even if I'm to do that, right? Like that's kind of like, let's say, like stage one of the plan is to wipe out the elective ones, right? And then, like I said, we can have that discussion later. You are right in what you're saying. It's not one step back, just wipe it completely off the table. You know what I mean? But like what I'm showing is that even if I was to grant their position, like what they quote unquote stand for with the whole Roe v. Wade, because this bitch in the red was talking about, oh, they're taking away Roe v. Wade and all this kind of shit. Over 1 million abortions a year. You could cure heart disease, cancer, and diabetes. Unfucking believable.
I just feel like the mother's right should come first to be able to
kill
choose.
someone.
And I don't.
Do you
I don't-
know
it's not
anybody that's
gonna-
been raped
Okay,
and hasn't
I've got
had
a
the
great
child?
hypothetical to test your logic on this. So you might have heard that they're expecting we could have artificial wombs in the future, right?
What are artificial wombs?
Literally an artificial womb.
Oh, womb. I thought you said wound.
No, artificial wombs. So they're saying maybe within the next 10 years. So let's say they have artificial wombs and a woman goes to get an abortion and the abortion doctor says, great news, we now have another option. We can transplant this fetus into an artificial womb where it can be grown to term and then be adopted out by someone else. Would you like to do that?
Great.
If
I was in that situation,
do you think
I
we
would put it in an
still,
artificial womb.
but do you still think we should have legal abortion if that option became available?
I think it's very situational. Like,
What would be a reason to still kill the baby?
Multiple generations of inbreeding, or
that wasn't the situation.
Okay, barring the most bizarre freaking outlier of
Look at the bitch's
multi-generational
face in
inbreeding.
the red. Look
Okay,
at her face.
just
Look at how
any
uncomfortable
other
she is.
'cause,
She's like,
you know,
her
the
whole
vast,
thing has been
vast
shattered.
majority of abortions are just elective and just because of reasons like I don't have the money or it's not a good time for me. So if there was an option to transplant the fetus into an artificial womb, do you guys, both of you guys who are pro-choice, do you think we should still have legal abortion?
I think I would have to think about that. I've never heard of that, but I would have to think on that. But I do think abortion should never be used as a form of birth control. If you're having consensual sex and consistently getting pregnant and consistently going and getting abortions, that's not okay. But I think abortion should be available to the people who have been raped or people that are physically detrimental to their body to have a baby. I think they should have an issue. They should have a reason to. But if someone is in there 5 times in a month getting abortions, I know that wouldn't happen. But that's not okay.
What about you? What do you think? If there's an artificial womb option and we can just transplant the fetus, it can be born at full term and adopted out, should we still have abortion rights? Should you still be able to abort it anyway?
What's the cost of this?
It's free.
No cost to
It's
you.
free. What I would personally do is I would, of course, put it in the artificial.
But do you think that women should still have a legal option to terminate the fetus?
This is actually a brilliant argument from Rachel. This is a brilliant argument because with my one, like you're saying, like what Kieran was saying, like not one step back, one is too many, all this kind of shit. This cuts straight to the core of the issue. Again, we're just going to take the baby out and then we're going to put it in an artificial womb. And we're going to remove your right to have an abortion. And look, the way that they can't even agree with that.
Well, how would the procedure look?
It would
How
just
would it
be
look?
like,
Like a C-section.
let's say, it probably wouldn't even be like a full C-section just
Well,
based
yeah,
on what I know
'cause it
about
was
that
so
sort of
tiny
thing.
at that
It would
point.
depend on the age too. But let's say that there was a way that they could do it endoscopically. So you don't even have to have a big scar. It's just a tiny incision. They can endoscopically go in just like they would to do genetic testing on a fetus. They can just remove it, place it in an artificial womb.
And does the woman have any responsibility to that?
No legal or moral
Look, they're
responsibility.
trying to.
I might have to think about that a little bit more,
Oh
but
my
that sounds like
fucking
a
God.
good solution.
Okay. I was curious what you might say to that because I've asked other women that question and they'll still emphatically say that we need to have the right to just kill it. Because and this one girl told me, I don't want some person with half my DNA walking around out there. It's my right to kill that person.
That's
and what
But Kieran, here's the fucked up thing. Like, she was the one who's like, would the woman still be responsible and all that kind of shit? No. The baby's just going to be in the artificial womb, and then when it's born and it's ready and all that stuff, we're going to give it to adoptive parents. You have no responsibility over this child. And they're still like, I'd have to think about that. You know what I mean? This is a beautiful argument from Rachel. This is bellissimo. Bellissimo. Because it cuts right straight to the issue. They would still want to have that power of saying, I'm ending a human life. These hunts.
I think that's not. Yeah, that's not. That's
too
not
controlling.
Can we tie her tubes?
That's
I don't see a fetus as a human being. Like I know they're a human. I know they're human, but I don't see them as like.
Would you be okay with a cat having an abortion?
Yeah, absolutely. A cat. Yeah, they do that sometimes, but it's just like expensive. Like if a cat has an abortion, a cat actually is pregnant. Absolutely, a cat can have an abortion.
Well, what I think this question kind of proved to me is that both of you, when given the option to just not have the responsibility, not be a mother, not go through the pregnancy and the birth, you did recognize that there's something of value there that should be saved.
I didn't say that. I said I need to think about it.
Okay, but you did not just immediately say, oh, it's just a clump of cells. Why would I even bother? You paused and said, I probably would. So that tells me that something in your mind knows that there's something in there of inherent value.
So
Seems like objective morality to me. You know what I'm saying? This is why they are forced to create. It's not a child. It's not a human life. We are not killing human life. What does that tell you? That even the most radical, goofy, idiotic, retarded lefties they know what objective morality is. They will just choose to lie. Speaking of which, shout out to Abby for the $10 on Ko-Fi. Appreciate you, Abby. Thank you very kindly for the $10 on the Ko-Fi. And again, I got to call out the men. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck's this? You have a woman doing all your donating for you? You know what I'm saying? I know Darth gave a couple of memberships on and stuff, but lads, what's the fucking crack here? You have a woman doing all the donating for you? What's going on? Talk to me. Talk to me here, fellas. Because what is that? $75. $75 off the 86 has come from Abby. Shout out to you, Abby. Okay? That means only 11 came from the... What the fuck is going on? This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. We get paid Friday. It's understandable. It's understandable, Darth. It's understandable. But like I said, we got a meme. We got a meme. Because if we meme, then we might achieve the dream. You know what I'm saying, boys? You know what I'm saying? And folks, we're about 14... Was it? Is it? Yeah, $14 with the quick maths. $14 away from another premium meme. And we know what it is. What are you feeling? You know what I'm saying? But let's get back to it. This stream has been brought to you by Abby Zhang. Shout out to Abby.
Personally, that's not really what I was thinking. I was thinking more so that there are women who do struggle when they get an abortion. They struggle with the decision. It's not just like something they take lightly. I think that it would help a lot of women who don't want the baby, don't want to go through the pregnancy, any of that. I think it would help them to be able to do something like that.
Yeah, but doesn't that also prove that maybe there's something of inherent value there? Maybe it's a human life and maybe that means something. Maybe I can't just dismiss it. Like the clump of cells thing worked when I was a kid, before we had 3D and 4D imaging of fetuses and embryos and things where people could see what is in there and that it looks human, that it moves and that it has a heartbeat and a circulatory system, even at 6 weeks old. I don't think the clump of cells works anymore. Everyone knows it's not just a clump of cells.
I think I have my answer on that. I think the woman should always still have the right to choose if she wants to. If that hypothetical does come into play and there is an artificial womb, I think the woman should still have the right to choose if she wants an abortion or not, but I think it should be circumstantial. So if like a woman was raped or there was incest involved, then she can choose to abort it. But if it's someone just coming in because they got pregnant just on a whim, then they should have to put it into the artificial womb. And
okay, why?
Because I feel like the emotional damage of knowing that someone who raped you has...
No. I'm saying why in the case of... For the sake of the conversation, I'll just grant rape and incest, okay? We're talking about everybody else, elective abortion. So why should somebody just going in for an elective abortion have to choose the artificial womb option?
Because that is their own, that was their fault.
But if it's just a clump of cells, it's not even a person, it's just tissue, why do we care? Why bother?
I mean, if that's the argument, I would say she should also have the right to abort. I think a woman should be able to choose.
That was what you initially had first said. So are you rethinking the whole? It's just tissue?
I do think it's just a clump of cells of tissue.
Then why would you say she has to choose the artificial womb option?
I don't know, because I don't think she should have been pregnant in the first place.
There's something in your mind that's conflicted. There's something in your mind pulling you in two separate directions.
I think my whole stance on abortion isn't necessarily about, is it a clump of cells or is it a fetus? It's more of, it's a woman's body and she should have a right to choose with what she wants. It's not about, what if
the fetus is a woman?
What woman what woman in 2026 doesn't know how to avoid getting pregnant?
No, they all do.
Absolutely. So they did choose. They did have the right to choose, and they chose to risk it, and then they got pregnant. So why should they be allowed to kill a live human being, even if you personally don't think it's a person?
Because it's not a human being.
It is a human being.
It's
a human fetus. Human means Homo sapiens. It means the species human. You're human. Everyone here is human. Okay? It's a human. So you can't say it's not human. Choose a different word. It's not
formed. It's not I don't know much about abortions in general, but depending on how fully developed the baby is, that's one thing. But if it's you've been pregnant for a week, Are you saying that is a human being?
It's a living human being, definitionally and biologically. You can't disagree. That's a fact. That's like me saying this is a white table and you going, I disagree.
Yeah,
it is definitionally a living human being. So what is it that makes it okay to kill it?
Because it's not conscious. It's not.
But if it's consciousness, so we're gonna walk through this.
It's not conscious. What's the better word for it? Like.
Yeah.
Not conscious, but like their brain, like they don't have. I don't think babies are in the womb that like when they're just at that stage, they're not forming thoughts. They're not like.
They could recognize their mother's voice.
I don't at 1 week.
I think the key question here to and like this would be I hope the final straw to break the camel's back kind of thing, so to speak, in terms of this propaganda she's been fed is okay. When do you start human life? When does human life start for you? You know what I mean? Because conception is a very clear indicator. You know what I mean? Whereas if you're going to say 6 weeks, 10 weeks, you're just pulling a random number out of your fucking hole. You know what I'm saying? Life is life. Not half a life or less. Like this is the whole thing of like where the slaves or the black man's only worth half that of a white man, or like in Islam, a woman's testimony is only worth half that of a man. You know what I'm saying? It's unbelievable. And as William would say, this bitch in the red is blind as a motherfucking
It's very
bat.
offensive because basically, if you think about what you're saying to me, you're saying because I'm a girl and because I'm attractive, my only use for this agency would be to manipulate men.
I think it's offensive too, and that's exactly what I said to Aaron. I said that bitch is blind as a bat.
That bitch is blind as a bat. You know what I'm saying? Conception. Exactly. It is a definitive starting point. Whereas the whole like pro-choice argument, it's anywhere from 6 weeks to fucking whatever the fuck. Whatever I feel like, apparently. You know what I mean? Unbelievable.
So you think that they're well? First of all, I think you can only take the pill up until like at 8 weeks. I don't think you can have the surgical option until at least 8 weeks, if I remember correctly. But okay, if it's just that it's not conscious and it can't form thoughts, once again, somebody in a coma. We should be allowed to just kill them. If I'm a caretaker,
they had a whole life though.
So my husband was in a car accident. He is now in a coma. He's in my home. I have to like change his, IV bag. I have to change his tube. I have to take care of him. But he's unconscious. Why can't I just kill him?
Because he had a life ahead of that, and you've known him, loved him his entire life.
Why does that mean? What does that have to do with whether or not it's okay to kill a human being?
He's been alive, and
the baby has also been alive.
It's not though.
But it is alive. It hasn't. So you think you have to have experiences?
So notice we went from like it's not a baby to now she's admitting it is a baby, and now she's like denying, oh well, it's not alive. Okay, what is life to you? Like how do you define what is alive and what is not alive? You know what I mean? Exactly, William. Exactly. What the fuck is going on?
Yo, what the fuck is going on right now?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, at conception is when the DNA is formed. That genetic code is formed. And it grows. Life is growth. You know what I mean? Death is decay.
When does a baby's heart like start beating in the womb?
6 weeks.
6 weeks.
Five or 6 weeks.
Well, then why don't we just make it so abortions can't happen until after 6 weeks?
Because almost nobody knows they're pregnant and can get in to get an abortion before 6 weeks. Most of them have to happen after that. The only way you can do that is with the abortion pill.
Well, I just think that women should have the right to choose.
So what we've found through this inquiry is that you have arbitrary metrics based on your feels. That's what you have. You don't have any justified reason for choosing, oh, this is the criteria of when it's okay to abort and when it's not. You're like, I just don't think it matters because I just don't.
I have a question in regards to that, actually.
Okay.
So I am someone that has been in like a crazy accident.
It was like, man, the first time was so nice. I just had to do it twice.
It's very offensive because basically, if you think about what you're saying to me, you're saying because I'm a girl and because I'm attractive, my only use for this agency would be to manipulate men.
I think it's offensive too, and that's exactly what I said to Aaron. I said that bitch is blind as a bat.
That bitch is blind as a bat. Both of them. The black-haired chick and the red sleeve chick, and the one that's next to them as well, the one that threw away a good marriage. Unbelievable.
A freak accident, 1 in a million thing. I broke my back. I'm lucky to, I mean, every day I'm grateful and I'm very happy to be alive, but I was supposed to be paralyzed from the waist down. So pregnancy for me, I mean, I have an IUD and I'm very, very careful, but pregnancy for me is something that could leave me like rendered in a place where let's say my nerves decided to, fuck up during my pregnancy, and then it leaves me rendered in a wheelchair the rest of my life. Do you think that is in a case of, where it'd be okay?
I wouldn't say it's okay
So
because you do have the option to just not get pregnant. Like that's always a choice.
Let me give like a really specific case here. I have an IUD, right, which is over 99% effective, right? Mm-hmm. But in the rare case that I was to get pregnant or have an even what is it called, like an ectopic pregnancy, where it's
ectopic. That's not. So in the case of things like ectopics, that's not a viable pregnancy. The baby can't be. There's only one documented case of like an abdominal ectopic pregnancy accidentally making it close to term without the fetus or the mother dying.
Let's say that it did, regular in the uterus where it's supposed to be, and I still did get pregnant, and even though I've been very careful, let's say it happens, because it does happen. It does. And especially in cases like mine where it would leave me then rendered in a wheelchair for the rest of my life just because I would be forced to have a child.
Are you certain it would do that? Because
but there's a chance, and I'm not willing to take that chance.
But that right there shows...
And if that's selfish, that's okay.
So then you shouldn't have sex. If you're not willing to take that chance, a lot of people jump into having sexual relationships and they don't...
And this is why we need Rachel, because notice, Rachel's not even making the arguments anymore. Now the sisterhood is joined in. Now the sisterhood is joined in, and the gray-haired bitch is gonna start showing things in. This bitch is gonna start showing in. It's amazing, amazing. You know what I mean? This is why we need more women talking about this.
Amazing.
10 out of 10, Rachel. 10 out of 10.
Actually understand the risk, because if
I do. That's why I have an IUD, and it's very effective.
But that's what I'm saying. Like 99% is not 100%.
Side if I were you. If you,
but I do want to have a child at some point, but I'm planning on just having a surrogate. So.
Well, there's some issues with that too, but we don't need to get into that for this podcast.
I'm a very scientific person.
But the thing about those kind of things, if I had $5 for every time I was told by a doctor, this is what's wrong with you, and they were wrong, like I'd be rich. I had a doctor tell me after number 5 that I was never going to be able to lift weights or walk again, and I should just get a walker. Idiots. Well, they have to tell you things based on liability. Mm-hmm. So if there's like the tiniest minuscule chance something could go wrong, they will try to like enforce that to you so that you can't come back and sue them.
But in my brain, like knowing that, we're supposed to trust the doctors, right? I mean, there's a whole bunch of fallacies with that whole system and everything like that. We're not going to get into that. But like in my brain, I know it's a possibility that it would leave me rendered in a wheelchair. So for me, that is something that like, after a certain time...
In my brain, or in any like dude's brain, it's like if we're getting broken into, like I'm gonna have to go down and deal with that shit, and I could end up in a wheelchair or even dead. Does that mean that I should never be in a relationship with a woman? No, that you're retarded.
If we were having like a hardcore abortion debate, I think it'd be fine to spend time on that. But I think for a dating podcast, taking like the really far outliers, I don't know.
I was just curious on your views on it, because that is me.
My personal view is I would not kill a baby even if there was a risk that I could. I mean, there's all kinds of risks for healthy, normal pregnancies.
Sure, absolutely.
They're low. They're very low, but they do exist, and I took the chance, multiple times. So. I had an epidural that went horribly wrong and could have left me paralyzed, and luckily it didn't. Great for me, yay. But I don't know. Let's see. What else do you guys want to talk about? Does anybody else have a topic?
I wanted to add something real quick, because in my experience, talking from my own experience, I did want to abort my son because after subconscious thought, after understanding myself, it was because I was scared to take commitment, to take accountability for actions. I'm a teen mom. Had to go to my parents with that, had to tell them, hey, this is what I did. And I was scared, and I didn't admit that I was scared. I wanted to take an easy way out. And for most cases, because great babies are not as, statistically, that doesn't happen to the norm of everybody else who are having abortions.
Yeah.
And going by, and going by that statistic, a lot of, it seems like society just doesn't want to take accountability. Women who get pregnant don't want to take accountability because and this is the argument I hear, that men don't want to take accountability. And that's the fault. I'm not saying that you deserve what happens to you. I'm not saying that it was okay, but it's still you as the adult making the conscious choice to be in this relationship, knowing that you could get pregnant. That happens. Doesn't matter your birth control. I had birth control after getting pregnant, and I was still talked to about the risk of getting pregnant right after already having a baby. There was no doctor told me, yeah, this is going to be fine. Go ahead, have unprotected sex. It doesn't, like you won't have a baby with this in there. They gave me a list of birth controls, a list of disclaimers. This is not the only thing that will protect you from having a baby is abstinence. And no one wants to really agree with that because of instant gratification.
It's true, obviously.
I want to have sex. And that's fine. We're humans. We're, we have that animal instinct, but it's also the understanding, the whole idea about abortion is the argument of if it's a baby or if it's not a baby, I feel like is useless because the real issue is accountability. Yeah. Are you somebody that can make a conscious choice and stick to that? Hey, I had sex, I got pregnant, and now I'm going to do the hard work. That's just how it is because that's your responsibility. And we talk about it being women's bodies, your choice, then you should already have that choice. Okay, if I'm going to choose to have sex and get pregnant, I should commit to that.
I was going to ask Raven a question. So your moniker online is Goddess Raven. Do you actually believe in paganism, witchcraft, anything like that, or is it just a tagline?
I actually do believe in witchcraft.
Okay. It's very popular. It's actually a very popular thing. I've done I've done a bunch of deep dives on it, like Witch Talk. Look up the hashtag Witch Talk. It's got millions upon millions of hits. It's crazy.
But I believe in a lot of things, actually.
So I know a lot of women who believe in witchcraft and goddess worship and nature worship and things like that. Even a lot of indigenous cultures, they actually consider abortion to be a sacrament, like a religious sacrament. They do. If you go to Witch Talk, you can find women on TikTok who will show you how to make a religious ritual out of your abortion. So I was just wondering if that's
so definitely not my speed.
Okay.
We have.
Just thought I'd ask.
Hey guys, we have it on members only mode. I'll take it off members only. Let's get the likes to, we have 10,000 concurrent viewers. Let's get to 5,000 likes. We're at 4,400 likes. Get us to 5,000 likes and we'll open up the chat. So like the video, guys. Also, you know what? We're just going to do a really quick reminder, $10 display, $99 read. $200 TTS. If you want to direct the course of the conversation, you can send in a read, send in a TTS, and you can propose a topic, ask a question. So there is that. But we have Gorlock the Destroyer. So on a scale of 0 to 10, on the scale of 0 to 10, rate your own looks, face, body, total. You can't pick 7. So when you're responding, if you can phrase it something like face 6, body 6, total 6, something like that. Obviously, it could be face 7 or face 6, body 8, etc., etc.
I'm in the hot seat. Okay, well, I believe I wrote on my paper 7 on the face because I'm not going to dig into it.
Say 7.
7 on the face. I think I'm a pretty healthy individual, and I give myself an 8 on the body, so we're at a 7.5 total.
Okay.
I say 4 face, 4 body.
Total?
4.
Okay. What about you?
10 face, 10 body, 10.
I'm not surprised.
Okay. What about you?
6 face, 8 body, so 7.
All right. What about you?
10 face, 10 body, total 10.
Confidence. Woo. Yes, girl.
Yikes.
What about you?
I'm humble. I'll say 3 face, 3 body.
That's
Okay, that's just being ridiculous. Like, you're attractive.
No,
like,
You're gorgeous.
All right. What about you?
Thank you.
If we're saying 10.
6 face,
Closer
4
to the
body.
mic, please.
6 face, 4 body.
Total.
What?
5.
Okay. What about you?
I would say my face is like a 5'6". My body, like a 7. I would say I'm a total 7.
Okay, Rachel.
Last time I gave myself 5s, but I've gotten in much better shape since then. So I'm going to say 6 face, 6 body, total 6. If you're
Okay.
counting that I'm really old, maybe you could bump me up a half a point.
In before the fucking propagandists clip that and say, see, Rachel said 666. Do you know what I mean? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Like the 10s alone drive me up the fucking walls. Like, so you think that you should be a model? You think that you should be the pinnacle of beauty? Unfucking believable. You know what I mean? I don't know.
For being old.
All right. I give
For 45,
sure.
I'm doing all right.
I give myself 4.5, 4.5, 4.5 on all metrics. Well, we're not going to dive deep into everybody's answers, but there's a few that have caught my attention. So we have a 10, a 10, and a 10. You guys, well, hold on. A couple clarifying questions here. Where do I begin? If you had to assign a percentage, what percentage of women would you say are less attractive than you?
I think all women are 10s.
Okay.
Then it's meaningless.
Okay.
That doesn't mean anything.
It means something to me, though.
All women
I
are-
feel like I'm a 10. I feel like all women are 10s in different ways. So a way that I'm
We're
pretty.
talking
We're
about
talking
looks.
about physical attractiveness.
Like
only.
objectively
Like, look,
attractive.
obviously, if you had my brains and my amazing personality,
Is Rachel a 10 in
I'm
your eyes?
incredible. No,
Yeah.
Is Rachel a 10?
I'm kidding.
Are anti-abortionist women 10s?
Exactly.
I can't. I need to see them. We're talking about looks here,
Yeah,
right?
if we're just talking about looks. So
I'm perfect, and anybody who disagrees with me is just trying to oppress me. Psychology is so telling. You know what I mean? This is why, like, again, shout out to Brian, shout out to the Whatever Podcast, guys. I'll link the podcast in the chat. Go give it a check out, because, like I said, we're not going to get through the whole thing today. We've gotten through just over about a third, so we might have to do a bit of a 2x speed for tomorrow's show. But go over, give him a like, give him a sub. You know what I'm saying? Help support good content like this, because, like I said, the psychology is shocking, but it does explain so much. It explains so much that they think that they're perfect. Ergo, anybody who says that they're wrong or anybody who disagrees with them, that's just oppression. You're oppressing my perfection. Do you know what I mean? Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
you can't meet the person, you can't talk to them. You're just looking at a picture of their face and body.
Is Gorlock the Destroyer a 10 to you?
She is definitely a 10.
I haven't seen Gorlock. I'd have to see them.
Well, her name popped up there.
It's not Gorlock. It's mean.
Well, I don't know her name, but
It's Al Weasley or something.
So all women are 10s.
Yes.
Are all men 10s?
No.
Right. Why are all women 10s and why are not all men 10s?
In my opinion.
I get that it's your opinion. Why is it your opinion?
I honestly just believe that women are prettier than men.
See, I kind of feel like when I'm out walking around in public, like I'm just at the grocery store, I see a lot, especially as people get older. When they're younger, the girls might be better looking, but we're talking 40s, 50s. I see a lot of hot dads who obviously hit the gym and they look pretty dang good. And their wife is like heavy and let herself go. And I'm like, dang. And he's still like rubbing on her and everything. And I'm like, wow, we're lucky men like us a lot, you know? That's how I feel.
But so, yeah, why is it? Well, how about this? Are some women more attractive than other women?
I feel like it depends on who's, like, to me. Like, can I look at one woman and say I'm more attracted to this woman than the other woman? Or am I just...
One's better looking than the other.
Looks.
More beautiful.
Yeah, talking about looks.
Yeah.
But then that's based on my attraction. But sure, I mean, I can be more attracted to...
Well, your attraction aside, can't you make a determination as to their physical appearance absent attraction?
But that's kind of like saying, like, I know that there was someone on the podcast that liked like bigger men. Like there was some girl on the podcast.
Chubby chaser.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So it's like
So
that is lies.
Okay.
yeah, it's kind of like all preference based, because like she could look at someone who like everyone in here basically could say is more attractive. Like she could say they're less attractive, everyone else could say they're more attractive than the other person, but she still thinks that the other person who's chubbier is more attractive.
Yeah, but let's map that onto like 1 million people. So are you going to start seeing patterns in terms of assessment? If you say you have 1 million people, you have 1 million men and 1 million women, and you show all those 1 million people pictures of 10 men and 10 women, and say they're of varying attractiveness, don't you think you would come to, like, there's going to be some degree of consensus? Like, yeah, maybe you know, this one person rates them very high in attractiveness, whereas others don't. But like, who's a woman who you think is very beautiful?
There's so many. Olivia Rodrigo, Billie Eilish. Those
Billie
are just
Eilish,
like people
yeah.
in the
Billie Eilish?
Yeah. So,
yeah.
do you think that a lot of people would tend to agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So,
I would agree with that. I would agree with that.
yeah. Okay.
I don't understand why looks are so prevalent. Like, why, as a
Really?
society, do we care about what people look like surrounding us? Like, if
That's the basis of attraction.
I know, but that's not my basis of attraction. I don't care what someone looks like. Like, if
Really?
I really don't. I'm friends with
Same.
Like,
I'm very
I don't
not
care.
looks oriented.
I wouldn't date anyone.
She
So it
doesn't
doesn't
wanna date
matter.
anyone,
But
yeah.
I look at people.
So are you like asexual? Like you don't have a sex drive?
No, no. I'll go
so
out.
you have
and-
attraction.
I have attraction. Absolutely. There's
so
absolutely attraction,
do
but I don't think it matters.
If you have a
like,
choice between a 5'4" bald guy with terrible acne and a 6'2" like athletic looking Chad, like which one are you gonna say is better looking?
Well, they're better looking, but why does it like matter?
What do you mean? Why does it matter?
I don't understand why does it matter what people look like.
Because you're going to pursue the people you think are better looking.
I would pursue the one that has a better personality,
Me
and I feel like I would be
too.
safe with.
Yeah, that's total code.
No, what
That is not
happens
true.
is they
That's
have to
total code.
pass the looks test for you to be attracted first.
certain degree,
then you
yeah.
choose based on personality.
I disagree
There
with that.
is no woman on planet Earth who is filtering potential mates based on personality first and looks later.
I do.
That's just a lie.
I do.
That's baloney.
Abby, it's ridiculous. They literally like lie to their face. Oh, I put bikini pics online for myself. Like it's the same kind of mentality of what goes on here. I put the bikini pictures and the booty pics and all this kind of stuff. I do that for myself. But couldn't you just like take the picture and just like keep it on your phone if it's for yourself? No. I do it for my friends. I do it for like other women. Yeah, but again, like you seem to heavily be laying into like what men want to see. Like other women don't want to see other women in bikinis and all this kind of shit and sexualized and all that kind of thing. You know what I mean? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. I don't care about attention. Yeah, I have a tattoo over my tits and I'm wearing a V-neck. Shut the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? This stupid. unbelievable. But the psychology is so telling. It is so telling.
Well, if you're after
The truth
girls,
is
though,
not
that's
always
kind of
written.
different.
Wait, can I ask a question?
You already have like
Yeah.
the disordered
So-
attraction.
No, I
I know
don't.
you-
Yeah.
That's your opinion.
Being attracted to the same sex is disordered attraction.
Why do you
No,
care?
it is
wait, wait,
not.
wait.
Yes, it is.
Hold on. Go ahead.
Sorry. I know you're not interested in dating, but if you just feeling yourself, wanting to go out and get just a little, right? How would you do that?
I don't usually do that, but if I were to do that, I don't know.
Like, would you go to a bar or a dating app?
I wouldn't go to a dating app, definitely not. But if I ran into someone when I was out, maybe.
So how do you know anything about their personality?
Well, I would never sleep with someone the first night I met them. I would absolutely never do that. If they asked for like my Instagram or my phone number or something and we talked and hung out a little bit and then something happened, that's one thing. But
You're a fucking liar.
I have never slept with someone the first night I met them. I will put that on my dog, who I love so dearly. I will put that on my father, on my brother. I have never slept with
But
someone
is
the
it
first
not
time I met them.
wrong to say that the likelihood of you giving an individual your contact information is likely because they were visually attractive before you got to hear what they said?
I have never turned anyone who has asked to have my number or contact at any time. I have never said no to them. The amount that I will respond to them is a different story. But if someone like gets my number and then is just texting all day, every day, like trying to get my attention, I will not respond
So
to them.
a man's looks hold no weight for you. It doesn't matter whatsoever.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying like
But so why you at? So then
I don't know. I would just say as
it's
a
self-defeating. So you do
He just
because you
wants
were
to be contrarian.
yeah you were asking why does it matter? You know yourself because you just admitted that you care about looks.
Yes, but I was more saying why does it, I was saying in the context of like society and people, why does it matter what people look like?
That's why.
Why does it
Because we
matter?
all choose who we're
But so
going
if
to
someone's-
make babies with.
If someone's ugly, they're just
based
like
on that,
chopped
at least in
liver.
part.
They're just terrible, right? Is that
Well,
what you guys
no,
are saying?
threes match with threes and sixes match with sixes, generally. But now we have this problem where all the women all think they're tens. So they look at dudes who are their looks match and they're like, ew, he's not good enough for me. I'm a 10 and he's only a 7. And it's like, in reality, she's probably a 5. She's probably average, and she's dismissing average guys because she thinks she's a 10.
I personally would rather date a confident, average-looking guy versus the, ooh, who's that? Because the average guy is going to treat you better, I think. Not all across the board.
I think there's
but-
some truth to that when men have all their options open.
And I think the guy that
somewhat
thinks,
true.
oh my gosh, how did I get her attention? I'm the luckiest guy in the world. If a guy thinks
See, I
like
don't-
that, those relationships.
Simps make my ovaries retreat. So I do like a guy who, I like a guy who I feel is like I feel like my husband's just a little bit out of my league. I feel like I'm punching up a little bit. I feel like one day he's gonna wake up and be like, this is not the wife I ordered. They gave me a different wife. I ordered the 8, and I'm just gonna ride it until he figures that out. But,
I would have rated you higher than you rated yourself.
well, thanks.
honestly.
He rates me higher than that too.
You have a TTS
Member
here.
donated $200. You have your boobs hanging out and you're all made up, and you don't know why looks matter? Oh, shut up.
I have no
Rachel,
makeup
you're
on.
awesome.
Thank you.
I have no makeup on, and my hair is up in two. I don't know how I'm all done up.
You-
I have boobs that are going to be out. That is just the.
Your outfit says, look here,
What are you-
not here.
The boobs are going to be out. Unlucky for you, bitches. Other women sitting on the panel. So chair 1, boobs not as out as hers, but they're still covered to some degree. Even the femdom chick is not showing her boobs. The 44-year-old whatever the fuck her name is, no boobs. Asian chick beside her, no boobs. Blonde chick beside the Asian chick, no boobs. Purple, the purple one's wearing a fucking sweater. You know what I mean? This whole thing about, oh, my boobs are, you're wearing a fucking V-neck, bitch. Stop lying. Stop the lying, okay? Where's the clip? Where's the motherfucking clip?
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god. Stop fucking lying.
Stop fucking lying, bitch.
She just has boobs. If she didn't have,
also have
her
boobs.
shirt's like the
Okay.
same as mine. Her shirt,
Okay,
has
but
her she has boobs, but she has boobs.
her shirt's the same as mine.
My shirt is not the same as
That is
yours.
based, but you don't have boobs. If my boobs were in
Even
that shirt,
if
it
I
would look
had
the same.
boobs, it's completely different. Respectfully, absolutely not.
I just choose to not wear shirts like that because I know my body.
You know,
if
I
that
hear
makes
this
sense.
cope about, like, I'm a busty girl too. I haven't been my whole life. Even when I was 117 pounds, I had biggins, okay? But yeah, little tank tops look sluttier on me than they do on my sister who's got little boobs. That's life,
100%.
you know? So if you got biggins, you need more coverage. That's how that goes.
We have a chat here from Only Jokers. After watching for a while the Libby in the corner, for men to suck so bad, you sure have a very comfortable life because of men. And ironically, your whole life and well-being is centered around men. Do you want to do a response to that? For you?
as it should be.
Oh,
Wow.
okay.
So men should just give you stuff.
Yes.
I would love for it to switch and be, okay, listen, bitch. That shit that Donald Trump done in Iran, yeah, went south, and they're actually starting to invade from Mexico. We're sending you to the border. That cool, bitch. Instantly, she'd be like, "No, I'm a handmaiden. I need to be a wife to children and all this kind of shit. I mean, a wife to a husband and put out children, all this kind of shit." Holy shit! The Russians are invading. Let's go, bitch. I need to be a mother. I need to do. Do you know what I mean? They'll instantly retreat.
Why?
Because I deserve it.
Why? Do you deserve it?
Because I
Because,
want
Lord,
it.
yeah.
Because you exist
Because
and
you're
you want
worth
it.
it.
Yes.
You don't think
Entitlement.
that's actually narcissistic.
You could call it narcissistic.
It's entitlement.
So you're a psychopath.
I'm
so you're a
entitled.
psychopath. You think that narcissism and entitlement is like fine and you're cool with it and you think that's
Are
good?
you trying to diagnose me with an actual mental health disorder?
Maybe.
Okay. We can take that up.
Do you have?
Yeah, do you have?
No, I am not. No, I don't have antisocial
No.
personality
Well, have you
disorder.
been diagnosed with anything?
No.
Don't take any psych meds or anything?
No.
No anxiety or... No, she seems actually narcissistic because she seems super comfortable, like
I agree.
hating men, taking advantage of them. She thinks that narcissistic sociopathy is fine, but she's worried about men and how they talk about women. You realize the
Bear in mind, I hate to pause it during Rachel because this is again a brilliant point from Rachel. These bitches started the conversation by saying Donald Trump said he would grab a woman by the pussy. This is this is why I have the Brian specific clip.
There can be manipulation. There can be the changing.
Don't you
of
step on
person-
dudes' balls? Who the fuck are you to say
begging for
anything?
Who the fuck is this bitch to say anything about anybody?
these things don't make sense. In fact, it seems more like you're playing a character. Maybe
Okay.
to support your findom grift.
You know what? I actually think it's completely genuine. I think she thinks men are trash. I think she thinks men suck, and she's comfortable.
May I ask her a question quick?
Yeah.
If a woman, and she was an attractive woman, came on your Findom and she wanted to, do these humiliating things.
That's a good question.
Would you do it since you hate men and love women?
So I've actually had femme subs. Like I've actually had females send me money before. I've never had a female actually want to be humiliated per se by me. Like I've never gotten like specific requests like that, but I have had like girls send me for coffee and just like little things and stuff.
The sisterhood.
Is there any point though?
Like there are female subs.
Well, I do got to bring it back to the topic we were discussing, which is the looks rating thing here. So, all men are 10s. Or sorry, excuse me. You think all women are 10s, but not all men are 10s.
Yes, and yeah.
That's interesting how that works. Are there any men who are more attractive than women?
Like conventionally, yes.
But I'm confused. If all women are 10s, but not all men are 10s,
Not all men are 10s. But
some
there
men are 10s, but if some men are 10s and all women are 10s, maybe there's a man who's just as good looking as a woman, but it wouldn't be possible for a man to ever be better looking than a woman from your perspective.
Yeah, I think it's just like I'm looking at it in a different way. I think all women are 10s just based on, like, not conventionally, not because of conventional attractiveness, just because, like, all women are beautiful in different ways. Like,
But not all men are beautiful in different ways.
yeah, I guess all men can be beautiful in different ways.
But is
for
it possible for a man to ever be more attractive than a woman?
conventionally, yes.
But well, non-conventionally, no.
Not really. I mean,
So it's impossible for a man to non-conventionally be more attractive than a woman.
well, there's men that, like, a lot of straight women will say are just like the hottest, and they're usually really tall, like they're built, they're like they look very similar. Like,
Sure.
most women would come to a consensus on the fact that that man is, like, attractive. For me personally, I probably wouldn't see that man as being that attractive, but I still know that most women would say that that's a conventionally attractive man.
Going to you, you also gave yourself a 10. Do you think all women are 10s?
I think that all women believe what they want to believe based on societal conditions. The reason I gave my 10 was because of my own delusion in myself. I feel like if I have to see myself as the best for anyone else to love me unconditionally, because if I don't unconditionally, hold on, if I don't unconditionally love myself, because I'm not rating myself based on what you said, conventional society standards. I'm rating on myself on how I see myself in the mirror. And that's usually not everybody else's 10, but that's my 10. And if I don't see myself with this unconditional love, I can't expect to find that in a partner. If I don't see myself as a 10, then I don't know if my partner would also see me as a 10, regardless of conventional standards.
That sounded great, like self-help stuff, but I will say, first of all, I don't think in romantic relationships there's any such thing as unconditional love. All romantic relationships are conditional. If my husband tomorrow stopped acting like the man he's always acted like and started acting like some kind of jerk to me, I don't think I'd love him as much. You know what I mean? And same thing, if I started treating him badly or if I cheated on him or something, I don't think he'd love me as much either. And me understanding and acknowledging that I am an average looking woman. I'm not, I don't walk down the street and people are like, oh my God, who is that woman? They're like, oh,
And
there goes
an
a
ego
normal looking
driven,
lady. Yeah.
You know, that's an ego driven decision. My delusion is fed on my own, like you said, self-help and my own confidence in myself.
Okay.
But if you think this way and expect other people to look at you with the conventional standard, if you think you're better than everyone else and expect to get a exceptional level of a man because of how you look, I think that has a lot to do with your own ego and not reality of yourself. If you say, hey, I'm confident in my body, I know for a fact that in society standards, I would not be considered a 10. But if I can walk in this world and consider myself a 10, I'm walking confident. And I know that my confidence will be more.
Oh my God, I hate this. I'm confident in my body, and the fucker is like so fat they can't even walk and have to ride around in a scooter. Okay? If your body has excess fat, that is not a healthy thing. Okay? So, like, just having confidence in your body is like, we have a hole in the ship and we're just going to put a plaster over it. It don't make any motherfucking sense. Okay? If you're overweight or obese or whatever, that is not healthy. And just saying I'm confident in my body or whatever is not going to deal with the health implication. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody gets this whole thing of like, oh, I need to compete with this chick or I need to compete with that chick and all that kind of shit, right? And if you were to have that mentality, 75% of the population, and this is not just America, but this seems to be a pattern across the whole fucking planet at this stage, 75% of the planet is either overweight or obese. So comparing yourself to obese people and say, well, at least I'm not as fat as this guy, you still have a health problem. You know what I mean? You need to compare yourself to yourself. Compare yourself to yesterday. Compare yourself with what you should be. The ideals. You know what I'm saying? We got Leith Wadakai on the Twitch, because like I said, folks, we are multi-platform. He says, why does any of this matter? It's because you're pointing towards the delusion that's in their head. That if you're telling me that you believe that all women's are 10, you're telling me you have no like standard to even judge beauty, let alone truth, let alone morality. You know what I mean? Like, there's a reason why, like, well, probably before the whole body positivity movement, but before that, like all like the supermodels and all that kind of shit, they weren't obese, they weren't overweight. Why? Because it's unhealthy. You know what I mean? Welcome in, Kai. Welcome in. The rating of 10 is based on looks, not confidence. Exactly. It's a physical characteristic. You know what I mean? And the more honest you, and it seems like it's like a cruel thing on us. It's like, no, you need to start being honest. If you're not even able to look in a mirror and be honest with yourself, how are you going to be like able to live in reality? How are you going to be able to call out the shit that you're supposed to call out? You know what I mean? Don't make no motherfucking sense. You know? Appreciate you, Jack. Appreciate you. Have a good day. Have a good day. You too, Abby. Take her handy. Take her handy. We're just wrapping up. We got about 40-ish minutes left, folks. So like I said, if you got any more donations, that'd be now would be the time, as they say. Kai says, no, that's goofy. People can be goofy and useless. It doesn't point to society. No, that's goofy. People can be goofy and useless. It doesn't point to society. I don't know what you mean here, Kai. People can be goofy and useless. But like, even if for them to call them useless, you're still comparing them to some sort of like objective standard of value, of use. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, what are we even talking about? Like, uselessness loses meaning. Use and value lose meaning. There is no meaning to them. You know what I'm saying? Have a good one, Jack. Have a good one, Abby. Chat, we only need $4 to go. We only need 14 to get another premium meme. Do you want to see the Andrew meme? Maybe a bit of Asmongold. I've seen a couple of his clips have been going back and forth with Hassan. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Maybe a little bit of Joey. A bit of that Americana spirits. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Jack Stain. Pull up a chair, my man. Get comfy. Get comfy. You know what I'm saying? Welcome in, Kai. Welcome in.
Attractive.
The way I think, I'm a very confident person. I don't know if that I don't know if that comes across at all, but I'm confident. But my confidence isn't based on me having to tell myself that I am a 10 looks wise, or that I'm the prettiest girl in the room, or something like that. I can say I'm average looking, and as a total package, I think there's a lot of reasons a guy would want to be with me, and I could probably get a pretty good guy for myself, and I did.
Let's test this out, though. So, using your framework of, you think that if you have this confidence that is going to be magnetic, and that is going to enable you to get higher quality men, more top tier men, more attractive men. Let me propose this. A morbidly obese woman who has perhaps the most confidence in the world. And it's true, she genuinely believes it. She's 1,000 times more delusional than you. She has an aura to her.
I think I know who you're
She's
talking
so
about.
confident. Has such strong belief in her. She weighs 500 pounds. Versus, I could also put her in a room next to the most physically beautiful woman you've ever seen, but she's deeply insecure.
Or just really humble about it, maybe.
Just to give an example, like, let's say this thing, right? This thing at the table, you know what I'm saying? Like, are you going to tell me that the one that is literally taking up like 2 chairs is just as beautiful as the one either side to her? Come on now. Come on now. You know what I'm saying? But Gorlak has shit tons of confidence. Doesn't change a single thing about the beauty, though. Guy coming in saying, I can explain it easily. The reality of functional individuals outweighs dysfunctional individuals. If functional people structure society on the dysfunctional is goofy. Are you telling me Gorlock is what we structure society around? No, this is what we're saying, Kai. We structure, like, there's a thing called like pretty privilege or like beauty privilege. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's what like society naturally goes towards. That's like, for example, like anybody who's like front of house in the kitchen, are like, if you're a waiter or if you're just like helping the chefs out, you know, beauty is a thing that helps out in that. PBD, Patrick Bet-David talks about this in terms of the salespeople that they put out. His whole thing was like, oh, we're gonna like basically start like hiring like all these women and send the women out to the clients because we know that clients have a better feedback from female salespeople than male. You know what I mean? Because the women like do a more of like a seduction method, whereas the men do like a more logical or rational kind of like sales pitch. You know what I mean? So he used like women's beauty get more sales. You know what I mean? That's an objective, measurable fact. You know what I mean? That's why like everyone front of house is going to be smiles. They're suited, booted. All the clothes are 100% and all this kind of stuff. Then you go into the kitchen, and the chef looks like Gorlock the Destroyer. You know what I'm saying? What we stupid enough do is try not to be rude and exclusionary in society. It still functions aside from these people at all. Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You agree with me, Kai? But like I said, the reason why this is such a key thing is it shows you the mentality. Like, even though it's their opinion, like from their opinion, you can extract out, okay, what is their like thought process here? What are the assumptions that they're making? This was the same thing earlier with the whole like bear question. You know what I mean? Their whole rationale is like, you know, worst case scenario with the bear, he kills me. But with the man, he could like rape me, then kill me. You know what I mean? But it's like, statistically speaking, like you're way higher for chance to be attacked by a bear than for the worst case. Like the worst case of the bear is way higher than the worst case for the man. So probabilistic wise, you're way better betting on the man than you are betting on the bear. That's some like rational thought. We're using probability. We're using mathematics. We're using logic. You know what I mean? Inductive reasoning. You know? Sorry, no, abductive reasoning, not inductive reasoning. Abductive reasoning has got to do with probability. You know what I mean? So probably you should pick the man over the bear. You know what I mean? But it's because it's like one of these women said, all women are 10s. All women are 10s. It's, oh my God. Oh my God. Don't worry, folks. Tomorrow's episode is going to be the continuation from this. We're getting close to about the halfway point.
Yeah, but she's just very insecure and she nitpicks her looks and stuff. Is it your belief that the 500-pound woman's aura supersedes the palpable, jaw-dropping beauty of this woman, and that 500-pound woman would outcompete the beautiful model when it comes to dating?
No, I don't believe so. And that's my point, is that
That was your point, wasn't it?
No, my point is that I believe that my own attraction has to come from myself and my confidence, and not being humbled and seeing yourself as a 10 for yourself can be true. Both those things can be true. If you are ego driven, if this delusional person was like looking at this model, right, and said, no, for a fact, I could get more men than you, if we're going by that hypothetical, then I feel like they haven't done the reflection of society, because this is the world and this is society. And society does base a lot of their wants on attraction, on physical attraction. We are human, we see and we want. And a lot of people disregard the fact that even though you can be like very confident in yourself, disregard the way of the world.
But this is completely contrary to what you just said earlier, which was, if I have this confidence and I'm moving through the world, that's going to enable me to attract better men, essentially. Mm-hmm. Is that not what you said?
Mm-hmm. I guess I misspoke, because it wasn't better men, but I feel like how I see myself is reflected in other people. If I see myself as a piece of shit looking person, I don't expect my partner to see me as this most amazing, beautiful person. I don't expect that, because if I see myself as a piece of shit, subconsciously, they're not going to see me as beautiful either.
But don't you think it's equally delusional? So I think it's equally delusional because you are pretty. You got
Speaking of others, we got Leith Waterkai with the $10, says the host of whatever, Brian, or Brixon, sometimes he's called in the super chat, says, should be dating Gorlock for the money they bring in. Unbelievable. Let me play the money clip now. Appreciate you, Kai. Thank you very much for the $10. You know what I'm saying? And folks, we're only $4 away from a premium meme. If you want one of the premiums, let me know in chat. It's up to you, chat. Chat always wins. Chat always wins.
got like this cool Pocahontas vibes thing going on. You got a pretty face. You're a pretty girl. I don't think you need to tell yourself you're a 10. I think you could just say,
I don't tell myself I'm a 10. I'm answering a question. They said, do
Okay.
you see yourself as a 10? And I'm not going to be, well, I see myself as a 5. That's my opinion of myself. If I have that opinion of myself, I want it to be the absolute best.
And just to be clear, we are talking about looks, right? Like you can see yourself in like a totality sense, encompassing your personality.
Well, that's what I'm
your
saying, is that
virtue,
like
your values.
I have to be able to look at myself in the mirror and decide that I'm a 10, not what society decides for me, but what I decide for myself.
I notice you're wearing makeup.
Yes,
Do you, when you look in the mirror, because you said when you look at yourself in the mirror, is your assessment of you, are you not a 10 before you put the makeup on?
No, that's not true at all.
So you're a 10 before you put the makeup on?
I'm a 10.
At all times?
I'm a 10 at all times. Yeah.
Defend yourself at all times. I mean, but then why the need to put on the makeup if you're already a 10?
Because it's fun. I love
You-
putting on glitter. This is the funnest
for
thing
fun?
that I do, yeah. My son loves it.
Oh my God, this is what I hate. When it's like, I do it for me. I do it because it's fun. Yeah, because it's fun getting a shit ton of attention from random people who give you compliments and all that kind of stuff. Yes, that's fun. But you're doing it for the attention. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't mind like women doing it for the attention, all this kind of stuff, but just be honest about it. Don't be lying to me. Do you know what I mean? Like we see what's it, the Luke Maxon guy. Fuck's his name? The vascular dude, or whatever the fuck he calls himself, right? Like he goes out and like his whole thing is about like beauty and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? What's wrong with that? Like, do you know what I mean? Just be honest about it. Like what I can't stand is the lies, the goddamn lies. But Kai says my whiskey bottle is above half full. So I'm here for the duration. We got about 30 minutes left, Kai, but I think I might be able to send you off to a place when the stream ends. We'll see when we get there. Yeah, there's a couple people live, so we'll definitely be raiding today. So shout out to you as well. Lee took that top spot just like, hey, my man. And also, chat, it'd be awesome if we get that last $4 because, like I said, we get the premium meme and everything. We come so close. You know what I'm saying?
If I was gonna have makeup on, I would just have glitter on.
A lot of people feel like there's a reason.
Well,
Thank you.
You've got the face and you've got the fake lashes, right? And
Oh,
you've
yeah.
got the mascara.
I got the
and
nails.
you've got some eyeshadow.
I love the
and-
looks and I love putting on glitter. I love the glittery things. I love that we are in a world where we can do that kind of shit.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of a ferret. I like sparkly things too.
and I like the fact that I live in a country where if I choose to wear makeup, I can do that. If I don't want to wear makeup, I don't have to do that. It's lit. I love dressing up. It's fun.
That's
a lot of people don't do things just because it's always, oh, if I can get a man or if I can get this, I do this for that. Instead of maybe I just do it just because it's fun. And I could die in like 2 seconds, you know? You never know what's going to happen. So I'd rather die
Do
with
you guys
glitter on
think
my
it's
face.
wrong to try to look attractive for your man, though?
No.
No, not at all.
No.
Okay.
I think you should try to look attractive for yourself first, but then secondarily, a man.
Like if that's your only goal, if your goal is to make yourself look better because you're insecure that you don't look good, that's stuff that you need to think about. That's not like some people show up as desperate. Oh, I need to do this, this, and that, and that way I will earn a good whatever, but their intention is wrong. It's
See,
super
like,
misplaced.
maybe this is just me being married for a really long time, but I think, like, for me, it's important to still be attractive to my husband. I still want his attention. I'm still hoping that, like, when I walk by, if he's playing video games, he'll at least give me a little.
And I think that's really important there too, because I heard you say something about like, oh, like how can I be with this wife who let themselves go? I think that in all cases, if you look your best to get someone, then stay
keep
looking
it.
your
Yeah,
best.
yeah.
I think that if you're doing things just to get someone and then completely stop doing whatever that was, I think that is entering a relationship. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
false. And
Yeah,
I think
it
that's
is.
fake. Show up exactly as you were going to show up, you know, no, regardless. If you're somebody that puts on makeup every day, put on makeup every day. If you're doing it only to get a man and then get mad, oh my God, he doesn't love me because I don't wear makeup. There's a lot to say about that.
Really quick on the makeup thing. I've been trying to conceive and create and invent a way to properly articulate some of my objections as it relates to makeup, because I feel like sometimes it doesn't quite, I mean, from my perspective, and there's obviously, it's not just on-off switch, black or white. I think there's a scale to the level of deception, fraud, misrepresentation. A woman wears a bit of eyeliner, that's different than a woman who's full face of makeup, contouring, powder, fake lashes. Then you can even get into plastic surgery, lip filler, Botox, using filters. There's a scale, there's a severity to it. But I wonder if it was framed like this, and perhaps in the future something like this will be real. Imagine nano robots that
Hell yeah.
micro robots that, and thousands or even millions of them, that could maneuver themselves on someone's face, either both a man or a woman, maneuver themselves on someone's face so as to completely, maybe not completely, like there's still a character of them there, but you know, reshaping the jaw.
With the AI thumbnail on.
Exactly. There you go.
Which I don't look
close
like at all.
Hey, you're close. You're close, Rachel. You're close.
That's me from another dimension 20 years ago with plastic surgery. Doesn't even look like me at all.
It's very close, Rachel. I mean, you know, look, it was ChatGPT. It took its liberties, but
Yeah, exactly.
but I would say that I think women, if, for example, you ran into this guy who's the most beautiful man, handsome man you ever saw, and he had some futuristic nano robot thing that changed his face, and then when he took it off, his skin was all fucked up and he was balding, and he could create fake hair too, and he was balding, and I wonder, I'm trying to think if I had posted this somewhere. Let me see if I posted it somewhere.
I mean, realistically, I know a little bit about nanotech because I've read a lot of books on it. I love it. But you would be able to grow hair again. You wouldn't even need to, like, the illusion of it. You would be able to regrow hair.
Sure, but I guess in this scenario, it's a complete facade, total mask. I think people, whether it's a man or a woman doing this, would feel like this is to some degree a deception.
Oh, sure.
Like if it's nano robots covering your face, and it's changing the jaw and it's changing the shape. But it's like, well, that's kind of what makeup does to a degree.
It does.
Now, depends what the makeup is, a little eyeliner, that's not huge, but some of the contouring stuff that women do, some of the...
I'll say plastic surgery.
That does change it. And it's like, I wonder if through that lens, women would have a greater objection to... they would perhaps see male's perspective on the deception that makeup can have. And if women would have the different tune on it, if men were wearing some nano robot mask that looked completely, basically real, and you were more attracted to this person because they were wearing it. I'm going to have ChatGPT like generate an image so you can really see what I'm talking about, but it's, I don't know, I think a lot of women would feel deceived if there was some nano robot mask that looked super, anyways, whatever. We have some chats here. We have Desert Jorge. I wasn't a misogynist before tonight's show. After listening to Chair 2 and Chair 3 spew their retortedness all night long, I'm now reconsidering embracing misogyny. Thank you for showing me the truth. Wow, okay, He was an egalitarian until you guys talked. Good job, guys.
Damn it.
Good. He's entitled to his own opinion.
You know, people accuse me of creating all these misogynist or misandrist, I guess, or no, misogynist, but it's really the women. Only jokers, nuke button you talked about earlier. If men left the planet, there goes your income. If a war started, I can guarantee semi-auto you'd run to men for a fix. When you call a cop, it's men, for fuck's sake, la la land.
Yeah. Yeah, if there was a natural disaster tomorrow, you wouldn't be waiting for the women to come save you. There's no
Was that the
feminists- No feminists in the Mad Max world nuclear pop.
What's that? Kai. One sec. This is dumb, okay? Bruh. Like, some of these chicks are literally lying, okay? Like, I don't know if you know how bad it is, because women are very, like, good at, like, their illusions and all this kind of stuff. But, come on, Kai. Are you telling me that that's, like, you'd be able to identify that chick? Oh, that's the same person. Come on now, Kai. How do you feel about, clavicular? The fuck is that? Clavicular. Oh, that's the looks maxing guy I was talking about. Yeah. Like, at least he's honest. He's honest, but I think he's kind of like pseudo gay. You know what I mean? That's my personal take on him. You know? Just letting you know. Yeah, that's gay. That shit is gay. You know what I mean? And it's manipulative. It's deceptive. That's not what you actually look like. You know what I mean? Like, why are we lying and normalizing lying? It's so stupid. It's stupid. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Oh, bro, they clearly are. You know what I mean? Like whenever you see like a prominent like politician or official, especially foreign officials, or things, and like they have that video where like they wake up next to a woman, or like the woman's basically recording them in bed, and like they have a wife, and it's a whole like dishonor and all this kind of shit. That's that's the females in the military industrial complex. You picking up what I'm putting down? You know what I mean? So dudes are now as deceptive as women. Done deal. Glad you agree. No, my petit chéri. You know what I mean? Like, for me to turn around and say, yeah, no, like that's kind of like gay, like behavior. If you're a dude and you're putting on makeup, that's kind of gay. You know what I mean? Whereas like that's like the general kind of like attitude that men would have, especially like older men. But when you look at like women will defend makeup like it's like their right, like their free speech. You know what I mean? It's kind of crazy. But like I said, I understand the whole thing. It was like, why are you drilling down on this specifically or whatever? But like I said, it's this whole thing to kind of expose the mentality, so to speak. You know what I mean?
Finishing off on the rating thing really quick. Can you tell me a woman who's a 10?
Olivia Rodrigo.
Anyone else? Just curious. Or
Yeah, Billie Eilish.
Olivia Rodrigo. Okay. Google Olivia Rodrigo. And then what about you? A woman who's a 10?
I don't remember the actress name, but it's Manny from Degrassi. Or Degrassi? Yeah.
Manny from Degrassi.
Cassie Steele.
Yeah, Cassie Steele.
Okay, Google her too.
Yeah.
And
or
then,
what's her name? Who's the chick that plays Superwoman?
And then
Gal Gadot.
That one.
Gal Gadot. Okay,
Yeah.
so those three. And then tell me a man who's a 10.
Yeah, true shame. You know what I mean? The same way, like when you ask him about clavicular or whatever the fuck his name is, I'm like, yeah, that's gay. Like, men shouldn't wear makeup. Like, women should be telling other women, like, who put on like all this like fucking huge, like basically clown makeup with the whole face and all this kind of shit, looks completely different. Like, check the photo that I was showing earlier. Like, women should like call out other women and say like, you're dressing like a whore. You know what I mean? Like, we need to call this shit out. Like, why are you putting on like, you know, a gallon of makeup or some shit like that? I'm exaggerating for effect, but you get my point. I mean, why are you changing like the whole contours of your face and adding on fake eyelashes and Botox and all this kind of stuff? You know what I mean? With the idea that we are assuming that men contribute more. Like contribute to the relationship or contribute to the lies? You know what I mean? Because like, bear in mind, well, that's what I'm saying. Like when you say contribute more to society, it's like the same way that like they would say it's sexist to say that men built the world. But like that's just like reality. Like men build all the shit, they do all the heavy lifting and all this kind of shit, the infrastructure, all this kind of shit. That's just the fact. The same way that like women, every single person that you see was birthed by a woman. You know what I mean? We need to celebrate the differences and not like lie to each other because like we don't think that we're getting as much attention as our ego craves. That to me, like that's why it's like pride is like, or at least the Christians say like pride is such a like one of the deadly sins. You know what I mean? But women are women make the people, men make the things. You know what I mean? But in terms of like makeup, why are we saying it's okay for women to lie? And men who do the whole, like I said, like the fake abs, they get like the plastic surgery to get abs and all this kind of shit. Call them out as well. Why are you acting gay? You know what I mean? Goes both ways. Goes both ways.
Tell me a man who's a 10 while she's thinking.
David and James. Wait, is it Franco? Yeah, the Franco brothers.
James Franco.
Yeah.
Okay. To James Franco, what about you?
Maybe like younger Leonardo DiCaprio.
Young Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's still hot in his old age.
Oh, and
I
also
was
Troy
never
Bolton,
into him.
whoever his actor name is, Troy Bolton.
Zac Efron.
Okay.
Zac Efron, yeah.
Oh, Zac Efron. Okay.
Thor?
Do Zac Efron. Why not?
Chris Hemsworth.
Chris
Chris
Hemsworth.
Hemsworth. Why not?
Wait, didn't Zac Efron get like a weird surgery?
He fucked
though?
his shit up.
did,
He fucked his
yeah,
shit
he
up.
did fuck his shit up, yeah.
Still.
How come nobody ever brings up Jensen Ackles? Like,
I don't know who that is.
the guy who plays Dean Winchester from Supernatural.
Oh.
He's like too beautiful to exist. I don't even.
Do you
know.
have all those? Image tab on all those? All right,
about
let's.
Dean?
We're just gonna run them up really quick. All right.
Also,
okay,
young Andrew, 10 out of 10.
There you go, young Andrew. That,
Oh, wait, no,
so
that's not Dean.
Olivia Rodrigo. You said she's a 10. You're a 10. Next.
See, I think she just looks normal.
She looks like AOC.
So this is Gal Gadot. You said Gal Gadot's a 10. You're a 10. Next. You said James Franco is a 10. That you're a 10. Okay.
So happy.
Tab over. Young. Scroll up a little bit. Scroll up.
Yeah, a little too young.
Up. Scroll up. Scroll up. Okay.
The third one. The third one.
Yeah, the third.
He's cute, but he always looks like a baby to me, even
Yeah,
when he's 30.
He's a really big head.
Leo's a 10. Zac Efron. Yeah, he's
Chopped Zac Efron. No.
He's scuffed himself.
What'd you do?
And then there should be Hemsworth or whatever. And then okay, there you go. There's so those are 10s. You guys are 10s.
Everybody's a 10. Everybody gets a 10. So if women are incumbent on making more people and valued less if they don't, why wouldn't it be in their best interest to entice more people to contribute? It's because so long as you got one dude, you're sorted. You know what I mean? But like in the same way, it's like like fraud is a crime. You know what I mean? If I say, Kai, I got a product here. It's like if you donate $10, like I'll personally come up to your house and like cook you a meal or some shit like that. Then you pay the $10 and I just send like some Mexican dude. Like, hang on a second. You said that you would personally come to my house and cook me a meal if I gave you $10. This is fraud. You're lying. You know what I mean? So it's like, and Brian mentioned this earlier as well in the podcast. It's like this inflated ego, this pride that takes place is a disservice to society, because now all of a sudden you have like women who are objectively 5, like average looking women who do all the stuff with the makeup and all this kind of stuff and say, oh, I'm just as pretty as like this supermodel. Like I'm a 10. So then what happens is she aims towards these guys that like are out of the league and or will just be like a one and done, pump and dump kind of thing. And then they will like these women who are 5s but think that they're 10s will also then look at like the average guy and say, I'm much more better than him. I'm a 10, he's a 5. You know what I mean? That's what takes place. So now you have like women who are passing up good men because they rather try to shoot their shot with a dude that like it's just a pump and dump for him. You know what I mean? That's why you see like with the whole like red pill thing, it's all like, oh, if you're a top 1% or if you're in the top 10% of men, you should have multiple women. Do you know what I mean? Because there's going to be like all these 5s and 6s and all this kind of stuff that like would be willing. You as like a top 10 guy, a 10 guy that'd be willing to just throw themselves at you, and rather than actually build a family with a looks matched person. You know what I mean? They're fooling themselves. It's like I said, it's got to do with the ego. You know what I mean? Pride cometh before the fall. It's a beautiful saying. And chat, we're so close to 100. We only have $4 left. Only about 13 minutes left to do it as well. Guy says, by all means, ignore me. I've been answering every fucking question by him. I am behind the chat though, to be fair. Leo met his best success in 20 to 22 range. Should be obvious on how he rolls. But if a woman can't consent at 20, what are we going to do? You know what I mean? Should we just remove the right to vote then if they can't consent to a relationship? At 20 years of age, if she cannot consent to a relationship with a 40-year-old, and let's be real, like these women that are getting with Leonardo DiCaprio, they know what's up. They're like, yeah, I'd rather like, be one of his floozies because he'll still give me, like the Elon Musk situations, like he'll still give me an apartment in LA. You know what I mean? So, like I said, it's like transactional kind of thing at that point, Whoa. It ain't about the 5 times 10s. It's about the dudes that say, I will still make kids with you. If women can have the standards, fuck's wrong with men? What? Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. Like in terms of like the whole simp epidemic, the whole simp culture that we have, like these dudes that like, what's it, the draining, where they drain their bank accounts and all this kind of shit. Weak men. Weak men create hard times create strong men, strong men create good times. You know what I mean? It's a cycle, baby. It's like a circle. You know what I mean? And it's like, again, I'm not saying there's something necessarily wrong with standards. I'm the one that's saying that you should have standards, but you should have accurate standards. You should not have impossible standards. You know what I mean? Where, like I said, if you're a woman who's a 5 in terms of like beauty, you have a 5 score beauty, but you're treating that as if it's a 10. You're like, you're maxed out on your beauty. How are you going to make an honest decision? Do you know what I mean? Because you think you should be rocking with the 10s. You think you should be rocking with the Leonardo DiCaprios or the Chris Hemsworth or whatever dudes they were showing. You know what I mean? That's what happens when you live in the delusion. You can no longer see what's actually true. And then you're like these guys who are 5s themselves, when they come up and say, would you like to go on a date or maybe build a family on stuff, you're like, no, get away. I'm trying to go for Chris Hemsworth. I'm trying to go for Leonardo DiCaprio, blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? Why reality is so important. Would you not hook up with 5 if you knew your life would be good? Yeah, no, but this is what I'm saying, Kai. These women who are 5s and have like guys that come up to them who are 5s themselves, like they look at them in disgust. That's the problem. Do you know what I mean? We got dudes literally draining their bank accounts just for attention of women. That's how desperate it is for the men out there. You know what I mean? So, like I said. And are you seriously going to keep us at 96 out of 100, chat? All we need is $4. All we need is $4. Heath Water Guy says, dudes on the back foot. Men can't be with women. Wait, what? The male loneliness issue based on women being in the wrong is the preface. Men can't be with women. Yes, that's why I said shame. Like these women that will like get all the Botox and the fake tits and all this kind of shit. It's like you call them what they are, whores. Whores. Do you know what I mean? And the guys that are getting the plastic surgery and the like putting on the makeup and all this kind of shit, you're gay. You know what I mean? Bit of shame. Like the other thing as well is that, like, bear in mind, right? Like there's like the like you cannot legislate manners. You know what I mean? And like I said, what I keep saying is that it's like when truth is spoken, like the lies fall flat in their face. That's why, like, even the sisterhood now is joining in and saying, like, yeah, this is actually a bad idea. This actually makes sense. Some logic to this. You know what I mean? But in terms of like, if you're looking for an answer of like legislation or something like that, you cannot legislate manners. You know what I mean?
Boy, oh boy.
Well, can we ask them what it's going to be in 20 years?
Oh, the like, will they look? Yeah. We actually stopped doing that. We can do that though. One quick thing though. So, okay, just to be clear, you listed James Franco, Leonardo DiCaprio, Chris Hemsworth, Zac Efron as 10s. You're a 10. Is that your league?
No.
Looks league. Is it your looks league?
My looks league, no. I told you I saw myself as a 10, not based on conventional standards. But if we're going, conventional standards, they're very attractive.
And then who was the guy that you said?
Young Leo DiCaprio.
You said Leo DiCaprio. So is Leonardo DiCaprio, that's your looks league?
Sure. Like.
Oh boy. All right. Okay.
I mean, like, isn't it okay for someone to see themselves as a 10 and also understand that they're not going to get somebody like Zac Efron?
Well, not get someone, because I mean, we're bringing in other factors in terms of attractiveness. There's status, there's money, there's success, there's career there. But just on the looks front, I would still question, say, for example, an average woman who thinks that she could land a guy who's an 8, 9, or 10.
Well, that is different. Somebody who thinks, that's what I'm saying, is like, if you're delusional in yourself, but also don't understand the world, that is a problem. If you are so delusional to believe that looks actually don't matter, that is a problem, because this is society. And like I said, we as humans, we do start with the looks. But if you see yourself as a 10 and understand that you as a 10 are not in the leagues of societal 10s, I feel like that's fine.
So what does it mean to rate yourself a 10? If you acknowledge that there are, if the scale is 0 to 10.
Hi, when did I say that we need to legislate this? Like I've been saying, like, with shame, with societal pressure. You know what I mean? The same kind of like pressure that they were putting on, like, like right wingers, calling them far right, calling them Nazis, calling them all sorts of deplorable shit. Why can't we do the same thing for the people that, that are doing this shit, that are lying? They're literally lying. You know what I mean? They call them fake tits for a reason. They're not real. They're not real tits. You know what I mean? So in terms of like, how do we fix it? It's like you call them out. You say, that's whore. That's whore type behavior. You know what I mean? A guy getting fake six-pack implants. That's gay. You know what I mean? And you'd be surprised with the amount of societal pressure that's there. Like you can actually change the culture. You know what I mean? And again, William, the MVP, saying, chat, we're only $4 away from another premium clip. You do through PayPal or Ko-Fi, we will play multiple. So there's multiple premium clips on the table right here. Jack says, shame on both sides, but more on the women thanks to feminism. It's quite sad because the based women out there are rare nowadays compared to the rest. Bad males too, though. Just not as many as I think. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, the whole clavicular or clavicle or whatever the fuck his name is. You know what I mean? That's like, fuck that. You know what I mean? And like I said, I've no issue calling him gay, the same way I have no issue calling a shit bitch that gets all this, like, fake surgery and all this kind of shit is poor type behavior. Clavicle going on Piers Morgan and talking about, like, you need to get, like, testosterone shots or whatever the fuck and all this kind of stuff. That's gay-like behavior. You know what I mean? Or woman-like behavior. Why are you acting like a woman? You know what I mean? You're supposed to be a man. I'm saying you need legislation, not on my views. You need more government to make women act right versus men stepping up. Why do you need legislation? You cannot legislate manners. You can legislate morality, but you cannot legislate manners. You know what I mean? Like, this is a manners versus morality thing. I mean, there's a difference between manners and morality, you know? So I think that might be the confusion or whatever. But like I said, simply just shifting the culture, like politics is downstream from culture. So if you can change the culture, you don't need to do the legislation. You know what
I mean? 10 is the ultimate. How can there possibly be men who you would rate as a 10 that are outside of your league? That's my confusion here. There's an inconsistency in the application, but yeah, I just don't understand.
I guess what I mean by that is that I personally don't go around judging based on looks first. And looks is like the last thing, like looks is something that subconsciously is being made in my mind, but it's not something that I'm holding attention to. I'm not like, I can see someone is conventionally attractive like Zac Efron, but that is a fleeting thought. What stays is, who are they as a person? Is this person someone that I feel, because attraction isn't just thinking they look good. It's a literal sexual desire there too.
Yeah, but we're like I was saying, it's just if you're just looking at a picture.
Right. So
it's not all of those intangibles that when you meet someone and they've got like mad charisma and confidence and they're just like have this aura and all those other things. Yeah.
I mean, I guess it is okay for
but
me
you're
to,
just looking at a picture,
Yeah.
looking at a picture of you.
looking at pictures and stuff. Yeah, if I looked at a picture of myself and saw myself as a 10, I think that's because of, like he said, my own delusion in myself. I like to see myself as a 10.
Okay, I guess final question on this sort of. You give me a rating out of 10.
For yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Here's the problem is that I feel like I don't habitually do that. You want me to rate you as...
It can be low. I don't care. I won't be offended.
I mean, I was going to...
It can be whatever. I mean, if it's higher,
I'd say
great.
you're a
If it's
10. I'd say you're a 10.
See, couldn't help herself.
I don't know.
Couldn't help herself. It is what it is. It is what it is. But folks, about that time we've reached the end of the show. Darth, get your ass alive so I can rate in. Mackay says, manners are how we deal with social situations. Morals are our resolve towards societal issues. Stop this. What? No, like, morality's got to do with, like, your will to live. You know, like, will to power? Will to live is what morality is. Right? Manners is about, like, so what we should accept in terms of society and all that stuff. But morals is, like, more of a deeper thing. And we got into this with the bitch in the red shirt over here, hiding behind my profile pic now. Like even, like, the pro-abortionists cannot describe what it actually is, which is killing a child. They have to say, no, it's a fetus. But why not just say you're killing a child? Because everything, like, you're a moral relativist. Morals don't exist, right? But what is telling you to keep correcting it and saying fetus rather than child? What would be wrong with killing a child? You know what I mean? Whereas manners is more so like, does he curse a lot, or does he fart a lot? You know, like farting in an elevator with someone else in the elevator. That's not necessarily immoral. You know what I mean? It's unmannerly, but it's not moral or immoral or whatever the fuck. Do you know what I mean? They're two different things. You know what I mean? So hopefully that clears things up. He also says, if I have a sexual desire toward an individual is resolved in their response, we have an issue with the response based on politics. It's dumb. But yeah, I think there is a huge divide now that you're seeing to echo into this whole, like, what I think what's called, like, the gender wars or whatever. So basically, like, what you're looking at is basically like a divide across the like I'll only date like let's say she's a Democrat, I'll only date Democrat men. You know what I mean? I'll only date a man who votes Democrat. But then that's even another filter that you've put on your whole, you know, filtering process for dating. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, it's difficult. It's difficult. Don't get me wrong. Chat, Abby did most of the work already. All you need to do is donate $4. Abby herself, right, donated how much? $75 by herself, chat. $75. You know what I'm saying? Is it too much to ask for 4? So we could just cap it off at 100? You know what I'm saying? One sec. I think Darth is live. Uno momento, fi favore. Fi favore, he is live indeed. Okay, folks. One sec. Let me get this straight before we close off. Darth, you don't have raids on. I'm not able to raid. This is a thing that YouTube has on its settings. But it's unless you have like click off the setting that you allow raids from other channels, it won't let me raid you. Well, technically in YouTube it's called a redirect. But yeah, let me just show you like it's not showing up your stream, showing up Kieran's whatever JS, right? But it's because in your settings you need to make sure you click allow other channels to redirect me. For some reason on default it doesn't do it automatically. It basically the default setting is it doesn't allow other raids. I'm asexual, so this is me looking in. But like this is what I'm saying, Kai, right? A typical, not always, but a typical or a general response that's thrown to a man, right, anytime like an abortion debate comes up is, well, you don't have a womb, which means you shouldn't have an opinion, right? And when we're looking at like the aspect of like the nuclear family, and like this is why like dating is a talked about topic on like these panels and all this kind of stuff, because it's core to like the nuclear family, which is core to society, etc., etc. You know what I mean? So in terms of like the whole kind of like spectrum here, like men and women, when we look at men, like what is your quote unquote gender role? What is a man expected to do? And it's to protect, which is like, think of like the army, think about like the border patrol and all this kind of stuff, the police. Protect and then provide. And providing, like, think of like infrastructure jobs, you know, the sewage workers, the dudes that work in, you know, like oil rigs, construction workers. Like that's vastly like 90% plus men. You know what I mean? That's what the expectation is. But if we are to accept that, right, and then we look across the aisle at the women's, again, the women's are the only ones that are able to give birth, which means their duty is to give birth. That's like what the expectation is, that a woman will actually bring life into the world. And when we look at men are doing their job. They're keeping the border safe. They're doing they're keeping the infrastructure going. When we look at women, they're not keeping the population going, and they're killing 1 million kids a year. Over 1 million abortions a year in America alone. You could cure cancer and heart disease, and that still would pale in that would maybe get you as close. It still would be lower than the amount of abortions that they're having. So women like are actively like killing their own kids, but men are still expected to be breadwinner, protector, the provider. You know what I mean? So men are seriously asking this question of like, we don't wake up here, we're going to go extinct. We're going to have a population collapse. And that's when shit gets really rough. You know what I'm saying? Makes it easier to see this doesn't matter. It does matter. What builds the nuclear family? The man and the woman. What builds society? The nuclear family. You know what I mean? Welcome in, Ivan. Welcome in. We're just about to head off. Yeah, dudes can do all that stuff. Cool. How does it make a better society? This is what I'm saying in terms of the expectation. If men are doing the protecting, providing, and all this kind of shit, but there's no women giving birth, then the society will collapse. Do you know what I mean? And I think you would agree that it's better that society doesn't collapse rather than it does collapse. You know what I mean? And also, shout out to everyone in chat. Thank you very kindly for all the donations. Mainly Abby, but I've seen Dart in there. I've seen Kai was in there as well. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the boys. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I think Dart had something on PayPal as well. So shout out to you guys. One sec. Where is that? Where is he at? So yeah, massive shout out to you all. Like I said, we're just $4 away. We're just $4 away. Check those redirects, rate setting, Dart. If you didn't hear, you can't rage until you fix it. My man, Jack. No, you're speaking to Western society having needs met by septic tank. You're saying women don't build society. Not the things. They build the people. You know what I mean? Or they birth the people. They birth society. Men build the society. You know what I mean? Build versus birth. Give women an incentive to birth kids and have their needs met. Yeah, but Kai, look up how much the average. One sec. We'll do this together. Average salary surrogacy in America. Yeah, anywhere in the United States, surrogates typically earn a base compensation of anywhere between $50,000 to $90,000 plus, right? First term surrogates receive at least 50 to 70 grand. So let's average that out and call it 60 grand, right? Women are literally being offered 60 grand a year, Kai. 60 grand a year. And they're still not giving birth. They're still abdicating their duty. And not only that, they're killing over 1 million of their own children a year, Kai. You're not going to hear this shit on some feminist stream, but these are the facts. And like I said, let me zoom in just in case I'm trying to do something funny or whatever. In the United States, surrogates typically earn a base compensation of 50 to 90 plus grand. First-time surrogates usually receive 50 to 70 grand, while experienced surrogates earn between 65K to 85K. So you could literally, do this as a job rather than take out a fucking massive student loan and try to go to college and to study gender studies or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? With no experience whatsoever. Like, I'm literally just an 18-year-old woman, right? You can earn 50 to 90 grand. Let's call it 60 grand a year, right? Because first time you receive 50 to 70 grand. Let's average that out about 60K. So as an 18-year-old woman with no college, fuck it, you don't even need high school, no nothing. All you have to do is give birth, and we will pay you 60 grand a year, and you don't even have to look after the kids. You have no responsibility outside of those 9 months of pregnancy. We're paying you 60 motherfucking grand to do it, and they still won't do it. So this whole thing of give women an incentive to birth, we have, Kai. We've literally done everything physically possible, and they still won't do it. Like this whole thing of incentive and all this kind of shit. It's because women have this idea in their head that men are literally the plague on earth, that they're literally the devil. You know what I mean? And we've got feminism to thank for that. You know what I'm saying? But getting back to Dart. Dart! What the fuck's going on here? Are we able to raid or not? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Nope. Still not there. One sec. He's messaging me. Yes, it's not coming up, Dart. One sec, let me refresh the page. One sec, let me refresh the page. Go on to this thing. Oh my god. Go on to this thing. Customization. Redirect. Yeah, Dart, it's still not there. Right. I'm gonna raid this into Kieran. But I appreciate you, Dart. I'll walk through you with the screenshots or whatever. And like I said, next time you're around or you're on stream, whatever, it should be fixed unless there's some. Like I said, I've refreshed this. I've refreshed the studio. Maybe it could be a sub thing. I'm not 100%. A sec. Let me check Google. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So again, I'm gonna like Google saying that you can, so it's not got to do with sub count. I think it's like in terms of raiding into someone else, that might be the thing I'm thinking of. But one sec. It's not coming up, Dart. Yep, it's not coming up. Listen, Dart, we'll go through it. Like I said, try to like basically like go into Grok or go into AI and say like, I've just created a YouTube channel or whatever, and I want other channels to raid into me. What do I need to do? And I'll give you step by step. But like I said, I've no issue doing it. Like tomorrow, if you're around tomorrow, and you want to go live afterwards. Like I said, because like I'm basically looking for a regular I'm looking for a regular kind of like place that I can stream, because typically my hours well, usually it's like a couple hours later that like I'm kind of getting off and all this kind of stuff. But yeah, Kai is still going. I was like, that's hilarious. If women could have kids and all that. Wait 1 second, let me bring it back to the thing. That's hilarious. If women could have kids and all childcare, all needs met, we would have fewer abortions. Isn't what we have? How does this work? But Kai, what surrogacy? Like the woman doesn't have to take care of the kids afterwards. Like there's no childcare needed in terms of the surrogacy. You know what I mean? And like women are literally offered like on average 60 grand a year to do it, and they still won't do it. You know what I mean? And I think the only reason why that, because like if you tell an 18-year-old, okay, do you want to go to college and take out massive debt, or perhaps maybe have some kids here, surrogacy, like 60 grand a year for like 10 years till you're 30 is not a bad fucking gig. That's 600 grand. More than 600 grand. 720 technically if you're 18 and you do it all the way up to 30. You know what I mean? I'll go, Kieran. Appreciate you. Like I said, it's something to definitely look up. Like I said, like AI will do the oh, you're off tomorrow as well, 100%. So we'll try it tomorrow. It should be somewhere in the YouTube settings, but like I said, it's, you know yourself, you click that cog button and there's so many different tabs and all this kind of shit as well. Had all is the second all. Follow me, you want to debate this 100%, bro. You know I love to debate, Kai. You know I love to debate. Or the baby shark will attack. Hey, it is what it is. No worries. Appreciate you all. But folks, like I always say, like we always like to end, right? And I have a debate coming up on Speakeasies about the whole Iran war and all this stuff. Source of reason. It's going to be against counterpoints. It's going to be a good one, boys. It's going to be a good one. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, this whole thing with the Iran war, if you're American, please listen to these words. I'm not asking you to trust in me. I'm simply asking you to trust in the dude who 10 or probably 11 years ago at this stage came down that golden escalator and says, I'm willing to risk everything for you guys because the country's fucked, okay? All I'm asking you is to trust your president, okay? God bless Donald Trump. God bless America. And I'll see you all.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life, and I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you. I will fight for you. and I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again.